This is Audible.
Podium Audio presents Celestial, Book 7 of Surgecaller, written by Todd Herzman, performed by John Perhala. Chapter 1. In reality, Huon was sitting cross-legged on the ground, within the cave he and Liona had carved into a mountain, the cave they had spent an entire year hiding within. Hiding from Blaze, the Immortal of Fire. But Huon's conscious mind resided elsewhere. 2 months had passed since Huon and Liona had reached the rank of Immortal. 2 months since Huon had surged pure soul essence and molded the reality around him. 2 months since they had defeated the Immortal of Fire, cutting away his bond from the Everlasting King. When it had happened, Huon had barely believed it. He had been seeking revenge against the Immortal of Fire ever since he had been a child, ever since he had been forced to run from his village, when Blaze had set it aflame and killed his mother. Huon had wanted the man dead for years. He had wanted to spill the man's blood, wanted him to die for what he'd done. But when he finally had the power of the other man's life within his grasp, he had spared him. Huon had cut away his bond with the Everlasting King. Then he had let him live. The Immortal of Fire had fallen to his knees in tears and had uttered 2 words Huon never would have expected to pass the man's lips. "I'm sorry." Since that day, Huon, Liona, and Blaze had made a tentative alliance. In his mind space, Huon stood upon the strong wind. He leant against the rail, staring off toward the horizon, toward Harolan, the cool breeze whipping at his hair. Here he awaited a meeting with the Devil of the West. Huon was still on Temtoria, a world away from the high celestial he was soul-bound to. As far away as he was, the solid black circle on his wrist, his soul binding, was faded slightly, the connection more faint than ever before. As time moved more quickly here, 10 years could pass in Temtoria, where as little as a few weeks would pass on Huon's world. It was difficult to make a connection with the Devil of the West. But he had heard the man's voice in his mind, had been told to prepare for this meeting. That had been 5 hours ago. Huon gripped the railing tightly. Part of him loved being in Temtoria. He had spent almost 2 years on that world now, and for the majority of that time, his only company had been Liona. Not only had their training progressed at an immense rate, as they had learnt how to cultivate the unique essence that lay thick in the air of the alien world, and utilize the eternal wheel to turn it into immensely dense, pure essence, soul essence, letting them gain the rank of immortal at perhaps the youngest age of anyone in the history of their world. They had also finally gotten time to spend together, just the 2 of them, where it didn't matter how much time passed, where the sense of urgency was diminished. For the past 2 months, however, they had lived in the presence of the Immortal of Fire. Things had grown tense and were nothing like they used to be. Huon looked up at the canvas sails, gently slapping in the wind. He missed his own world, the people there. The moment they had freed the Immortal of Fire from his bond, Huon had wanted to return. But he knew that returning right away would mean they would lose an opportunity. It was doubtful that the Devil of the West would ever send them back to this world. While Huon wished that he could return to Harolan, Eliko's village, where Huon and Liona had been residing and training before they had escaped from Blaze through a portal to Temtoria, and bring Gale, Captain Avery, and Eliko back here to train, he knew that simply wouldn't be an option, which meant Huon and Liona should spend as much time in this world as they could. Though the Devil of the West had warned them against advancing to the rank of low celestial here, as there were beings in the universe far more powerful than the high celestials back home that would sense their presence. Beings the Devil of the West had assured Huon he never wished to encounter. That didn't mean they couldn't train until they were on the cusp of advancing. "I'm glad to see you're alive." Huon turned around. He hadn't even sensed the high celestial enter into his mind space. The man stood in the middle of the strong wind's deck, wearing his dull gray robes, which shifted slightly in the breeze, his hands folded neatly behind his back. He gazed around, looking at the mind space. "You rather like this ship, don't you?" "It feels like home to me," Huon said. "Perhaps the only place that ever has." Huon clenched a fist at his side, then loosened it. "Glad to see you're alive." Part of him wanted to bark back at the man for those words. The High Celestial had been adamant on not intervening with the Immortal of Fire, insisting that Huon fight his own battles. It had almost gotten Huon and Liona killed. On the other hand, it hadn't gotten them killed. In fact, it had forced them to train harder and more focused than they ever had, forced them to discover the secrets of the eternal wheel and unlock the use of mind spaces where they could train for days in their minds in the space of mere hours. And it had forced Huon to learn how to surge soul essence and mold the reality around him. If not for that, he wouldn't have been able to escape the dampener the Immortal of Fire had melted to his chest. He wouldn't have been able to teleport and strike the man with the Oath-Shearer dagger, breaking his bond. He wouldn't have become as powerful as he was. "What did you wish to speak to me about?" Huon asked. The Devil of the West tilted his head up. "It's time for you to return to our world." Huon shook his head. "Why so soon?" The High Celestial's forehead creased. "Things are changing. The Everlasting King is building a fleet." A fleet, Huon thought, to transport his army of honor-bound across the ocean. He frowned. "Wouldn't we be better off remaining here? How much time has passed since we have been gone?" "A week." Huon blinked. Though he understood that time moved faster here, understood that years moved as quickly as weeks back home, it was still a difficult concept to imagine. "All the more reason for us to remain here." He raised a fist. "We've become so much stronger. Liona and I are immortals now. We could get closer to the next rank before returning." The Devil of the West raised a hand. All noise in the mind space ceased. Huon's mouth was still moving, but no sound was coming out. When he realized what was happening, he closed his mouth and crossed his arms at his chest, glaring at the High Celestial. Sound re-entered the world all at once. "It takes me a considerable amount of concentration to hold this connection at this distance, Huon. I've no time for your idle prattle." The Devil of the West glanced behind him. Huon frowned. What was he glancing at? It wasn't as though anyone was here. "You know it is difficult for me to create a safe portal. Well, it's about to become even harder." Something flickered across the man's face, a micro-expression that lingered for a fraction of a second. The expression was fear. If Huon hadn't been an immortal, he doubted he would have been able to see it at all. "What is it?" He took a step forward. "What changed?" "Kalak," Huon faltered. Kalak? He was the other High Celestial lurking on their world that the Sentinels were not aware of, the one that his father was soul-bound to. Huon looked down at his soul binding, though it was fated now that he was on a different world, a great distance from the Devil of the West. It was nowhere near as fated as it had been when Kalak had attacked the man, almost breaking their bond completely. "He's found you again?" The Devil of the West looked at the deck. "Not yet, but it is becoming increasingly difficult to hide from the man." He tilted his chin up. Huon shook his head. "Why is he after you?" It didn't make any sense. Though he didn't agree with his father's methods, the man clearly wanted to defeat the Everlasting King as much as Huon did. Why would Kalak, the man who soul-bound Huon's father, be after the Devil of the West? Who is he? That is something I wish I had the answer to. The Devil of the West waved a hand. He looked tired. "These are matters that do not concern you. The fact is, I will be creating a portal very soon. You must be there to step through it. If Kalak finds me." He trailed off. "As much as it pains me to say it, that man is powerful, perhaps more powerful than I." Deep lines cut into his forehead. It is strange that this Kalak isn't on my side. Strange that I do not know him." Huon inclined his head. If there was another High Celestial out there, one that knew the Everlasting King was a threat, why hadn't he killed the man yet? He thought. The Everlasting King had reigned over his realm for 1,000 years, slowly gaining strength, plotting his domination of the continent, of the world, in his journey to seek enough power to manifest a new core after it had been taken from him by the Sentinels of the North, South, and East, and ascend to a higher level of advancement that would take him beyond that of a High Celestial and beyond the world itself. Kalak soulbound my father, Jacob, who wished for the Everlasting King's demise, not to mention Baron, who held the same wish. Why did this High Celestial not simply kill the Everlasting King himself? Huon had too many questions and not nearly enough answers. "If things do not go well for me, you and Liona will be stuck in Temtoria." The Devil of the West tilted his chin up. "That is why you must return to our world." The man's image flickered, becoming transparent, then solid once more in the space of a second. "I will open the portal outside your cave in 1 week of your time. Ensure you are there before it closes." The High Celestial disappeared. Huon stood, staring at the spot where the Devil of the West had been. He let out a sigh. As much as he missed his own world, returning now simply wasn't ideal, but there was nothing he could do about it. The cool breeze turned into a fierce wind, and rain began to fall from the sky. This was an aspect of the mind space Huon usually had control over. One's mood tended to affect the environment's atmosphere. He took one last look at the horizon, one last look at the ship, the mainmast, the wheel, the rigging. Then he let the mind space crumble. Soon, they would be leaving Temtoria. Chapter 2. Huon opened his eyes. He sat on a smooth stone floor. Across from him, Liona was also cross-legged on the ground, her hands resting on her knees, eyes closed, deep in meditation. She would be cultivating the unique essence, the unrefined soul essence that pervaded the air of this place, and turning the eternal wheel to turn it into pure soul essence, a type of essence that could expand their reserves at a rapid pace. Huon glanced around the cave. Shuri was gone. She always was at this time of day. Now that the Immortal of Fire no longer posed a threat to them, they were able to let the beast roam freely and hunt. The Immortal of Fire, too, was nowhere to be seen. He rarely remained in their company, as he seemed to prefer roaming the wilds of this place alone, something which Huon was glad for. It was still strange being in his presence, even if he was no longer oath-bound to the Everlasting King. Huon reached out and touched Leona's hand. The Immortal's eyes snapped open in an instant. She looked over at Huon, tilting her head to the side. "You met with him, then?" Huon inclined his head. "I did." Liona leant forward, gripping his hand. "You look dour. What is it?" Huon almost bit the inside of his cheek, but that was a nervous habit he was trying to curb. "We have to return to our world." A half-dozen emotions flashed across the woman's face. She, like Huon, knew the advantages of remaining here. "Why?" "The Devil of the West is still being pursued by Kalak." Huon gripped Leona's hand back. "Apparently the High Celestial is close to finding him. For whatever reason, he wished to kill the man I am soulbound to." Liona sighed. "And if he does, you won't only lose your soul binding. We'll lose our way home." Huon nodded. "Correct." "Good," said a deep voice from the cave's entrance. The Immortal of Fire's large silhouette was draped in shadow. He stepped into the cave. "It's about time we leave this place. There are things that need to be done." Huon swallowed, looking up at the man. Though all three of them were immortals, and Huon and Liona had been able to break the man's bond, Huon still didn't know if that meant they would be able to truly defeat the man should he wish to take them down. Even with Huon's advantage of being able to surge soul essence, a feat he had failed to replicate since their fight, the Immortal of Fire had been training for at least 1,000 more years than Huon had. He was far more skilled. "I didn't see you return." Blaze ignored Huon's comment. "When do we leave?" "We," Huon thought. It was strange to think of the man who'd killed his mother as a part of we. "In 1 week from now." The Immortal of Fire inclined his head. "Good." Huon and Liona looked across at each other. Huon still found it difficult to speak freely around the man, and he knew Liona felt the same. He could see from her expression that she still had a lot of questions. "We must make preparations," Blaze said. Huon raised an eyebrow. "Preparations?" The Immortal of Fire came to sit on the ground in front of them. He had an intense look on his face. He gazed at each of them in turn. "You have every right to hate me." His heavy gaze rested upon Huon. Then he looked down at his hands. His eyes glazed over, and he stopped speaking. Huon had grown used to this. The man would often suddenly go quiet, his mood seemingly shifting instantly to a solemn one. He oscillated between sounding as though he were in charge and losing himself in dark thoughts, dark memories. Huon let the man's words sink in. "You have every right to hate me." And he did. But Huon found that his hatred for the man had dissipated somewhat, even though he still felt an anger deep in his chest. Though anger wasn't the only thing he felt. Huon also felt sorry for the man. Huon had been oath-bound before. The Immortal of Fire himself had once been his oathmaster, and he knew what it was like to be controlled, to be forced to perform actions he never would have of his own free will. It was perhaps the worst feeling in the universe, and Blaze had been victim to it for 1,000 years. That's why Huon hadn't killed him when he'd had the chance. "Blaze," Huon prompted, once the silence had stretched for a few moments too long. The Immortal of Fire looked up at Huon. His forehead was heavily creased. "You were speaking of preparations." Huon glanced over at Liona. She returned his dubious look. The Immortal of Fire's head dipped. "You know my name isn't Blaze. At least, it wasn't before." Huon blinked. Though it had been 2 months since the Immortal of Fire had been released of his oath, they hadn't had many conversations with the man that amounted to more than a few short sentences. He had certainly never spoken of a time before the Everlasting King had bound him, though Huon remembered the man speaking of it once, when Huon had only been a squire. Huon, Liona, and Jameson had been in the deep wood, searching for Byrne, when the Immortal of Fire had turned up. The words he had said played through Huon's mind now, and he remembered a detail he had long forgotten. "I have lived a long time. I was an immortal before the Everlasting King was even born. I was a legend of Lundholm, a champion of Trawul, a knight of the realm of Erisaveth, and once squire to a knight who became, well, that's not important." Before the Everlasting King had been born, Huon doubted that was possible. The Everlasting King had once been a High Celestial. He had likely lived for hundreds, if not thousands of years before his core had been taken from him by the other High Celestials. Perhaps he means it metaphorically. He was alive before the Everlasting King, as we now know him, was born, before the man's core had been taken from him. "What did your name used to be?" Liona asked in a soft voice, as the Immortal of Fire had not killed any of her family as he had Huon's. It seemed easier for her to sympathize with the man, even if only to a very small degree. The Immortal of Fire stared at his hands once more. "My name was..." He licked his lips, shook his head, his forehead creasing ever more deeply, as though he were trying and struggling to remember, though Huon wondered how that was possible. Since Huon had become an immortal, he'd noticed that all of his memories appeared in his mind in far more clarity than they ever had before. "My name was Kelney," the Immortal of Fire. Kelney let out a long sigh. His shoulders, which had been tensed and bunched, seemed to relax. "Kelney?" Liona let go of Huon and leant forward toward the man, extending her hand to him. "It's nice to meet you, Kelney." Kelney stared at her hand for a moment before taking it. "You are showing me more kindness than I deserve." He released her hand, clutching his own tightly, his gaze turned to Huon. "I have been meaning to ask you something." "You have?" Huon said. "Why did you let me live?" Huon's mouth fell open. He closed it. It took him a moment to reply, and when he did, he had to force the words out. "You are not responsible for what you did while bound to the Everlasting King, just as I am not responsible for what you forced me to do when I was bound to you." He still wasn't sure if he truly believed it. Both of them had accepted their oaths, knowing they would be controlled. They could have fought them. They would have died. But still they could have fought. Kelney inclined his head. "Perhaps you are right, though sometimes I still do not know where his influence ends and where I begin." He clutched his hands ever more tightly, his eyes falling to look at the binding on his wrist, the binding that was a circle, empty inside, showing him to be oathless, as Huon once was. "I used to hunt oathless. Now I am oathless. 1,000 years, 1,000 years is a very long time. I owe the both of you a debt." Huon shut his eyes. The Immortal of Fire owed them a debt. He never thought he would find himself in such strange circumstances. This was the man he'd wanted to kill for so long. He shook away those thoughts. He'd been falling into them too many times lately. He'd made his decision. The man was free of his bond, an ally now. He wasn't sure how to respond to Kelney, so he changed the subject. "What are these preparations you spoke of?" Huon had preparations of his own he wished to make. Mostly, it was training in this environment for as long as he possibly could. Soon, he and Liona would no longer be able to take advantage of the abundance of soul essence in the air. He had no idea if there would be soul essence back home. When he had briefly spoken to the Immortal of Fire, Kelney, about soul essence and the eternal wheel, he'd had no idea what they were talking about. Huon wanted to leave this place with as much of the essence in his core as he could. Kelney seemed to gather his thoughts. "I wish to join you. You and your group." He tilted his head to the side, his eyes on the smooth cave floor. "We share the same goals now, you and I." His gaze turned hard. "Revenge against the Everlasting King." Revenge, Huon thought. He wasn't sure if it was revenge that he wanted more, or justice for every Surgecaller that had been bound because of the Everlasting King's rule. Justice, he thought. I want justice more. He looked over at Liona. He wanted to create a better world for them to live in, a better world for their friends to live in, a better world for everyone. No one should suffer what we have suffered. No one should ever have to go through that. Though he knew what he had suffered paled in comparison to what must be going on in the Harolan continent right now. He remembered when the honor-bound army had laid siege to the forest city of Landor, where Gale had been born. So many Surgecallers had died that day. As much as he disliked being in Kelney's presence, he would have to get used to calling him that, instead of Blaze or the Immortal of Fire. He knew that it was better to have him as an ally. "We must return to the Harolan continent as soon as possible," Kelney said. "That is what we must prepare for." "The ancient Kraken," Huon said, realizing where the man was going. "The only way for us to return to the Harolan continent is on the strong wind." That had been the deal he'd made with the Sentinel of the East, that he and anyone else aboard the Strongwind could leave the continent, but they could only leave once. If they left, they would never be allowed to return.
"Indeed," Kelney said. "When I traveled to Taloniar, it was easy to avoid upon my dragon. But if you intend to return by ship, then we must face the Kraken."
Though the Sentinel of the East had granted him leave, he had said they would need to get past the ancient Kraken on their own, as the beast was bound to the Sentinel of the North, the beast that had access to celestial-level surges. "We were able to get past it before," Huon said. Kelney raised his chin.
"How?"
Huon pursed his lips. "Captain Avery distracted it, but I think we had help." He glanced at Liona. "If it weren't for the Celestial who holds my soul bond, I do not think we would have made it."
"And your Celestial, as you say, may be too indisposed to offer any help?"
Huon nodded. He hadn't gotten that far yet. All he had been thinking about was the fact that they would soon be returning to their world. "Why do we have to return to Harolan so soon?" Liona asked. We're not ready to face the Everlasting King. And if he's creating a fleet," she shook her head, "he can't be thinking of attacking Taloniar yet." Liona looked at Huon. "If he moves on Taloniar, he will be defeated by the 4 Sentinels."
"The Everlasting King would not move before he was ready," Kelney said. "If he is building a fleet, then he has a good reason to believe he can defeat the Sentinels."
Huon felt the blood drain from his face. How? How could that be possible? If he's powerful enough to face the High Celestials, to face all the Low Celestials along with them, then what difference will we make? Huon stood. They were supposed to have more time than this, supposed to have a hell of a lot more time than this.
"You have a tool that can break bonds," Kelney said. "We can help. We can free my fellow immortals."
Huon ran a hand through his hair. They were supposed to have years to prepare. They had made it far. He and Liona had gained the rank of immortal, something that seemed like it would have been impossible not long ago, yet they didn't think they would be able to face the Everlasting King until they were Celestials themselves. Now it looked like even that would not be enough.
"Sit down, Huon," Kelney said.
Huon rounded on the man. The last time he had taken orders from the Immortal of Byre, he'd had no choice. The words uttered from the man's mouth seemed to trigger a rage he didn't realize he'd been holding. He smothered that rage, then did as the man asked. Kelney let out a breath.
"I know how you must be feeling, Huon, but all is not lost. He may be building a fleet, as your Celestial says, but that does not mean it has been completed."
"It doesn't matter how long it takes him to move on Taloniar, if he already believes he is ready," Huon said. Kelney nodded.
"Perhaps."
He tilted his head to the side.
"However, I am aware of weaknesses the Everlasting King has that none of the Sentinels would know about. Weaknesses that we can expose." He frowned. "You are sure the Sentinels will not help us take him down?"
"Yes," Huon said. "I'm sure of it." "Perhaps it is something we should speak to them about before we leave," Liona whispered. "If there's even a chance—" "They don't think he's a threat," Huon said. "The Devil of the West himself told me so."
"Then they are fools." Kelney's voice was deep and strong. "That will be their downfall, unless we can stop it."
Huon blinked. "What are these weaknesses you speak of?" Kelney finally unclenched his hands, resting them on his knees.
"You know the man was once a High Celestial, before." He shook his head. "After his core was taken from him by the Celestials, he developed an artificial one. That core only functions because of the connection it holds to the cores he has stolen."
Huon's forehead creased. "You mean those cores still exist?" It had been a startling realization when Huon had learned that Surgeless, like his mother and many of the citizens of the Everlasting King's realm, did not occur naturally, but rather had their cores secretly taken from them by the Everlasting King at birth, before they ever developed and the person who possessed them received the call.
Indeed, they are the source of much of his power. He is able to draw essence directly from them, no matter how far away from them he is, into his artificial core.
Kelney got a faraway look.
He ordered the Immortal Seven to secrecy.
Kelney tilted his head to the side.
But now that I am not bound, it seems as though I can speak freely of it.
Liona frowned. These cores, you know where they are?
Kelney shook his head. No. But if we're able to find them, destroy them, then we will be able to destroy the source of his power.
Kelney raised a fist, clenched it tightly.
Then we could crush him, as though he were nothing.
His voice and face turned sinister. His lips kicked up at the sides, and Huon almost inched backward where he sat. Then it's settled, Liona said. We need to destroy those cores.
Which means we must face the ancient Kraken on our return to Harolan.
Kelney's gaze turned to the cave entrance.
There are beasts in the deep waters of this world. Some of those beasts are approaching the strength held by the ancient Kraken. Indeed, I am sure that there are one stronger in the depths of this strange place, though they should be avoided. We must. He paused. I suggest we train against these underwater beasts. The two of you must become accustomed to such combat if we are to defeat the Kraken.
Huon closed his eyes, remembering the first time he had seen the ancient Kraken. It was the largest monster he'd ever laid his eyes on, and certainly the most powerful. Captain Avery hadn't been able to hurt it at all. Captain Avery is a legend, and was so at the time that she faced the beast. The three of us are immortals. When Huon and Liona had been legends, they had faced beasts that held immortal-level surges before, and managed to take them down. He imagined this would be no different. All right, Huon said. We'll do as you suggest. Chapter 3. They struck a compromise. Huon and Liona didn't want to give up their own training. As they only had one more week in this place, they decided to forego sleep. It wouldn't be the first time they had done so to progress their training. While Huon and Liona were able to create mind spaces and turn the eternal wheel, these were things that Kelney, who had been an immortal for far longer than either of them, was not able to accomplish. Huon didn't fancy teaching the man their secrets either, even if he was, technically, an ally. So for half of the day, Huon and Liona alone would cultivate and train in their mind spaces, trying to pull as much advantage from this world as they still could. For the other half of the day, while the sun was up, they trained with the immortal formerly known as Blaze. For the past 2 months since Huon had first surged soul essence, he had failed to replicate the skill, but he had only tried to do it during sparring. They hadn't ventured far from their cave, hadn't gone out to face the beasts of this place. Huon still had memories of the last time they had faced one of the beasts here. The strange, 6-legged monstrosity that had used a surge to grow wings from its back. When they had taken the beast's core, hoping to find a unique surge within it, they had sensed only a single immortal-level surge inside, which, of course, had made no sense. It should have held physical surges, elemental surges, and the unique surge it had shown itself to possess. Yet it had held only one. Liona had surged that unique essence to a horrible result. She had screamed, falling to the ground, clawing at her back as wings sprouted from it. Then her eyes had turned as black as the 6-legged beast's, and it had spoken through her. She surged my soul. Ever since then, Huon had been wary of facing the beasts here. But he wasn't about to argue with Kelney. He knew their training took precedent over whatever worries he held. They stood on a beach, the water lapping at their feet. Shuri was close by, but the Immortal of Fire insisted they fight beneath the waves. Huon put a hand on the hilt of his Oath-Shearer dagger. He still didn't have a sword, even though he practiced with one in the Mind Space. He'd had the option to wield the blood sword again. After they had defeated Kelney, the weapon had fallen to the ground. He could have picked it back up, but he didn't like the way it made him feel. Didn't like how bloodthirsty it made him. He knew that, even for an immortal, the weapon was a powerful one, but he didn't wish to wield it anymore. Not unless he had to, so he had left it back in the cave. That sword requires a constant stamina source to keep its immortal-level surges imbued in it, Huon thought. It might have already lost them by now. Kelney hadn't taken the sword either, though he had not mentioned his reason. He had another sword at his belt. The one he used to kill Norin. Huon pushed that thought away. There were many things he worried about. One of those things was how Iliko would react when they returned to their world by the side of the very man who had killed her uncle. Kelney pointed out to sea.
There. Do you sense that?
Huon took a step into the water, pushing out his senses in the direction the other immortal pointed. So much had changed since he had advanced. One of those things had been just how strong his ability to sense essence was. It was as though, as a legend, his vision had been blurred, and now it was finally clear. He could sense a strong amount of water essence being surged somewhere in the distance. Immortal-level water essence. Kelney nodded.
Good. You can feel it.
He glanced at Huon, then at Liona.
The two of you have come a long way.
Huon looked away from the man. It didn't feel right receiving praise from him. Let's get this over with. He ran forward, sextuple surging speed and strength, and leapt as high and as far as he could. For a good while, he soared through the air before diving straight into the water. In the world of Temtoria, he felt twice as heavy as he did back on his own world. He wondered how high he would be able to jump on his return. He heard the others crash into the water less than a moment later behind him. Huon surged water to propel him forward toward where he sensed the water essence had been surged. His vision, even underwater, was crystal clear. He didn't even need to use the sight surge he possessed to see the massive beast. The beast wasn't familiar. Much like the six-legged beast they had faced, this one didn't appear to have an analogous version from their own world. His mind struggled to comprehend what it was. Its body was long and thick, somewhat like a snake or a basilisk, of which Huon had encountered before, except it also had hundreds of fins that sprouted along the length of it, which helped it swiftly move through the water. And it had 4 heads. Huon remembered the last time he had fought underwater, back when he had dived off the side of the Strongwind and tried to take down a mantis shark on his own. That hadn't gone so well, not until he'd had Liona and Gale join him. He had only been a knight back then. Now he was an immortal. He grinned, propelling himself even faster toward the enemy. This could be the perfect opportunity for him to have another breakthrough surging soul essence. If the Everlasting King is truly moving on the Taloniar continent, we're going to need every advantage we can get. He glanced behind him. Liona was swimming to his right, while Kelney was swimming to his left. The man no longer wore his fiery red full-plate armor that radiated an immense amount of heat, nor did he wear his blood-red cape. When his bond had been broken, he'd discarded them after the first day of being free. Before they reached the odd-looking beast, Kelney surged a bubble of air around all 3 of their heads. They didn't need to breathe down here. Immortals had countless hours' worth of breath essence at their disposal. Kelney signaled for them to stop. Huon did so, somewhat reluctantly, crossing his arms and raising an eyebrow at the man. "What is it?" Huon asked.
As far as I can tell, that beast lacks celestial-level surges, which means it won't put up enough of a fight against the 3 of us combined. If the 2 of you are to learn how to fight underwater, you need to face beasts that are close to you in power."
"You want one of us to face that beast alone?" Liona said. Kelney nodded.
Indeed.
He looked at Huon.
You first.
Huon gritted his teeth. He glanced over at the massive beast, which had only grown in size the closer they had come to it. He still didn't like taking orders from this man, but he couldn't dispute the fact that he was more knowledgeable than either of them. Huon and Liona might be immortals now, with the ability to turn the eternal wheel and practice in mind spaces, where time moved even more quickly than in Temtoria. But that didn't mean they were this man's equal, certainly not in experience. Besides, Kelney was probably right. Huon might not have faced a beast this powerful on his own before, but that didn't mean he wouldn't be able to. He wanted the challenge, wanted something to force him to surge the soul essence sitting inside his core. I can do this, he thought. I am strong. Liona put a hand on his shoulder. I'll be watching. Huon nodded, then swam out of the bubble of air. He surged sight, and suddenly the world which he thought was clear became even more so. He could see far further than he needed. He shut the surge off immediately, though he had long ago grown accustomed to the overwhelming feelings that came with surging sense essence. He still had to choose which he used carefully, lest they be more of a hindrance than a help. It didn't take long for the beast's attention to turn toward Huon. Its massive, slender body slithered around like a snake, its four heads rounding on him. He got his first look at the thing's mouths on all four of its heads, which had opened wide, revealing several round rows of jagged, sharp teeth. Huon smiled. He had no doubt this beast would be stronger than anything he had ever faced before, unless one counted the ancient kraken itself, though he wouldn't call what he had done facing it. He felt for the pure soul essence within his core. The last and only time he had used it was when he had fought the Immortal of Fire. Huon had had the dampener stuck to his armor and had been encased in rock. He had been locked to the power level of a page, without the ability to even move. But the dampener hadn't restricted the pure soul essence, so he had been able to melt through the rock and break free. He still barely understood the soul essence. He didn't even know if soul essence was what it truly was. From the stories he had read depicting surgecallers from over 10,000 years ago, like the Great Gantra, back then there weren't multiple surges. There was one surge that could mold reality to the surgecaller's will. Huon was convinced that was the essence within his core. He'd used it to teleport behind the Immortal of Fire and strike him from with the Oath-Shearer dagger, cutting away his bond. Huon, unlike Byrne, didn't possess a teleportation surge. It shouldn't have been something he was capable of. Yet he had done it. So Huon tried to do the same thing he'd done 2 months ago. He split his mind. One part of him focused upon the enemy beast, the other part of him focused upon the soul essence in his core. Huon tried to surge it, and failed. He gritted his teeth. The beast surged water, and shards of ice materialized around it, shooting straight for Huon. Huon didn't even bother dodging the ice shards. He surged his elemental shield, though he lacked access to Earth where he was, and fire lacked some utility beneath the waves. He was able to surge air and water, not to mention his stone skin surge, which made him as hard as rock. The ice shards slammed into him harder than he had expected them to, but they didn't hurt him. They thudded through his elemental shield, which was admittedly weaker than it would have been on land, and cut through his armor. The ice shards were stopped short of breaking his skin. Still, they slowed his momentum. Huon decided to give the beast a taste of its own medicine. He surged 100 massive, deadly sharp ice shards into being. Huon had spent a lot of time training within the mind space, getting a handle on his new immortal level abilities. He was so much more powerful than he had been before. The ice shards shot toward the beast, impacting the four-headed monstrosity from every single angle. Huon watched in awe as the ice shards didn't do a single thing to hurt it. If anything, they looked as though they only made it angry. Elemental essence often wasn't enough to take down a beast. Huon whipped Oath-Shearer from its sheath. The dagger felt even smaller than it actually was as he stared at the incoming beast. He imbued will and sharpness essence into the blade, and strength essence for good measure. He couldn't let anything happen to the dagger. It was still their only means of breaking oaths other than killing Oathmasters, and while he would be willing to kill the Oathmasters to free the Oathbound, he didn't wish to kill the other members of the Immortal Seven unless it was completely necessary. Huon tightened his grip on the dagger. He surged roar, always glad to find it worked just as well underwater. The massive beast shuddered. The roar surge would overwhelm its senses, making it impossible for it to move, but it would only work for a short amount of time. Huon took advantage of that time as best he could. He closed the distance between himself and the beast. His ice shards might not have been able to penetrate its skin, but he was sure his dagger imbued with immortal-level sharpness essence, coupled with his immortal-level strength, would be more than enough. He slashed out at one of the monster's 4 heads, slicing into its neck. The heads were far too thick for him to be able to decapitate them, especially with the damned dagger. Perhaps he should have borrowed Leona's sword for this fight, but he was able to spill plenty of blood. Though his sight surge threatened to overwhelm him down here, Huon was far more adept with his touch surge. In the water, it was even more effective than it was above land. When Huon had first gotten the touch surge, he hadn't realized just how powerful it would be. It didn't just help him better perceive the things he was in contact with, it also let him feel the subtle shifts in the very air, or, in this case, the water, which let him sense everything around him, where and when it moved, and how close to him it was. Which was why he could feel the beast's serpentine body curling in on itself, one of its many limbs about to slam him in the back. It had recovered from the roar surge even faster than Huon had anticipated. Huon whirled, slashing at the fin as it fell upon him. There was something he hadn't noticed about the fin before that he did now that he was close up. It was razor sharp, and, unlike its body, it appeared to be as hard as metal. Even with sharpness essence, his strike didn't slice through the fin as Huon had expected it to. It was only enough to block the strike. Though Huon possessed incredible strength, he was many times smaller than the beast, and he had nothing to hold on to. When he'd blocked that strike, the force of the impact sent him flying backward, right toward one of the beast's open mouths. He doubted he would be able to escape after being clamped down by those powerful sharp teeth. Huon surged water, sending him straight to the left, avoiding all 4 of the beast's heads and creating some distance from it. The beast was faster than Huon had expected, and it had far more limbs and heads at its disposal. Suddenly, the oath-shearer dagger Huon gripped tightly in his hand felt even more inadequate than before. What I would do for a 2-handed sword, or any sword. Huon surged ever more water and speed, kicking himself backward. He felt the beast behind him. When he had faced the manta shark, which had been too powerful for him at the time, he'd had one small advantage. It wasn't able to turn quickly in the water, not nearly as quickly as he could. Huon had been hoping this beast would have the same disadvantage, but his touch surge told him it was able to twist its body with ease, reorienting itself in the water with far more grace and speed than he could ever manage. The ends of its fins, Huon thought. Is it some kind of metal surge? He wasn't sure he remembered encountering anything like that before. For a moment, he looked forward to harvesting the beast's core and stealing that unique surge, cultivating it for himself. Then he remembered that this beast would probably be like the last one they had faced. It would only have the one surge, which Huon was sure was a soul surge. He whirled back around. He couldn't run from this thing. That's not why they were there. Besides, Liona and Kelney were watching. The last thing he wanted was for them to have to come to his rescue. Huon was an immortal now. He could handle this. And he wasn't just an immortal. He was able to turn the eternal wheel. He was able to control soul essence. At least, he had. Once. Twice, technically. He gritted his teeth as he faced the beast, which moved its bulk impossibly fast, coming straight at him. I can do this, he thought. If I can't beat a simple beast, how am I supposed to beat the everlasting king? He needed an advantage, something that no one else in his world had. If the everlasting king thought he could face the High Celestials, the 4 sentinels that ruled the continent of Taloniar, then that meant he was even more powerful than Huon had thought, which meant Huon needed to have something extra, something special that none of them possessed, and as far as he knew, none of them could surge soul essence. At least, he hoped that none of them could. Huon reached into his core and clutched the pure soul essence with his mind. He focused all of his concentration upon it, surging will to strengthen it even more. Then he held an image, a thought in his mind of what he wished to do. That had been the missing piece the first time he had used the surge. He'd needed to mold the reality around him. He'd needed to create something that wasn't already there, like the fire he had used to melt the dampener, or the ability for him to move through time and space, teleporting behind the immortal of fire. Now he created something different. In his mind, he imagined a line of wire, a line as sharp as the sharpness essence he possessed, one that was pulled taut. The beast was propelling itself through the water. The razor-sharp wire appeared exactly where Huon imagined it would. The beast slammed straight into it. 2 of its 4 heads hit it straight on. At the speed it was moving, with its enormous mass, the wire cut straight into the heads, right through the beast's skulls. Its 2 other heads hit straight at the neck and were taken clean off. Then the rest of its body followed. Huon surged water, making some distance with the beast as the entire length of its serpentine body was split in half. Huon felt his heart beating hard in his chest. He felt for the essence within him, the soul essence, but it was all gone. There was not a speck of the pure soul essence in his core, and the world around him was becoming dark. Though he still had plenty of the essence left, his body stopped surging the touch essence in his core. Huon fumbled for it, trying to surge more of it, but he couldn't. Then another of his surges deactivated. Breath. He had hours upon hours of the essence left in his core, yet he couldn't use it anymore. He couldn't use any of his surges. All access to them had been cut off completely, as though he had been surging everything at once and then had been hit with a will essence-infused strike. He swam straight for the surface. His body was strong, fast, even without surges. He had the body of an immortal now. But he was deep down in the depths of the water. He could see the surface, but the more he kicked, the further away it seemed. Though he was able to hold his breath naturally for a long time, he wasn't sure if he would make it. Someone clutched him from the side. He hadn't felt or heard them coming. He struggled in their grasp, but a second later a bubble of air snapped around him, and he could breathe. He gasped in air and looked down to see Liona holding him around the waist. Huon relaxed his body, tension releasing from every single one of his muscles, and embraced her back. "Huon, what happened?" Liona held him tightly, then held him at arm's length, gripping his shoulders and glancing back at the dead beast. "How did you kill that thing? And why were you swimming to the surface like that?" Her forehead was creased, and there was a look of deep concern in her eyes. Huon looked over at the beast. It had been torn completely in 2, its blood drifting into the water. He could see the dark shapes of other monsters approaching it, feel the immortal-level water essence they surged to get closer to it. He swallowed. "I used the soul essence, created a razor-sharp wire for the beast to hit." What he'd done had been amazing. He'd killed a powerful, massive immortal-level beast in essentially a single strike. But it had taken everything out of him. "I depleted the soul essence, then I suddenly couldn't surge anything." Huon shut his eyes, examining his core. He didn't need to close his eyes to see the essence in his core, but he felt as though it was necessary right now. All of his focus bore down upon it. It was strange. He still had essence, plenty of essence, but it was as though he was completely cut off from it. He breathed heavily, shaking his head. "I can't surge, Liona." He opened his eyes, staring at her wide-eyed. "I can't surge anything." Chapter 4. Huon, Liona, and Kelney made it back to the beach. They didn't bother harvesting the beast's core. There hadn't been time. There had been far too many high-ranked beasts on their way to scavenge its remains, and Huon wanted to get back onto dry land as soon as possible.
"What do you mean you cannot surge?"
The former Immortal of Fire crossed his arms.
"How? What did you do to yourself?"
"Have you never heard of anything like this before?" Liona asked. Huon was kneeling on the beach, staring off at the water, the other two immortals standing over him. Kelney shook his head.
"As I've said, I know nothing of this eternal wheel and the soul essence you speak of, though I know it is the reason you were able to break my bond."
He nodded at the water.
"And the reason you were so easily able to defeat that beast."
"I didn't realize it would come at such a cost," Huon said. Many minutes had passed since he had surged the last of his soul essence, and still he wasn't able to use anything more. He shook his head, at a loss. He had never felt like this before. It had been years since he hadn't been able to surge something, not since he had been a page, and his core had flushed its essence out as he'd slept. "It can't be permanent," Liona said. "I mean, right?" She seemed to look at Kelney as she asked this. The man shrugged. He might be over 1,000 years old, but that didn't mean he knew everything. Huon shook his head again. "No, I'm certain it's not permanent. I've read about people using this surge. I know I have, from the stories about the Great Gantra." Huon shut his eyes, trying to remember every detail of that book. He had read it cover to cover, word for word, twice, poring over all of those stories. There was nothing about this happening. They would have mentioned it. It wasn't as though he had lost his surges or his core. It was all still there. He let out a long breath, rested his hands on his knees. "I have an idea." The others grew silent as Huon focused, turning the eternal wheel. Though he had surged all of the pure soul essence that had been in his core, he still had some unrefined soul essence in there that he had yet to purify. He did that now. The second he had the tiniest speck of pure soul essence inside his core once more, he tried to use his other surges. He started with breath. Huon snapped his eyes open and laughed out in relief. It worked! He burst to his feet with a speed surge, punching his fist into the air. He might look foolish, but he felt amazing. It worked! My surges are back! Liona put a hand to her head. "Oh, thank the gods!" She let out a long sigh. "I was really worried there." Huon couldn't wipe the smile off his face. Kelney still had his arms crossed.
"I'm glad they are back, though this shows that the essence has a strong weakness. It seems as though now that you have surged it once, when it has been emptied from your core, you are cut off from the other essence within it." He inclined his head. "We must experiment with this. For if that is the case, and we do not have access to soul essence back on our world—"
Huon blinked. Apparently he could wipe the smile off his face. "If I use it all back home, I might never be able to surge again. I'd be cut off from my core forever." Liona let out another sigh. That doesn't sound good." Huon bit the inside of his cheek, that damned nervous habit of his rearing its ugly head. "There are too many advantages to this surge to let it go to waste. I have to learn how to use it." He looked at Liona. "We both do. It might be the only advantage we have when we return." Kelney stepped forward.
"I agree."
He glanced back at sea.
"You have already displayed its potential, though the everlasting king is powerful."
The man got a faraway look, his eyes glazing over.
"I remember him when he was still a high celestial."
Kelney shook his head.
"I'm sure he never displayed any power such as this."
Huon peered at the immortal. "Have you ever heard of the Purge?" Kelney tilted his head to the side. "The purge?" The man shook his head. "No, I never have. What is it?" A long time ago, a high celestial purged all records from 10,000 years ago and earlier. The book where I read about the eternal wheel, he waved a hand encompassing the world they were in, and this place, Temtoria, should have been destroyed in that purge. Kelney blinked. "That is interesting indeed." He put a hand on his chin. "Perhaps they were trying to get rid of mention of more than just this place." Huon nodded. "I think so." Liona bit her lip. "There must have been a reason they wanted to take away mention of soul essence, assuming that's what they intended." She crossed an arm over her chest and put a hand on her chin. "Why would they hide the existence of soul essence if it wasn't accessible in our world?" Huon frowned, looking at Liona. "You're right." He tilted his head to the side. "It would be one thing to hide mention of this place." He motioned around, trying to encompass all of Temtoria. "Coming here would obviously give a great advantage to any one of their enemies. But if a Surgecaller couldn't access soul essence back on our world—" He looked down at the sand, deep in thought. "I have a theory," he said. He looked over at Kelney. "You've been here just as long as we have. You've felt that the essence is more dense here, haven't you?" Kelney's forehead creased. He stared at Huon as though he were a fool. "Of course I noticed. That, and our bodies weighing twice what they do on our world, I noticed immediately." "Did you feel the unique essence in the air?" Huon asked, ignoring the man's expression. Kelney turned his head to the side, his eyes glazing over. For a moment, Huon thought he was going into one of his dazes. He was about to say something when the man spoke. "No, I don't believe I did." He tilted his chin down, his gaze falling upon the sand. "I think I know what your theory is." "What's that?" Liona asked. Huon let out a breath. "The essence in the air is so thick here that it feels as natural as breathing to cultivate it. It's far thicker than it is back home." "Yes," Liona said slowly. "I think we've established that point already. What are you getting at?" Huon let out a sigh, giving Liona a small smile. "The only reason I was able to feel the unique essence here is because essence is thicker. I was deep in meditation. Back home," he shook his head, "I don't think anyone would ever find it unless they were actually looking for it." He grasped at the air in front of him. "Like you said, they wouldn't need to hide it if it wasn't there. There wouldn't have needed to be a purge." "The moment we return, we must discover if this is indeed the case." Kelney eyed Huon. "This soul essence of yours, it may be the key to defeating the everlasting king." Huon looked at the man. "I agree." Kelney began pacing along the sand. "We have a week for you both to master this skill while we remain here. When we return to our world, it is going to be difficult for you to gain the same level of training. Even if soul essence does exist there, it might be far more difficult for you to attain." Huon hadn't thought of that, but the man was right. The essence being so much thicker here must be the only reason he and Liona were able to cultivate the soul essence for hours at a time. That likely wouldn't be the case when they returned to their world. "Kelney," Liona trailed off, glancing at Huon, almost as though she was looking for approval for whatever she was going to ask. Huon nodded, encouraging her to keep speaking, though she didn't need approval from him. "Yes?" Kelney asked. Liona hesitated, looking unsure. "You can see the potential in soul essence, yet you haven't asked about learning it yourself. Why?" Huon held his breath. He wasn't surging it, simply holding it. He stared at Liona. Why would she ask a question like that? Kelney might be their ally, but in Huon's mind he was still the man who'd murdered his mother. The last thing he wanted to do was help him use such a powerful ability. Kelney folded his hands behind his back and stopped pacing. He turned to face Liona.
I don't deserve such power.
Deserve? Huon thought. He had never heard the man speak like that before. Then again, it wasn't as though he had known him long. Is that what you believe of yourself? Kelney inclined his head slowly.
I have done many things in my long life.
His gaze turned to the water, becoming distant.
I see them when I close my eyes, all the people I was forced to kill. Not only that, I feel what I felt, what I was commanded to feel.
He stopped speaking, shook his head, turned back to Liona and Huon.
I am glad the two of you broke my bond. I am incredibly grateful. But I do not think it would be safe for me to have such an ability.
Huon almost backed away from the man. Safe? He felt the soul essence in his core. He had only purified a small amount. What do you mean? Kelney eyed Huon, his face hard. In that moment, all Huon could see was the immortal of fire.
Since the second you broke my bond, I have been fighting against who I used to be. Fighting against every instinct that I have honed over the past 1,000 years. He lowered his head. For the moment, I am winning that battle.
For the moment, Huon thought. He bit the inside of his cheek, then stopped himself. And what happens if you lose? Kelney's gaze became ever more intense.
If I lose, you better have a way to take me down.
After that revelation, the trio grew silent. Kelney walked away down the beach, leaving Huon and Liona alone. Huon needed to cultivate more of the soul essence. He turned the eternal wheel, purifying as much of it as he could, while at the same time pulling it from the air. But after what Kelney had said, it became difficult to concentrate. After he had turned the eternal wheel for half an hour, and Kelney was far enough down the beach that he had become a small speck, Huon turned to Liona. Should we really be trusting that man? Huon asked. Liona looked over at where Kelney had walked away. With a sight surge and their immortal-level sense, she could no doubt see the man fairly clearly. But they were far enough away that he shouldn't be able to hear them, so there was no need to surge a bubble of silence. I've never trusted him. Have you? Huon shook his head. No, of course not. He shut his eyes. I still can't get the image of him killing my mother out of my head. Liona rested a hand on Huon's shoulder. I'm sorry. I know how horrible that must be to go through every day. We could leave him here, Huon said. When the time comes and the portal opens, we could leave him in this world. Do you really think that's the best idea? The best thing to do? Huon looked away. His gaze turned to the waves crashing at the shore. After a moment, he let out a sigh. No, I don't think it is. We may not trust him, but we need him. He knows more about the Everlasting King than anyone on our side. She paused. Well, perhaps the Devil of the West knows more, but he hasn't exactly been free with information. Huon shook his head. No, it's hard to get much of anything out of that man, assuming I can even get a hold of him. Kelney knows where the Everlasting King is hiding those cores. If he's right, they're the source of his power. Without that information, we won't stand a chance, Huon said. I know. He pursed his lips. But I don't have to like it. Liona squeezed his shoulder. I don't like it either, though I have to say he didn't need to be honest with us. He didn't need to tell us about the battle raging within his mind. Huon gritted his teeth, anger rising up within him. He wanted to lash out at Liona for her words, ones that were giving the Immortal of Fire credit. But he took a moment. She was right. There was no arguing with that. It was impossible for Huon to imagine what must be going on in that man's mind. Honestly, he was glad that he couldn't. But if he wasn't at least a tentative ally, there would be no reason for him to be truthful with them. Though it had been over 2 months since his bond had been broken, it wasn't as though he'd told them on the first day that he could be a threat to them. Huon took Leona's hand. One day, we'll be free of all this. He squeezed her hand. One day the everlasting king will be dead. His realm, the continent, the world will be free of him. Liona leant her head against his shoulder. Huon put his arm around her. Then we'll be able to live our lives whatever way we wish. The words stung as he said them. Liona was silent in his arms. He couldn't help but think of the sacrifice they had made when they had become immortals. Immortals couldn't have children. When they advanced from a legend, they had to sacrifice their chance at ever having a family. At the time, Huon had been more than willing to make that choice, but he had known how much it affected Liona. Since making that choice, it had started to affect him, too. He had promised her that he would do everything he could to ensure that she was able to have a child. The two of them had already achieved the impossible, advancing as fast as they had, coming to another world, defeating the Immortal of Fire. They would be able to do this. Since it had happened, Huon had felt an ache inside of him. He was an immortal now. That meant he could live forever. When they defeated the everlasting king, they would finally be able to actually enjoy that fact. Though he had always had difficulty seeing that far into the future, now that it felt they were getting ever closer, and now that the choice to have children had been taken away from him, it kept entering his mind over and over again. He would close his eyes and see Liona and him with a small house somewhere outside of the city, teaching their kids katas and how to cultivate and all manner of things that had nothing to do with fighting. It will be a completely different world without the everlasting king, Huon thought. The first time he had those visions of the future, he'd felt utterly foolish. Then he had realized this was what Liona had been thinking about for some time now. It wasn't only him. They both wanted this, and he would do everything in his power to make it possible. But he couldn't get started until they had defeated their enemy. Chapter 5. The days passed too slowly and too quickly, all at once. Huon and Liona cultivated as much of the soul essence as they could, turning the eternal wheel to purify it. They threw themselves into battle after battle, with beasts that were far stronger than themselves, with Kelny always watching them fight, ready to jump in should their lives be in danger. It had taken 3 days for Liona to manifest the ability, to finally be able to surge the pure soul essence that had resided in her core for so long. Huon supposed it took her longer to activate it, as she hadn't tried to do it when they'd been fighting the Immortal of Fire. It seemed as though the essence could only be surged when it was really needed, and that was when it was needed the most. Though Huon was starting to feel as though he would soon be able to surge it at will, like all of the other essences at his disposal. As each time he fought one of the deep-water beasts, it was getting easier and easier to activate the surge. Having complete control of it was another thing entirely. 4 more times, Huon had almost surged every ounce of soul essence that he'd had in his core, coming close to having his core cut off from him again. Fortunately, each time that had happened, he had already defeated the beast he fought. When one could mold the very reality around them, killing a beast became almost simple, easy. It was more power than Huon ever thought he would wield. He imagined what it would be like if he'd had access to this while fighting in the melee back in the Tournament of Grace in Ocelantiar. He would have been able to decimate his opponents. He could have taken down Byrne so much more easily. There was so much potential in the surge, but so much danger too. He needed to do better, needed to gain more control. If this truly was their strongest advantage, or rather their only advantage, when it came to facing the everlasting king, Huon needed to have absolute mastery over it. The last thing he needed was not to be able to surge when he faced their enemies, and though he had managed to avoid being cut off from his core again, he imagined it would be a different story were he fighting another immortal, and not just a beast. If we're able to cut the everlasting king away from the cores he's gathered, then he won't be able to defeat us. He may be in a celestial body, but without his artificial core, it's unlikely that he would even be able to stand against a legend. Liona, unlike Huon, had gained far more control over the amount of soul essence she was able to cultivate. She'd always seemed to have better precision when it came to these things. When they had first come to Temtoria, she'd been able to cultivate while they fought, even as she became used to the doubling of their weight in this strange world. Though Liona had far better control in that aspect, her soul surging didn't seem to be as powerful. She couldn't surge every ounce of what she had, and so she wasn't able to deal quite as much damage to the enemy as Huon could. Huon's use of the surge may have been more reckless, but it was far more powerful. With training, the two of them should be able to reach a middle ground, where they each had control and power, but a week wasn't enough time to train such a thing, and they had found that though they were able to train much within their mind spaces, they had struggled to use soul essence. Within a mind space, they had discovered one couldn't do something they'd never done before. Though they could practice a kick or punch, or hone one of their other surges, they couldn't mold reality within their minds. They couldn't experience new aspects of the surge. In a mind space, Huon could create heat with the surge, he could teleport with the surge, or create massive razor-sharp wire. But that was all. There were countless possibilities that the soul essence could offer, but none of them showed themselves in their mind spaces. Huon had been rather frustrated by that fact. He'd thought he'd found the best solution for them. A week simply wasn't long enough to master a new surge, especially not one as complicated and difficult to use as this one. And if the worst happened, and they weren't able to cultivate more soul essence back home, then they would only have one opportunity to use it. And surging all of it simply wasn't an option. By the time the week was up, and Huon and Liona had gotten all the training in that they could manage, not sleeping a wink the entire time, they simply weren't there yet. Huon still couldn't reliably surge the exact amount of essence he wished, and Liona couldn't display the level of power that he had managed. They had come a long way, defeated powerful beasts, but it simply didn't feel like enough. It will never feel like enough, Huon thought. When we advanced to immortality, we didn't know if it would be enough. We didn't know if we would be able to defeat the Immortal of Fire, yet we did. Huon and Liona stood outside of the cave they had called home for over a year. Kelney was off to the side. Even though he had been overseeing their training for the last week, he still kept his distance. Huon was glad for that. He had only felt more and more uneasy around the man, something he hadn't thought was even possible. Kelney's words sounded in Huon's mind. "Since the moment you broke my bond, I have been fighting against who I used to be." Huon glanced over at him, wondering what it would be like when they returned to their world. The Immortal of Fire should never have come to the Taloniar continent. If the Celestials discovered he was there, they would no doubt kill him on sight. And there were other things to consider, like him having killed Eliko's uncle. He pushed those thoughts down. They weren't helpful right now. Though he hated to leave this place when there was still so much to do, so much to achieve, he had to admit he missed their friends. Gale, Captain Avery. He missed Eliko, too. He hadn't known the woman for very long, but she'd become a fast friend after he had defeated her in their match during the Tournament of Grace. There were other people back in his world, ones he tried not to think about, back in the everlasting king's realm, ones that he felt as though he had abandoned: Garl, Jameson, Knight Kyla, and his father, whom he didn't feel as though he had abandoned, but was rather someone who'd abandoned him long ago, was out there somewhere. His father, who was soulbound to a high celestial trying to kill the one Huon was bound to. "Are you my enemy too, Jacob?" Huon thought. Liona took his hand, gripping it tightly. She smiled up at him. "Part of me wishes we could stay here forever, when it was just the two of us." Huon smiled back at her. "It was so much simpler." She nestled into his shoulder. Kelney, still standing over to the side, glanced at them, then looked away. Huon forced himself not to look at the man. They weren't sure when the portal would open, but they knew it was today. They had spent much of the day in the cave, sitting down and looking outward. Now that the sun was falling, Huon was sure the portal would open in any moment. Just as he was wondering if he'd been mistaken, a fierce blue light bloomed into life. Energy crackled and rippled in the air. Huon shielded his eyes. The light was even more brilliant now that his senses had been enhanced by advancing to immortality. Whenever he advanced to a new rank, it always took some time to adapt to his new senses. Since reaching immortality, it was taking longer than it ever had. Some sensations were still far too intense. Huon lowered the hand, narrowing his eyes to stare at the light as it turned into a sphere. The last time this had happened, there hadn't been much time to admire the sight. It only took a few seconds for the portal to coalesce. Though admittedly the portal looked rather strange, there was also an odd beauty to it. He tilted his head to the side, remembering what he had thought of it the first time he'd seen it. It was like lightning and water at once, something that, without the portal in front of him, he imagined would have been difficult to conceptualize.
"It's time."
Kelney stepped forward until he stood in front of the portal. He was about to walk through it when he hesitated, looking back at Huon and Liona.
"Perhaps one of you should be the first to walk through, as we don't know exactly where it will take us."
Huon raised an eyebrow. The man had a point. Chances were the portal would lead them straight into Eliko's village, though that place was cloaked, so perhaps it would land them outside of the village. Either way, if Kelney's was the first face Gale or Eliko were to see, or even one of the villagers, it could cause quite the panic. "I wonder if Captain Avery will be there," Huon thought, holding Leona's hand, ready to step through the portal with her. They each glanced around, looking over at the cave, at the sky, then at each other. Huon squeezed her hand. He wasn't sure what to say. No profound words came to mind. Part of him felt like he should say goodbye to this place, but he knew that it wasn't the place that he had liked. Not really. It had been the company he kept. And even when they returned to their world, he would still have Liona right by his side. "We have to move forward with our mission, have to defeat the Everlasting King, now more than ever." His face turned steely as resolve settled over him. Even here he'd always felt a drive to improve, to advance, to get stronger, but he knew that the second he stepped back into their world, that drive would threaten to take over, like it had in the past. It would consume him, and the only thing he would be able to think about was training. Before he stepped through the portal, he held Liona close. "We're going to defeat him," Huon said. "Then everything will be different." Liona nuzzled close. "I know," she said, speaking into his chest. "I know we will." The two immortals, with another behind them, stepped through the crackling blue portal, heading back to their world. Chapter 6. Captain Avery stood in front of the tower of the northern sect. It was reminiscent of a tower she had seen before, back in Osalantiar, the tower of the southern sect, though this one looked even older, its stone as ancient as the High Celestial who ruled over the city. Avery had been in Woldiar for a few weeks already. She had left Harolan, Eliko's village, before Huon and Liona had been pulled through that portal with the Immortal of Fire running in after them. Though she'd heard from the High Celestial, who had soul-bound Huon, that they were both okay, she still wondered what must be going on over there, knowing that months and years were passing for the two of them. "They will come back changed," she thought. "They will return immortals." She just didn't know when they would return. The captain was sure she must still have a few weeks until they got back. Even though time moved much faster over there, it would take at least a decade, if not more, for the two of them to reach the rank of immortality, considering she had been a legend for far longer than them. Some people never reach that rank, she thought, though she knew the two of them would. She looked up at the massive stone structure built from rocks as ancient as the High Celestials themselves. 3 weeks she had been here, yet she still hadn't mustered up the courage to speak with her father. She had already gained permission from the Sentinel of the North to do so, yet she always hesitated, turning from the tower at the last moment, letting go of the door-knocker. All she felt was fear. Captain Avery wasn't usually one to let fear take control of her. She was far better than that. She faced her fear. She had taken on the ancient kraken between the 2 continents of this world, distracting it from her crew so that they could get away, knowing that facing it might mean her death. At the time, she had actually been certain it would mean her death. She was no coward. And yet, Captain Avery stepped up to the tower of the Northern Sect. She was being foolish. She had spent decades of her life searching for a way to find her father. More than one boon with a Celestial had been spent trying to find him. She gripped the metal knocker, which was in the shape of a fist, and tapped it 3 times on the door, surging breath the whole time. Surging hearing, she couldn't hear anyone on the other side. There mustn't be anyone home. Every muscle in her body was trying to make her turn around and walk away. What if he doesn't care about me anymore? Her plan had been to find her father and bring him home. Ever since she had discovered that he was a disciple of the Northern Sect, that he had pledged his life, his soul, to a High Celestial, she had known that that had become impossible. He couldn't be brought home. There was no way that the High Celestial would release him of his bond. She had been sure of that even before she'd asked. Why would he do something so foolish? The man, her father, had been here for years, and instead of trying to find a way back to the Harolan continent, he'd decided to pledge his soul to a Sentinel. He had chosen the one thing that meant he would never be able to return to her. In the moment that the door creaked open, Avery realized that it wasn't fear she had been feeling. It wasn't fear that had made her want to turn around, wasn't fear that had made her hesitate and walk away from this place every day since she'd been here. It was anger. When her father had sailed across the sea in search of the Taloniar continent, in search of Celestials, Captain Avery had never hated him for what he'd done. He had simply been following orders, like any good captain in the Royal Navy. She'd known that if he were still alive, he would do absolutely everything he could to get back to her, as she had been doing everything she could to find him. And yet he hadn't. She didn't recognize the woman who opened the door. It wasn't one of the disciples that had been at the Tournament of Grace. The disciple had her hood down. Her hair was blonde, falling across her shoulders in curly locks. She didn't look much like any other disciple Captain Avery had seen before. Her robes were different to the disciples of the Northern Sect, members that she had seen back in Ocelantiar. They were pure white. The woman looked to be in her early 20s, though she had the air of an immortal about her, so she could be hundreds of years old for all Avery knew. She looked the captain up and down. "May I help you?" Captain Avery inclined her head in a small bow, knowing she should be deferential to a disciple, especially an immortal one. She swallowed everything she was feeling, swallowed the anger that she hadn't known had been boiling up inside of her since discovering where her father was. "The Sentinel has given me leave to visit one of your order," Avery swallowed. "Disciple Talon." The woman raised an eyebrow, then her eyes widened as she stared at Captain Avery's face. "You're Talon's daughter?" Captain Avery nodded. A smile blossomed on the woman's face. She opened the door wider and then stepped to the side, motioning Captain Avery inside. Come in. Come in. How in the world are you on this continent?" She waved a hand. "Ah, of course. You must be one of the people who came here from Harolan. I heard your group caused quite a stir over in Ocelantiar." She shook her head. "There's been many rumors floating around, but none of us knew Talon's daughter were among you." Captain Avery blinked, stepping through the door and into the tower. "You know of me?" The woman tilted her head to the side. Since the moment he joined our sect, I have been in charge of his training. Not a day has gone by that he hasn't mentioned his daughter on the other side of the world. He will be thrilled to see you."
The disciple was already walking away toward a curling staircase that must have led all the way to the top of the tower. Captain Avery stood by the door. She had only taken a few steps inside.
"He's spoken of me?"
Her fists were clenched. She loosened them, took a natural breath.
"That comes to rather a surprise."
That her father had talked of her to others didn't seem to ease any of the anger she was feeling. In fact, it only seemed to spark her anger ever more. She let out a sigh and followed the woman up the stairs. She couldn't help but look around the place. It wasn't like she had expected. From the outside, the tower looked like an intimidating, massive gray stone structure. Woldiar, where the Sentinel of the North resided, was in the coldest part of the continent. Even now, snow blanketed the entire city. Avery only remained warm while she was here by constantly pooling fire essence around her body, circulating it in a trickle of surging. The entire city was drab, quiet, at least from what she had seen. The tower, however, while still quiet, was anything but drab. A fire roared on the side of the entryway in the large foyer. There were armchairs and lounges surrounding it, and even several bookshelves. Avery couldn't help but stare at them in surprise. She had expected something far more monkish, though she supposed the disciples would spend hundreds of years in this place, perhaps an eternity, if they reached the rank of immortality and never lost their first match in the Tournament of Grace and became nulls, like Cyrus. She was glad to see they were offered some comfort, considering all that they sacrificed to be here.
"Did you come to this continent in search of your father?"
the woman asked as she led the captain up the stairs. Captain Avery nodded again, then realized the woman couldn't see her.
"Yes, though I was sent here by my king. I had orchestrated things, so I would be." That's very brave of you. There are many dangers across the divide between our two continents, as I'm sure you became aware."
The woman shook her head.
"I suppose it didn't take you long to realize your king knew of this place, knew that there were Celestials here?"
"No." Avery gritted her teeth.
"It didn't take me long. Though I knew he sent people in search of Celestials as a punishment, I hadn't known that he knew we were banned from this continent, that he and the other immortals who had been alive back then had been sworn to secrecy."
The Sentinels had cut off the continent of Harolan from Taloniar after what the Everlasting King had done 1,000 years ago. They punished an entire land because of one man's actions, and now that the Everlasting King threatened all of Harolan once more, and even the entire world, they refused to do anything about it, not thinking he was truly a threat to them.
For powerful beings that have lived for over 1,000 years, they are complete fools,
Captain Avery thought, though she knew that simply being old didn't truly make someone wise or good. If it did, the Everlasting King wouldn't be a problem in the first place. The conversation quietened. The disciple who was leading Captain Avery up the stairs seemed to get the hint that she wasn't in a talking mood. She took her to what looked like a library. 2 massive doors stood open leading into it, and Captain Avery could spot rows and rows of bookshelves inside.
"I would have expected him to be outside, training."
The disciple folded her hands behind her back, tilted her head to the side.
"There are more things in a disciple's life, in a surgecaller's life, than simply training and advancing."
The woman inclined her head.
"You will find him in the far left corner."
The woman turned and walked back down the stairs, leaving the captain standing alone outside the library. She was still surprised by the inside of this place. She remembered speaking with the Sentinel of the North. The man was a hardy and gruff-looking one. He wore a full beard and had incredibly broad shoulders. Considering the Tournament of Grace, and that disciples were forced to participate in it when the tournament was held in their city, she didn't imagine any disciples, regardless of who their celestial was, having time for reading.
Captain Avery couldn't help but stare at all the books inside of this place, wondering what was contained within them. She still had yet to learn how to read the language of the continent, though she spoke it fluently, as it had been transferred into her mind by the sentinel of the southern sect. Avery walked up to one of the shelves, running her fingers down the spines of several books. She had spent so much of her years researching old, forgotten books in dusty sections of libraries back in her country, trying to find any scrap of information on Celestials, on what was beyond her continent, across the sea. Even now that she knew what was here, reading these books still held a certain appeal. Though she'd done the research because she'd been searching for her father, considering how much she'd learned and how long she'd been doing it, she had grown fond of the process of rifling through the pages of ancient tomes. She pulled away from the books, realizing she was still stalling, still procrastinating. As much as she loved and missed her father, she was dreading their reunion more than she'd dreaded facing the ancient kraken. But she couldn't waste any more time in this place. She had to do this. She walked past disciples deep in reading or writing in what looked like journals. Some even sat in meditation. Perhaps they enjoyed the silence of this place. Something told her she was about to disturb that silence. Captain Avery found her father exactly where the woman told her he would be. In the far left corner of the library, Talon Avery sat in an armchair. He had a journal on his lap and was dipping a quill into a pot of ink resting upon a small table beside him. He kept on writing whatever it was he was writing as Avery stared at him. Her father barely looked as though he had aged a day. When he had left Ganadon, sailing across the sea, he had been a legend. Now it was clear he was a legend no more. It took a long moment before her father noticed she was there. When he finally raised his head and saw the captain standing a few steps away from him, his eyes went wide and his mouth fell open. He closed the book in his lap, placed it on the table beside him, and stood on shaky legs. How an immortal could ever have shaky legs, Captain Avery wasn't sure.
"Susa?"
Captain Avery blinked. Susa. It had been years since anyone had ever addressed her by her first name. She barely even thought about it anymore. She had been in the Royal Navy for decades. She knew that there were many surgecallers in her country and on her continent that didn't even have first names. As everyone in the Navy was addressed by their last name, she'd simply stopped using it around others. She didn't even think that Huon and Liona knew her first name. "It's been a long time since anyone has called me that," Avery said. She closed her mouth. That was what she had chosen as her first words to her father after spending decades apart. Her father stepped forward, closing the gap between them in an instant. He spread his arms wide and was about to embrace her when she shot her hand up, palm out, stopping him. A look of utter confusion came upon her father's face.
"What's wrong, Susa?" He took a step back. I have no idea how you're here, how you made it to me."
He frowned, staring at her blank expression.
"Aren't you happy to see me?"
Captain Avery took a step back, then another, until there was some space between them. "I never stopped looking for a way to find you." She knew that the other disciples in the library would be able to hear their conversation. She knew, and she didn't care. The anger that was burning in her heart still raged, and she needed to get it out. "I spent years searching. So many times I thought I should just give up, that you were probably dead. So many times I thought trying to follow you, trying to find you, would be a suicide mission. But that didn't stop me. I had to find you, and I knew that you would be doing everything you could to find me, assuming you were alive." She clenched her fists at her sides. It was taking everything she had not to surge strength or flames. Even though she had never been partial to surging fire, she still struggled against the urge to do so. It felt appropriate in this moment. Yet here you are. You pledged your allegiance, your life, your soul to a high celestial, became their disciple. Talon raised his hand, palms facing her. He glanced behind her. Susa, please. He surged a bubble of silence around them, then let out a sigh. You shouldn't speak in such ways so openly, my daughter. Yes, your daughter. I'm your daughter. Avery was shaking now. She pointed at her father. Your responsibility. You promised you would return. When you sailed away, you promised. She shook her head, turning her gaze away from him, no longer able to look at the man. You said you would come back, and then you did the very thing that prevented you from returning to me. Strong hands gripped her shoulders. Talon turned his daughter to face him. Susa, he said in a soothing voice, I have never stopped searching for a way to find you. He motioned toward an armchair next to his own. Please, sit. Let's talk. It has been too long. Captain Avery blinked. The rage was still inside her, still aflame, but it dimmed somewhat at the sound of her father's soothing voice. She'd had his voice in her mind for so long, speaking to her, offering her advice, and now he was actually here, standing in front of her. How could she not listen to him? You've been looking for me. Her own voice sounded small, weak. She hated that, hated how vulnerable this was making her feel. Talon motioned once more to the seat. Come. Captain Avery shut her eyes for a moment. When she opened them again, she gave a small nod, then sat on the armchair. She let out a natural breath, schooling her expression until it was as blank as she could make it. Then she turned to face her father. She supposed the least she could do was hear the man out. What do you mean you've been searching for a way back to me? She asked. She wanted to tell him how that must have been a lie, considering where he was, but she held herself back. She'd had the idea that he'd abandoned her ever since learning he was a disciple, but perhaps that idea had been wrong. Perhaps she had jumped to that conclusion too easily, because she couldn't help but feel like he had abandoned her, couldn't help but feel that he shouldn't have come here in the first place, even if all he'd been doing was following orders. Talon Avery composed himself. He put a hand on the journal on the side table, the one he had been writing in. When I arrived on this continent, it was in Arsalantiar, the southern city. He peered over at her with a raised eyebrow. You've been there, haven't you? I had heard of a group of people from our continent. Word travelled fast after the Tournament of Grace ended. Captain Avery nodded. I was there, she said. That is where we landed. Her father inclined his head. That makes sense, that we would arrive in the same place. Arsalantiar is the closest to our home, though it sounds as though you had a better reception, and, unlike me, you were able to keep your crew alive. His gaze turned away from her then, falling to the floor. He got a faraway look. Avery had never seen her father look so vulnerable, even though now he was far stronger than he had been when he'd left. I lost them, to the ancient Kraken. He shook his head. There was nothing I could do. He raised a hand, clenched his fist. I tried to lead it away, but it wouldn't follow me. Then I watched as... He trailed off, sighed, then looked over at his daughter. I'm glad you didn't have to go through that. I am glad you succeeded, where I did not. Avery couldn't hold his gaze. Part of her felt sorry for him. She couldn't imagine what it would be like to lose her crew. It would have been devastating, soul-crushing, and he was separated from his daughter on top of that. But she couldn't let those feelings get in the way. She didn't want them to diminish her rage. What happened next? She asked, though she knew part of what had happened next. She'd discovered as much as she could while she was in Arsalantiar. I washed up
on a beach and was taken to the Sentinel of the South. His eyes hardened, and he glanced down one of the library's aisles, in the direction of the other disciples. She is not a very good ruler, in my opinion. She threw me into her dungeons, though I had committed no crime. Captain Avery bit off her reply. I know, she thought. I tried to get you freed from them, thinking you were still there. The Sentinel of the North was intrigued by me, and he offered me a deal. Talon shrugged. I didn't know all it encompassed at the time. All I knew was it was the only thing that would get me out of that cell, the only thing that would give me even the slightest chance of coming home to you. He looked Avery in the eye. I'm sorry, Sousa. I never should have gotten on that ship, never should have gone in search of the Celestials. I thought I was doing what my king needed of me. Anger flashed in his eyes. But he was just trying to get rid of me. Avery's anger dimmed further, but again she didn't want it to, didn't want to let him off so easily. And what have you done since then? Years have passed since you were free of the dungeon. She tilted her chin up. And I see you're an immortal now. Her father picked up the journal he'd been holding and passed it to her without a word. Captain Avery took it. She couldn't help but run her finger along the portion of the page with dry ink, tracing it across her father's handwriting. She still had a couple of his old journals, like the old books she'd pored over, searching for details of Celestials. She had pored over Talon's journals from cover to cover, trying to feel a connection with the father she had lost. She flipped to the first page. For a year, I have been a disciple of the Northern Sect, soul-bound to a high Celestial, something I hadn't even known was possible until I came here. Every week, when the man takes requests from his disciples, I ask him for leave to visit my daughter, to return to my home, my country, Ganadon, or to bring her here. As long as I have her with me, I do not care where I am. I have asked 52 times, and 52 times I have been denied. Captain Avery kept her expression hard as she read those words. She flicked to a section further ahead, by a dozen pages or so. Today I defeated Urgal, a disciple of the Western Sect, in the final round of the Tournament of Grace. When every other legend had fallen, he was the only one that remained in the melee. He had been the one who was slated to win the entire tournament, and yet I defeated him. My own master granted me a high boon, along with 2 of the other High Celestials. I asked each of them the same thing, for leave to see my daughter. All 3 Celestials denied me my wish. Captain Avery flipped further through the pages, skimming sections here or there. All she read was things about her, things about her father wanting to find her, about trying to escape this place in a way that wouldn't get him killed. For years he had been searching for a way to get back to her, searching for a way to contact her, and for years he had failed. And now she had found him. She wasn't sure how much time passed as she perused the pages of her father's journal, reading his thoughts. Not a single page was about anything but her. She shut her eyes. It was too overwhelming. You didn't abandon me, she said, closing the book, staring down at its cover instead of looking at her father. You kept looking. Every day. I did, her father said, and I knew you would be doing the same. I knew you would stop at nothing. He reached out to her, placing a hand atop hers where it rested on the journal. Avery didn't pull away, despite her instincts telling her she should. She fought them. She wanted this. I knew you would try and come here, and I worried for what might happen. I didn't want what happened to my crew to happen to you. I didn't want you to be thrown into some dungeon like I was. Captain Avery forced her gaze to meet his. You made it to me." There were tears welling in her father's eyes. "I always believed we would find each other once more." A smile blossomed onto his face. Captain Avery swallowed down her feelings. She inclined her head. "I've been in the city for a few weeks, building up the courage to see you. I should have come sooner." Her father just smiled, patting her hand. "You've come now." His smile broadened. "We have so much to talk about." Captain Avery couldn't help herself. She felt a welling in her eyes, a twitch of her cheeks. She smiled back at him, beaming at her father. "I have been waiting a long time for this." "We can be together now, you know," her father said. "Though the Sentinel of the North may have denied me going to Harolan for you, he will not deny your being here." His gaze turned, looking down the aisles once more, toward where the other disciples in the library sat. "I'm not the only one with family. They are allowed to see theirs." He nodded sharply. "I will be allowed to see you." Avery swallowed. She opened her mouth, wanting to respond, wanting to tell him, "Yes, I will stay here." But her mouth dried up, and the words didn't come. Then a voice entered her mind, a voice she had heard before, the voice of the Devil of the West, the High Celestial that had bonded Huon's soul, the one who had sent him to another world. "Huon and Liona have returned. They will be in the village of Harolan. They request your presence immediately. This will be the last time I serve as that boy's messenger." Captain Avery blinked. She shot up from the armchair she'd been sitting on, her eyes widening. Huon and Liona had returned. "That means they're safe," she thought. "That means they're immortals." She looked at her father, and it meant she had to leave. Chapter 7. Huon held Leona's hand tightly as they stepped out of the portal, finding themselves in a dense, familiar forest, one where they had spent many days hunting monsters in the past. Huon almost stumbled. The first thing he noticed as he stepped out of the portal was that his body weighed so much less here. He had to adjust the way that he walked. It felt so much easier. He felt lighter than he ever had in his life. Had it always been this way in his world? Had he always been so light? He took a deep breath of the forest air. It smelled sweet, familiar. The scents in this world were different to the ones in Temtoria. He looked over at Liona and couldn't help but smile. It wasn't just his weight that was different. He pushed out with his senses, trying to feel the essence in the air. For a moment, it felt as though it wasn't there at all. The wind was barely moving. He could feel just the barest hint of wind essence. The earth essence was the strongest essence he felt, as he was standing in the dirt. Part of him wanted nothing more than to sit straight down on the ground and meditate, in search of soul essence. He couldn't feel it here, at all, but that didn't mean it wasn't there. "Everything is so much fainter." "It's strange being back here," Liona said. Huon smiled. It was strange. And as much as he wished they could still be back in Temtoria, there was something right about being home. Even if he couldn't feel unrefined soul essence in the air, this was the world they were born in. This was where they belonged. He squeezed her hand. "It's been almost 2 years, yet it feels like we were here just yesterday." His face fell as he looked around, realizing exactly where they were as Kelney stepped out of the portal. This is where Norin died, where the Immortal of Fire ran a sword straight through him. Rage flared inside of Huon as the Immortal of Fire came to stand beside them, his head tilted up to look at the sky. That's when Huon remembered. "Your dragon!" His forehead creased. "It won't have been burning villages while you were gone, will it?" Kelney shook his head. "No, it will have returned to the Harolan continent. That is what its orders were should I ever fall. It was to make its way to Glenhaven. Though I didn't fall, it would have felt like I did to her." There was a hint of loss in the man's voice. Her, Huon thought.
For some reason, he had never thought of the red dragon as a her. A moment later, Shuri flew through the portal. She landed heavily beside them, curling her wings in and tilting her head to the side, as though she were listening for something. The beast was ever more majestic now she had reached the rank of immortal. I wonder how many other immortal-level sky eagles there are in the world, Huon thought. He doubted there would be many. Shuri might be the only one. "We should get back to the village," Liona said. "We need to find Gale, Aliko." Kelney inclined his head and looked as though he was going to take a step forward when Huon shot his hand out, placing it on his chest. "You should stay out here," he said. Kelney frowned, deep lines furrowing his brow. "Why? You need me." "Not for this," Huon said through gritted teeth. "Aliko is the niece of the man you killed before we left. Best we speak to her before she knows you're here and still alive." Kelney maintained eye contact with Huon for a long moment. It almost looked as though he was going to argue. Then he got a faraway look and dipped his head. "I understand. Perhaps you are right. It might be wise for me to remain out here." He turned his head, his gaze on the trees. "You can find me when you're ready." He walked away from them without another word. Huon's hand fell from where he had been holding it against the man. Liona raised an eyebrow. "I thought that would be harder," she said. "So did I." Though Huon wanted nothing more than to walk back to the village hand in hand with Liona, now that they were back in their own world, where they didn't have the advantage of time, he didn't want to waste any of it. They sextuple surged speed back to the village. Though it had been almost 2 years since they'd hunted in this forest, Huon found he remembered the way easily enough. They ran even faster than they had in Temtoria. It took a moment for Huon to get used to the feeling of being so light again. Mere seconds passed before they reached the barrier around the village. Shuri was in the air. He could feel her with the bond they shared. She would join them in the village, flying straight into it once they had entered through first, as she wouldn't fit through the small opening they were about to create. The village of Harolan was cloaked by powerful magic that Huon didn't understand, something that required a phrase to open, one that Aliko had taught him. He couldn't remember the phrase as they were running toward the wall of dense trees and foliage that hid the village, but the moment he reached it, the words entered his mind. It was a strange aspect of the protective spell, a locked incantation, as Aliko had called it. Huon whispered the words to the wall, and the trees parted, revealing the village of Harolan and creating an archway large enough for one person to step through. As Huon stepped into the village, with Liona at his back, he couldn't help but notice that nothing in this place had changed. He supposed it had barely been a week or two since they had left in the time of this world. He gazed around the quiet clearing, the sun's rays bathing the village in a brilliant orange light. They had arrived in this world just after dawn, and the residents of the town would still be waking. He couldn't hear a peep in the place, even with his immortal-level senses and hearing surge. Each of the houses is silenced from the outside world, just as the village is, Huon thought. Though he knew there would be one massive difference about the village, it was now lacking its only immortal, Norin. Huon felt a pang of loss at the thought of the kind man who had taken a personal interest in training him and the others after Aliko had brought them here. Huon looked over to the cabin he, Liona, and Gale had stayed in. "Should we find Aliko or Gale first?" "Gale," Liona said. "The captain isn't here yet. He'll be alone but for Cyrus and Aliko." Huon nodded, though he didn't like that they had left Gale here by himself, especially after what the Immortal of Fire had done to Norin. Huon was glad not much time would have passed for the young champion. Before anyone in the village exited their homes, Huon and Liona walked over to the cabin and rapped on the door. They waited. A few moments passed. Huon was about to try and open the door when Gale turned the handle and pushed it outward. He was rubbing his eyes. "It's too early for more training, Cyrus." He stooped, dropping his hand, realizing who was standing in front of him. "You're back!" His face broke out into a massive smile, and he was beaming up at the two of them. "You're alive, and you're back!" The young champion leapt forward, wrapping both Huon and Liona in a massive hug. If they weren't immortals, the hug might have been tight enough to be painful. Huon couldn't help but chuckle, wrapping his arm around the boy. Didn't the devil of the West let you know we were safe? Huon asked. A part of him had expected the young champion to have grown taller, older in their absence. Almost 2 years had passed for Huon and Liona, yet the boy had barely aged a day. Huon knew why, but it was still difficult to accept within his mind. Gale nodded, letting them both go. He wiped at his eyes, though this time he didn't do it, because he was tired. He told me you were safe, he did, but it's one thing to hear a disembodied voice telling me that in my mind, and another actually seeing the two of you in the flesh. A moment later, something big and white bounded out of the cabin, knocking Huon and Liona to the ground. "Snow!" Liona said, laughing. Huon surged strength, picking up the massive white wolf as it licked at his face and moving her away from him, shaking his head as he made it back to his feet. He looked at Gale. "I've never seen Snow so happy to see us." Gale scratched the back of his head sheepishly. "Snow knows how much I've missed you guys." Liona smiled, ruffling the champion's hair. "We've missed you too, and it's been much longer for us." "How long were you gone?" Gale asked. He stared at both of them for a moment, peering into their eyes. His own widened. "Wait! The two of you wouldn't have returned unless... He let out a small gasp. "You're immortals!" Huon couldn't help but smile wide. He knew there was so much for them to do, knew that the everlasting king was building a fleet for his massive, honor-bound army, a fleet that would take them here. But right now, it just felt good to reunite with a friend. "It's been almost 2 years for us." "It hasn't even been 2 years," Gale asked, his mouth falling open. "How is that even possible? How? How could the two of you have reached immortality so quickly? Captain Avery has been a legend for far, far longer than that." Liona put a hand on his shoulder. "We learned a few new secrets while we were in Temtoria." "Temtoria?" Gale whispered in awe. "I wish I could have been there with you. I would be a legend by now." "You only just reached champion," Huon said. "You'll become a legend soon enough." "Only just?" Gale shook his head. "I was a knight before either of you." He shoved his index finger at Huon's chest, then at Leona's. "Don't talk to me about rushing to the next advancement, because you two are the worst example of that." Huon raised his hands. You're right. We're definitely guilty of that." The champion had a point. The moment Huon had reached the rank of immortal, he'd been wondering how long it would take him to become a low celestial. Advancement was almost always on his mind. "What are those secrets you learned?" Gale asked. "What was it like being in another world? Were there monsters there? Were they weird?" Huon and Liona exchanged a glance, both of them smiling. Huon ruffled Gale's hair. Gale tried to slap Huon's hand away, but his champion reflexes weren't fast enough. "There are other things we need to do, other things we need to talk about, before we can discuss that." Huon frowned, his forehead creasing. "Besides, I'm not even sure if what we did is possible in this world. That's something we still need to figure out." "We should talk to Aliko," Liona said. "She needs to know about—" She nodded her head toward the forest wall, the boundary around the village. "She has a right to know." "A right to know what?" Gale asked. He peered at the trees. "Someone else is with you. Someone Aliko." His eyes widened. "The Immortal of Fire? He followed you through the portal again, didn't he? But—" Gale took a step back. "You're both immortals now. You should have been able to defeat him together, right?" "It's more complicated than that, Gale," Huon said. He started walking toward the small inn. "Please, go find Aliko. Tell her where we are." Gale glanced at Aliko's house, a small cabin in the middle of town. "Okay," he nodded. "I'll get her, only because I know you won't explain everything until we're all together." "Get Cyrus while you're at it," Liona said. Gale sprinted off, surging speed. Huon couldn't help but watch as he did. He remembered being a champion, how fast he had felt when surging speed, yet looking at Gale now, after all the training they had undergone, after having reached immortality, Huon couldn't help but think the boy was incredibly slow. I've come so far, he thought, so far since being a page. It was hard to even imagine what it had been like back then. He took Leona's hand, walking with her to the inn. As he did, his stomach grumbled. They hadn't eaten breakfast that morning. They'd been too excited, too distracted by the fact that the portal would be opening that day, that they'd completely forgotten to eat. Though immortals could go far longer than any of the lower ranks without food, they also, paradoxically, required more food overall. Thinking of food while they walked to the inn only reminded him of Norin. The man hadn't only been their teacher and a powerful immortal, he had also been an amazing cook. It was difficult walking through his village, knowing the man wasn't alive anymore, because of the Immortal of Fire. Huon couldn't help but feel a renewed anger toward Kelny. He had been angry at the Immortal of Fire for the better part of his life, yet for the last 2 months he'd been playing nice as he could, with the man. He knew his anger was ultimately misplaced, knew it was better directed at the Everlasting King, but he still couldn't help it. It had been Kelny's hand that had killed Norin. Kelny's hand that had set fire to his entire village. Kelny's hand that had killed Huon's mother. Perhaps the rage against that man would never truly go away, even if, somehow, Huon were to find it within himself to forgive him for his actions that were not truly his own. He supposed he would have to forgive himself first, of the things he had done when he had been oath-bound to the Immortal of Fire, when the man had made him kill an oathless, someone who had been innocent, their only crime not wanting to be controlled by another. Huon's grip grew tight around Leona's hand, something he didn't even notice until she looked up at him. "Huon, are you all right?" Leona asked. "I'm fine." Leona raised an eyebrow. "You know, I've known you for a while now. I can tell when you're lying." She paused. "You're thinking about Kelny, aren't you?" Huon inclined his head. It's... He trailed off, sighed. "It's really hard not to." Leona squeezed his hand. "I know, Huon, I really do. But you have to let some of this anger go." Huon rounded on her, whipping his head around to face her faster than he'd intended, that anger flaring again. He stopped it the moment he had started, but saw the look in Leona's eyes from his reaction. Leona's expression hardened. "I'm not saying it will be easy, and I'm not telling you to forgive him, but like it or not, we have to work with that man. You know that just as well as I do. He's an asset to us right now, as much as we might hate that fact." Huon gritted his teeth. "I know, Leona." He looked ahead of them, let out a long sigh, relaxed his grip on her hand. "I know. I don't know how to let this feeling go. It has been fueling me for years." "I know it has. I've been by your side." Huon nodded but remained silent for the rest of their walk to the inn. Leona thankfully didn't push the issue. Everything she said was completely correct, yet he couldn't help but want to fight her on it all. He pushed the thoughts down to the back of his mind. Thinking about these things so much simply wasn't helpful. By the time they sat down at the inn, Cyrus, Eliko, and Gale were at the front door. They must have run here the second they discovered Huon and Liona were back. The first thing Eliko did was pull them all around a veil. Huon stared at the dark liquid. It was a little early for alcohol, but it also seemed like the exact right beverage. Eliko rested her hands on the table, staring at both of them intently. "You're immortals." Her eyes went as wide as Gale's had. "Tell us everything." And so they did. From the fight they'd had with the Immortal of Fire outside of Harolan to the portal opening within the clearing, the trees that moved, walking on their roots, the strange way that their bodies seemed to weigh so much, and the thickness of the essence in the air. Then they spoke of the unique essence they felt, of the eternal wheel, how it functioned, the soul essence and what it enabled them to do, before Huon had learnt that it could be used to mold the reality around the Surgecaller. They spoke of the mind spaces and how much skill training they'd been able to undergo within them. They had done years of training within months, within those mind spaces, pushing their progression faster than either of them had thought possible. Huon glanced at Liona. In their explanations of what had happened in that world, they had both pointedly not mentioned the time Liona had surged a beast core and what had happened when she had. "She surged my soul," Huon shuddered. Neither of them wanted to think about that. Neither of them wanted to talk about it. When they got to the battle with the everlasting king, Eliko's gaze grew ever more intense. Huon was dreading telling the woman that her uncle's killer was still alive, dreading telling her that not only was he alive, he was waiting outside the village, and that they would be working with him. Eliko shouldn't come with us, Huon thought. She should stay here, and Taloniar, and Harolan. This fight isn't her fight. Eliko's eyes narrowed as they explained what they'd done, what Huon had done, sparing the man's life after he'd broken his bond, and then bringing him here. "He's alive?" Eliko muttered, staring into her untouched mug of ale. She took a long drink of it, downing half the contents in a matter of seconds before placing it back on the wood with a thump. She wiped her mouth, then released a long sigh. "I'm glad you let him live." Huon blinked. He shook his head. "You're glad?" "I know how much you hate that man, Huon, but you know as well as I that he is not truly the one responsible for my uncle's death." Eliko's expression went blank. "I can't say I will relish seeing him in the flesh, having him near me, near my town, but—" She let out another breath, then drew in a deep one. "My uncle taught me to be a peacekeeper. He taught me that's what we should always strive for, that forgiveness was important, and that violence met with violence cannot and should not be the only way of the world. You knew that's what my people were like when you came here, and it would be a poor way to honor his memory by seeking revenge." Huon took a sip of his own drink. His, unlike Eliko's, had been touched while he'd told the story. He and Liona had taken turns reciting what had happened, and Huon had stolen sips while she'd been speaking. The ale was strong and sweet. "I know that you value peace. I expected more anger." Eliko gave a sad smile. "Anger won't bring Norin back. All I can do is be thankful that he got to live as long as he did. He was an immortal. He lived for over 400 years. He saw more life than most people get, and he spent it doing what he wanted to do. He wouldn't want me to waste my time consumed by anger. He would want me to pursue the path that provided the most good to the world. Wallowing in feelings of despair, that wouldn't accomplish any good." Huon held his anger at bay. Something about her words sounded accusatory. She made it sound so easy, like he could simply choose not to be angry at his mother's murderer. It's not that simple, Huon thought, but didn't say. Liona put a hand on his knee under the table, glancing over at him. "Why have you returned now?" Gale said. "Don't get me wrong. I'm happy to see the two of you, but couldn't you have progressed further before coming back?" "That wasn't an option," Huon said, finally telling them what they needed to do, that it was time they returned to the Harolan continent. Chapter 8. That day the captain returned to the village. Huon and Liona greeted her at the forest wall after they'd heard the wall part. They hadn't been expecting her return so quickly. It should have taken her longer to get to the village from where she'd been in Woldiar, even surging legend-level speed the entire time. Huon frowned. "How did you get here so fast?" The captain raised an eyebrow. "That's the first thing you say on your return." Huon smiled. He stepped forward, wrapping his arms around the captain in a hug. The look of surprise on her face was worth it alone. The two of them had never exactly been the hugging type. "It's good to see you again, Captain." The captain was rigid in his hug for a moment, then she relaxed, hugging him back. "And you, Huon." They stopped hugging, and the captain moved forward, embracing Liona. "Both of you. I'm glad you've returned. Glad you're safe." She stepped back, peering at the two of them with a small shake of the head. Usually, it was hard to tell what the captain was thinking, as her expression rarely gave anything away. but right now there was a look of awe about her. "You're immortals? Hard to think when I found the two of you. You were only knights." Huon smiled. "Though I wish we had time to reminisce, and time to hear about your visit to Woldiar and your meeting with your father. There are important things we need to discuss." The captain's expression turned blank once more. She inclined her head. "I assumed as much." She nodded toward the inn. "Get me up to speed." Huon and Liona told the captain the same story as they told the others. The captain had more questions than Eliko, Cyrus, and Gale did. She was very interested in the eternal wheel and the mind spaces they had created, and seemed just as eager to want to know whether or not they could cultivate pure essence in this world as they could in Temtoria. When they got to the part about the everlasting king building fleets, her mouth fell open. "Ganadon!" Her face fell, her gaze on the hardwood table beneath her hands. "Ganadon has fallen. I knew that it would happen, knew that it might have already happened, but this confirms it." In a rare show of nervousness, the captain bit her lip. The king will have been executed." She nodded sharply. "We must return as soon as possible. If what the Immortal of Fire said is true, there is a way to defeat the everlasting king now." She stood. "We leave for Woldiar immediately." Huon raised an eyebrow. He wasn't used to the captain being in charge anymore, but he couldn't dispute what she wished. It was exactly what he had been ready to suggest. The Strong Wind was docked in that city, with its crew still staying aboard. "Do you think Eliko will come with us?" Liona asked. "There's one way to find out." Eliko walked into the inn. Once they had finished telling her their story, she'd retreated back to her home. Though there hadn't been a hint of anger on her face, Huon suspected it wasn't as easy for her to let her feelings about the Immortal of Fire go as she'd claimed. Now Eliko sat across from them once more. "You're wondering if I will come with you?" Huon glanced at Liona, then looked at Eliko. He had been thinking about what to say to the woman for some time. "You were bound to serve me for a year. I know you feel strongly about that vow of service, but for me, more than a year has already passed." He tilted his head to the side. "You're free of that vow now. You've no reason, no need to follow us." "You're strong, Eliko, but this isn't your fight." Liona lowered her head. "For all we know, returning to the Harolan continent could be suicide." "Either way, it's our mission, not yours," Huon said. Eliko held both their gazes. "I know that's what you think, but you know what I believe. If the everlasting king is doing as you say, building a fleet, planning to cross the sea, that means he's coming for us, for my people. Besides, your mission is ultimately one of peace. You wish to free the people of the Harolan continent. I would be a hypocrite to preach peace my entire life, then stand back and do nothing as horrors are being committed, even if they're happening a continent away." Huon leant back in his seat. Part of him wanted to argue with her. Honestly, he wasn't sure he wanted any of them to come back with him, except for Liona. He and Liona were the strongest among them now, even stronger than Captain Avery, which was still a strange thing to think about. Bringing Avery, Gale, and Eliko back to Harolan would only put their lives at risk. Their lives are already at risk, Huon thought. They will be at risk until the threat is destroyed. There was no way that Huon could stop Gale from returning to Harolan. He had promised that boy they would get justice for his mothers, justice for what had happened to the forest city of Landor, and he'd promised him they would free his people once more, as those who had surrendered that hadn't been killed had been turned into honor-bound. Huon would also be a fool to think Captain Avery would ever take orders from him, no matter what their rank differences were. Her king may have sent her here on a suicide mission, but that didn't mean she would abandon her country when it was in need. "You know what else coming with us means, don't you?" Liona asked. "If you board the Strong Wind, then I won't be able to return to Taloniar." Eliko's gaze was hard, determined. I know that's what the Sentinel of the East told you, and perhaps it will remain true." She turned her gaze to the door of the inn, getting a faraway look. "I don't want to leave this place, don't want to leave my people, but I can't stay. Perhaps the two of you no longer need my help, but this is something that I have to do. I would never forgive myself if I let the two of you and the others go alone." Huon glanced at Liona, then looked at Eliko. He hadn't realized the woman cared so much for them. He had thought she was simply enacting her duty of service, the one she had offered after he had defeated her in the Tournament of Grace. But apparently that wasn't the case. "You're sure this isn't about revenge?" Liona asked. Eliko's eyes widened, her gaze snapping onto Liona. "Revenge? What do you mean?" "You said so yourself. It wasn't the Immortal of Byre who was responsible for killing your uncle. It was the Everlasting King. That's who we're going to defeat." Liona didn't speak with any judgment. Her words just felt matter-of-fact. Eliko's forehead creased. "I am not one to seek revenge. As I have said, that would be a poor way to honor his memory." She looked down at the wooden tabletop, pockmarked with small holes from years of use. "But I am not above seeking justice. I do not know if the Everlasting King can be redeemed, but I do know that he cannot continue on his path. You have spoken to me of his goal, and I believe as you do. He would burn the world to make what he wished to achieve possible. I can't stand around and let that happen." Huon put a hand on Leona's. He believed the woman. "She wants to come with us for the right reasons." Even if Eliko had been seeking revenge, Huon couldn't blame her. Revenge was what he had been seeking for years, after all. Yes, he wanted to liberate the Surgecallers, the world, but he also knew the Everlasting King deserved to die. "Do you think the captain will want to come with you?" Eliko asked. "She finally found her father after so many years of searching, and now you're going to sail across the sea." Huon should have thought of that. He had been so consumed by his own wants, by everything flying around in his mind, that it hadn't even occurred to him. For almost the past 2 years, all he'd had to think about was Liona and himself. Now there were other things to consider. "I'll speak with her," Huon said. He stood and turned to face the doorway of the inn. Captain Avery was already standing there, leaning against the frame. Her arms were crossed at her chest, and she wore a stern look on her face. "I'm going," Captain Avery said. "The Strong Wind is still docked in Woliar. You aren't going to be sailing on that ship without its captain. When we pass through, I'll visit my father." She eyed each of them. "But I'd rather not speak of it." The captain turned on her heel and headed away from the inn. Huon blinked, glancing at Liona. "Did you hear her standing there?" Liona shook her head. Considering they both had immortal-level senses, it was hard to believe the captain had managed to be stealthy enough for neither of them to hear the woman's approach. "We must have been distracted by the conversation," Huon thought. The next day they headed to Woliar. They had replenished their supplies before leaving Harolan, the entire village chipping in, offering them food and clothes for their journey. Huon was glad they were moving so quickly, but he wished he had more time to meditate, to see if he could cultivate soul essence now they were back home. As far as they knew, it was still the only thing that could be their advantage against the Everlasting King. As they ran, going at a champion-level pace, Huon had tried to reach out and feel the essence in the air, as he had done several times in hours since they had returned to this world. So far, he hadn't been able to find it, and neither had Liona. In Temtoria, they had gotten to the point where they could cultivate the soul essence, even while they were sparring. It was far less efficient than doing it while meditating, but it had worked. Now they couldn't feel it at all. He struggled to imagine them one day being able to do the same thing. The more he tried to feel the essence, the more he worried they'd been wrong. If we use all the soul essence we have stored up, then we'll be cut off from our surges. And if there's no soul essence in this world, we'll be cut off from them forever. Huon shuddered at the very thought, pushing his mind harder as they ran. The former Immortal of Fire, despite being the strongest surgecaller among their group, ran at their rear. It had been a very strange meeting when Huon had introduced the others to Kelney. The first thing Kelney had done was offer Aliko an apology for killing her uncle. The woman's face had been schooled blank in a way that would make even the captain proud. She'd taken the man's hand, bowing her head, accepting his apology. Huon envied her strength. He still held on to his anger against the man. He even had some anger toward Aliko for how easy she made that interaction look, though he had noted that the woman hadn't told Kelney that she forgave him. Perhaps she still held on to some anger of her own. Huon couldn't blame her. In fact, he thought that would be healthy, considering what had happened. Huon wondered what it would be like when they got to Woldiar. How would they be able to hide the Immortal of Fire's identity? Though it had been the Sentinel of the East who had offered them leave on the strong wind from the continent, it felt prudent to visit the Sentinel of the West, as it was his city they would be departing from. They wanted to ensure the other High Celestials were aware of the boon that had been granted to them, and didn't decide to destroy their ship when they realized where they were sailing toward. And then there was the matter of Cyrus. As with Aliko, Huon had hoped the man would decide to remain on his own continent, but he had grown curious about the artificial core the Everlasting King possessed, though he, of course, didn't wish to take the cores from young surgecallers to fuel his power. As a surgeless null, he wanted to know how he could once again become strong. Besides, Cyrus didn't wish to remain on the continent that shunned him for what they had done to him. He didn't believe in the High Celestials anymore, despite having been a disciple for over 100 years. 1,000 thoughts ran through Huon's mind as he ran, his boots pounding against soft and hard earth, over rock, sand, and snow as they covered huge amounts of distance. He worried for every single person they were with. Well, everyone except for Kelney. Gale and Aliko were only champions. Huon and Liona were about to lead them into something neither of them were strong enough to handle, and though the journey on the strong wind would take at least 6 months, Huon wasn't sure if they would be able to get them to legend in that time. 6 months. Maybe if they were able to gain access to soul essence, and then show Gale and Aliko how to do the same. If they could cultivate soul essence, they would be able to enlarge their reserves at an amazing rate. We would be able to push them toward achieving the rank of legend far more easily, Huon thought. Though even if they could cultivate soul essence, he had to admit he wasn't sure if that would be enough. They certainly wouldn't be able to cultivate as much soul essence as Huon and Liona had back in Temtoria. And even if they did help the two of them reach legend rank, it might not be enough. What was a legend against the Everlasting King, or one of the Immortal Seven? As he ran, his hand fell to the hilt of his dagger, Oath Shearer. He still wore it at his hip, despite having been provided with an actual sword by Aliko before they had left the village. There was something comforting about having the dagger. He much preferred fighting with a sword, and he certainly wasn't about to switch to using the dagger as his primary weapon, but considering it was what helped them defeat the Immortal of Fire, he always wanted to make sure it was close. They had 3 immortals. The second they reached the Harolan continent, they could go after the other 6 of the Immortal Seven. They could free every member of the honor-bound army. Except, if we do that, then the Everlasting King might find out we're there. He chewed the inside of his cheek, that terrible habit always coming back to him. These thoughts stayed with him on the few-day run to the city of Woldiar, the northernmost city on the Taloniar continent. There would be plenty of time to discuss all of these issues when they were on the strong wind. Sometimes Huon forgot how long the journey between continents was, and just because he was an immortal now didn't mean it would be faster than before. They didn't sleep on their way to the city. They barely even stopped to rest. Whenever Gale or Aliko ran out of speed or stamina, Huon and Liona would provide them with a boost, giving them some of their own. The same happened with Cyrus. Kelney had been uncharacteristically generous. Though he'd stayed at the back of the group, he had been providing the knoll with enough essence to keep up with the rest of them. There was barely time to talk. Huon was stuck in a cycle of running and cultivating that never seemed like it would end, his thoughts spiraling as he went, until they finally reached the city of Woldiar. Chapter 9. "It's massive," Huon said, craning his neck up to look at the giant stone wall that stretched high into the sky. The city of Woldiar was built into a mountain. Large swaths of the peaks had been carved away, and stone had been surged to create the buildings. Though Huon couldn't see any of that from where they stood, all he could see was the wall and the tall staircase beside it. Eliko touched a hand to the stone. "This wall was built a few thousand years ago. Back then there were different high celestials who ruled over the continent." Her forehead creased. "Except for the Sentinel of the North." She tilted her head to the side. "He is the oldest of the Sentinels." She ran a hand over the smooth wall. "This wall was created when there was still much conflict upon the continent, when there was war between the four corners of Taloniar. It is the most heavily fortified city in the world. This wall is in part responsible for why the Sentinel of the North survived." Huon looked over at her. "When was the last time you were here?" "It's been some years." Eliko removed her hand from the stone. "Not since my father left our village." Her father, Huon thought. He didn't know anything about the man, other than the fact that he had left Harolan and his daughter some time ago. Huon didn't push. If she wanted to share that part of her past, she was welcome to. But he didn't want to put any pressure on her. Cyrus had his hands folded neatly behind his back. He stared up at the wall. "I haven't been here for a decade." His forehead creased, his gaze growing hard. "I participated in my second-last Tournament of Grace here, back when I was still—" He trailed off, letting out a sigh, lowering his head. "It will be interesting to see if they let me through the gates. Unlike Asalantia, I do not know how to slip in and out of this place." Huon felt a tug from the bond he shared with his familiar, Shuri. A loud screech followed moments later. The Sky Eagle had been following them, hunting as it went, easily keeping a pace. Just as Huon could, the beast was able to surge immortal-level speed, and, as it was able to fly, it was far faster than the group. The bird landed on the rocky path, folding its wings inward and lowering its head, nudging Huon's hand. Huon smiled. "Perhaps we don't have to walk up all those stairs." He looked at Gale and Snow. "At least some of us don't." "They won't track you coming in if you're astride the Sky Eagle," Eliko said. "They don't tend to look too closely at surgecallers on mounted beasts, as it has been many years since there was conflict in Taloniar. It's merchants and their wares they care about most. Travel between the cities isn't prohibited, and they wouldn't expect a Null—" Eliko paused, glancing at Kelney. "Or a former servant of the Everlasting King to be traveling with us." "Good." Captain Avery nodded at Kelney and Cyrus. "The two of you will ride Shuri into the city. The rest of us will meet you there." Shuri made a somewhat undignified noise, and Huon could feel her emotions down the bond. He looked over at Kelney, then sighed. He leant into the beast, resting his head on her feathers. The Sky Eagle had long ago grown to be much larger than him. As he closed his eyes, he remembered a time when she had fit in the palm of his hand, though that memory was becoming difficult to reconcile with what the beast had become. "I understand," Huon said down the bond, trying to send calming emotions into the beast. "I know he harmed you, and I know you don't trust him." He ran a hand up her flank, rubbing her feathers, trying to calm her. "I don't trust him either. But I need you to do this for us. Will you?" Huon didn't appreciate Captain Avery ordering before asking, but he agreed this was the best course of action, so he wasn't about to argue with the woman. The Sky Eagle cooed softly. Huon opened his eyes, reaching up to scratch her under the chin. "Good girl." he said down the bond with a smile. He looked over at Cyrus and glanced at Kelney. She'll take the two of you aboard. Kelney nodded. He looked up at the sky. It was cloudy and gray, the smell of rain in the air. Huon wondered if he was thinking about his own bonded beast, the red dragon. Is the red dragon on its way back from Harolan? Did it sense him when he returned? Though Huon had a strong bond with Shuri, he wasn't sure how far it extended now that he was an immortal. The Sky Eagle had yet to venture far enough for Huon not to feel the bond, but would it work if she were a world away? Huon watched as Cyrus, then Kelney, climbed on Shuri's back. Though the bird didn't feel happy about what was happening, she didn't protest. Huon couldn't help but remember the times when he had been on the back of the red dragon after he'd been bound by the Immortal of Fire. That felt like a very long time ago. He looked at the stairs. I guess we're climbing them after all. Though it was difficult to exhaust an immortal, they had all been going non-stop for the past few days. Gale and Aliko were the most tired. There were dark circles around their eyes from lack of sleep. A champion could take staying awake for long periods of time. Huon had been there and done that when he'd been training for the Tournament of Grace, but there would be a pain behind their eyes. Though perhaps he was simply more able to see the effects of their journey as he had grown more perceptive since achieving the rank of immortal. I went a whole week without sleep as a page, he thought. They'll be fine. He put a hand on Leona's shoulder, then looked up to the top of the stairs. He didn't know how many steps there were. The stairs were wide enough that 20 people could walk up them abreast. There was even a ramp to one side for carts, though the ramp was dangerously steep. Huon couldn't imagine anyone under the rank of knight being able to pull a cart up that. I'll race you to the top, Huon smiled at Leona. Leona shook her head with a laugh. Because we haven't done enough running? She grinned. I'll wait for you up there. She sped off. For a second, Huon just admired how powerful she was, how fast she could run. Then he remembered he had said it would be a race and sped after her. There's no way you'll beat her, Gale called from behind him. She has that barrage surge. Huon waved a hand. Gale was right. Huon wasn't as fast as Leona. He never had been, but that didn't mean he couldn't give her a run for her money. He couldn't help but smile as he sprinted up the stairs, taking them 6 at a time. It must have looked more like he was bounding up them than running up them. Though he wasn't faster than Leona, he was stronger, which meant he was able to jump his strides just a little further than she could hers. It didn't help in a sparring match, but it helped a little in a race. It felt nice to let loose. For the past few days, the two of them had been running at a far slower pace than they could manage. He realized this was how Captain Avery must have felt around them all the time, before they had surpassed her. This must be strange for her to see, Huon thought. She was still so much stronger than us when she left. Gale had been right. Huon hadn't been able to beat Leona. She was waiting at the top, arms crossed, back against the wall, a smirk pulling up the corners of her mouth. Took you long enough, she chuckled. The second Huon reached the last step, he made a show of catching his breath, even though he'd been surging breath the entire way up and didn't need it. I was only a few seconds behind. A few seconds can be a lifetime for one as fast as me. Leona's smile was infectious, and Huon couldn't help but return it. Together they leant against the wall, looking down at the others, who weren't making their way up near as fast as them. Leona leant against Huon's shoulder, her head resting on him. I wonder what it will be like when we get back to Harolan. Huon sighed. I don't know. I don't think it will be anything like it was when we left. The everlasting king will have conquered every inch of it. His forehead creased as he thought about the places he had visited. He remembered when the honor-bound army had attacked Carolor, the capital of the queendom of Arisalon. He closed his eyes, shuddering at the memory of the one time he had seen the everlasting king. The man had been a giant, literally, standing almost as tall as the walls around Carolor. Huon wasn't sure what kind of surge the man had used, but it had made him grow incredibly tall, and Huon imagined it had made him stronger as well. He'd broken through the walls as though they were nothing. Huon had been a second away from being in his clutches. He'd saved Liona from the Queen's dungeons that day. He took her hand, squeezing. "Whatever it's like, we're going to make it better. We're going to make the whole continent better." Liona nodded slowly. "I hope we will." She paused. "I have to say, I'm looking forward to the journey on the Strongwind. Well, not the part where we face a giant evil sea monster, but the part where we get to have 6 months with our friends, just training, talking. I loved being in Temtoria with you, but I didn't realize how much I missed them. I want to be able to make them stronger, so when we get to Harolan—" Liona went quiet. Huon wrapped an arm around her. "So, when we get there, they all survive," he finished for her. They stood there, minutes going by as they waited for the others to join them. Harolan, Huon thought. Perhaps he should feel like the place was his home, but there was no part of Harolan except for his village when he'd been growing up, and that was long gone, that he would consider home. He looked at Liona beside him. "She's my home now." Chapter 10. Eliko had been right. The guards at the gate, seeing they weren't merchants and therefore had no wares to sell, waved them in easily enough after checking their wrists. One of the guards raised an eyebrow when he saw Huon's binding, showing he was soul-bound. But apparently, even out here, they'd heard of the outsider who was soul-bound to an unnamed celestial. As Captain Avery had been here only days before, she conversed with the guards, though Huon assumed she would have done so anyway, considering she was their leader. Even though he and Liona were immortals now, he didn't know if he wanted to be the one looked to as the leader of their group. It was my mission before it was theirs, he thought. Perhaps I should be taking charge. He rubbed his binding as they walked through the massive gates, wondering how the Devil of the West was doing. He clearly thought he was in some danger to have brought Huon back so soon, but since he'd returned to his world, the binding had looked as solid as ever. The strength of their bond was far more than it had been when Huon had been in Temtoria. He could feel its pull on his essence every time he cultivated. It was no longer near as faint. Huon's eyes widened as they stepped into the outer streets of Woldiar. Apparently it wasn't only the city's wall that was massive. The buildings here looked just as ancient, if not more so, than the ones back in Asalantiar. As he'd heard, the building had been surged straight from the stone in the mountain. If the buildings hadn't aged so much, Huon imagined they would have been smooth and sheer. But they didn't appear to be as well taken care of as the massive wall that had protected the city for thousands of years. Even though there hasn't been war in this place, they still maintain their defenses more readily than they do their buildings, Huon observed. That said a lot about the Sentinel of the North and the type of man he was. It wasn't as though the buildings here were crumbling. They were in good condition, but the stone was pockmarked and scarred with age, to the point where there were enough small handholds that a surgecaller could easily climb up it, considering even a squire had incredible finger strength. The buildings were stark and gray, with little ornamentation, but they stretched higher than most towers back in Glenhaven. Huon attuned his hearing, surging it little by little, though not enough as to get overwhelmed. It seemed as though, unlike in Harolan, where the villagers prized their privacy to a high degree, here almost none of the buildings were proofed from sound. "There are so many people," Huon muttered, looking up at the buildings. Even in Glenhaven, the capital of the everlasting King's realm, there hadn't been so many people packed together, or Asalantiar for that matter. The streets were full, people moving down them, speeding from place to place. There were young men and women pulling carts, in a way that reminded Huon a little too much of Glenhaven, and Jameson's story of when he had been a page. But Huon knew it would be different here. They didn't oath-bound their citizens in Taloniar. Woldiar is the oldest city in Taloniar, and as it's had the same High Celestial ruling it for the longest, it's also the most stable, Eliko said. She looked around the place a little warily. "I've never liked how busy cities are." She started walking. "I've always preferred the peace of a small village." Huon smiled, thinking of how quiet Harolan was, and wasn't surprised by that. Gale rode astride snow, looking down at them from atop the massive white wolf. "Shouldn't we be waiting for Cyrus and Kelney?" Huon pointed to the left. The whole time he'd been able to feel where Shuri was, and knew where the Sky Eagle had dropped the Immortal and former Immortal off. The second he had stepped through the gates into the city, he'd been able to hear their approach. "They're just around the corner." He lowered his veil and pulsed essence. "That'll help Kelney find us." He started walking after Leona at his side. Though he was curious to see another city, he didn't want to linger in this place any longer than necessary. He wasn't exactly an unknown entity in Taloniar. There might be contenders from the Tournament of Grace, people he had faced, people he'd defeated, who would recognize him here, or even those who had traveled to Ocelantiar to watch the matches. Considering he was the outsider who'd won the Tournament of Grace, the outsider disciple, soul-bound to a Celestial that had hidden their identity, he would be just as well liked as he had been in Ocelantiar. And there, he hadn't been liked at all. "I'm an Immortal now," Huon thought. "Very few would want to pick a fight with me." He remembered Disciple Letty, the way that woman had treated him. He wouldn't yet be strong enough to defeat her, not unless he wanted to surge soul essence, and that could be a very bad idea. "Do you think—" Leona frowned. "I know we need to visit the Sentinel of the North, but won't he wonder how we were able to reach immortality so fast? Not much time has passed since we both fought in the Tournament of Grace as champions." "Perhaps I should go alone," Captain Avery said. "I have already had an audience with the man before. I'm sure he would be willing to grant me another, especially as my father is one of his disciples." She glanced at the two of them. "Too many questions might arise if he realizes how far you've both come." She raised an eyebrow at Huon. "So, perhaps you shouldn't have lowered your veil just now, if we're wanting to keep your progression a secret." Huon blanched. He should have thought of that, though he had never thought of hiding his advancement before. If anything, he wanted people to know how much stronger he was now. Perhaps they would be treated better. But Leona and the captain had a point. Some of the High Celestials, the Sentinel of the South, for instance, had taken too much of an interest in him as it was. He shouldn't draw any more attention than he already had. "I'll be more careful," he said, suddenly feeling like he had when he'd first boarded the Strongwind, a knight being chastised by a legend. He straightened, raising his chin. "But I don't think we'll have anything to fear here. If anything, I'm sure the Sentinel will be glad we're leaving, considering the stir we caused during the tournament." The captain nodded. "You're probably right." "Will you talk to the Sentinel about the Everlasting King?" Gale asked.
"I would very much like to know the answer to that."
Kelney appeared seemingly out of nowhere, startling Gale. Though Huon had heard his approach, Leona and the captain must have too, as neither of them looked surprised. Captain Avery looked up at the sky, her forehead creasing. "I'm not sure there will be any point. I spoke to every Celestial I could about the Everlasting King being a threat. Back in Ocelantiar, when they'd gathered for the tournament," she sighed. "None of them would listen to me. I don't see why that would have changed." "We have new information," Gale said. "The fleet." "And how did we get that information?" Captain Avery asked. She stepped closer to them, waving Eliko back over as they huddled in the middle of the street. The captain surged a bubble of silence around them. "The other Celestials all think Huon must be bound to one of their number. They don't know about the Devil of the West. They can't. If they did, they would capture Huon and interrogate him or kill him on the spot." Huon inclined his head. He couldn't help but agree. "And if we tell them we gained this knowledge from my Celestial, they'll wonder why that Celestial hasn't told the Council themselves. Why would they have a random disciple spouting that information?" Gale frowned. "I hadn't thought of that. They would put 2 and 2 together. They would confirm his celestial isn't one of them. Even if they don't figure out it's the Devil of the West, they would grow even more suspicious of us than they already are. They might not let us leave the continent, Captain Avery said. Kelney was quiet for a moment, his head hanging down, gaze on the hard stone street.
What if I were to talk to them? I was oath-bound to the everlasting king. They may take my word more seriously, considering what I know.
No, Eliko said. I do not think that conversation would end well. She waved at Huon and the others, encompassing their whole group. They allowed them to come here because they were fleeing the everlasting king. They also weren't aware of the rules. You are an immortal. You knew coming here was forbidden.
Kelney stared at Eliko for a moment. After a while he blinked. Perhaps it would be worth it to say my piece.
He turned his gaze down the street. The buildings were too tall and close together for him to see the ocean that was beyond. Yet, somehow, Huon knew that's what he was looking at.
If this could all be avoided by informing the High Celestials of his imminent arrival, I have lived a long life.
Huon glanced at Liona. Part of him wanted the man to do it. Maybe it would work. But no, he pushed that thought down. We need you. I can't say I like admitting that, but we do. We wouldn't be able to make our plan work without your help. You're the one who knows where those cores are. Even if you told us where they were, he shook his head, it wouldn't be enough. It's not worth risking your life on the off chance one of the High Celestials finally listens to us. I have to agree, Captain Avery said. We cannot rely on the Sentinels. For 1,000 years they haven't seen the everlasting king as a threat. The Sentinel of the North would likely laugh it off. He might fortify his wall, as he isn't a complete fool, but he wouldn't take the threat seriously. They took the man's core away from him. They can't see that even without it, he is able to become powerful.
Then they are fools of the highest order, Kelney said.
He lowered his head.
But no more foolish than I was 1,000 years ago, when I agreed to the terms of the everlasting king's duel.
The man raised a fist, clenching it tightly.
I did not think I could lose. I knew who the man had been before his core had been ripped from him. But he had become surgeless, soulless, nothing.
Kelney stopped, glancing at Cyrus, then he looked away.
But I was wrong, just as the High Celestials are wrong.
Huon shut his eyes. Was he feeling sorry for the Immortal of Fire? He winced, pushing those feelings down, then opened his eyes again. Come on, let's get to the strong wind. Huon walked straight out of the bubble of silence. He didn't want to keep having this conversation, didn't want to hear the man who had killed his mother keep talking. Sometimes he could handle it, and sometimes he couldn't. And the more time he spent around the man, the more he was realizing he wasn't the monster Huon had always thought he was. He didn't know how he felt about that, didn't know how to reconcile all the feelings and thoughts he'd had since that day with the man who was before him now. Part of him still thought he should have killed him, even though he had just spoken up to prevent the man's death. It was all too complicated. He turned his walk into a sprint, leaving the whole group behind. He knew what he was doing was childish, knew it didn't make much logical sense, but he had to get away from that man, at least for a little while. As he ran, he found Liona had caught up to him and was running by his side. She gave him a questioning look, but didn't say anything. Neither of them knew their way around the city, but the streets were large and wide, and with their enhanced senses, they could smell the sea. All they needed to do was run toward it. They wound their way through the crowds of people, navigating the streets with ease. Huon had never run so fast around others, and he slowed his speed down just enough not to knock into anyone. But apparently the people here were used to immortals speeding from one place to another, so no one gave them a second glance as they went. assuming they were a high enough rank to even notice their passing. If Huon were in a different sort of mood, he would want to explore this city with Liona. Take her to one of its taverns, find somewhere to get a bite to eat, enjoy being normal for at least a few moments, like they had managed to do once or twice back in Taloniar. Maybe there'll be time for that before we set sail, Huon thought. Right now, all he wanted was to see the strong wind again. Though Liona was the only person he considered to be his home, the strong wind was perhaps the place that had felt most like an actual home since his village had burned down. He remembered how peaceful much of the trip to Taloniar had been before they'd come across the ancient kraken. It had even gotten to the point where it had become so peaceful that it was a little boring. Huon had dived off the side to fight the manta sharks because he hadn't been stimulated enough by their training. Huon skidded to a halt as the docks came into view. Liona stopped right beside him. The second he saw the ship, Huon pointed toward it, a smile breaking on his face. "The strong wind!" He pulled Liona in. "It's nice to see that ship again." Liona smiled. Then that smile fell away. "I'm looking forward to our trip," she muttered, and Huon heard the words left unsaid. "But not our destination." They made their way to the ship, walking the short distance that remained. Huon took a moment to look out at sea. It was strange to think that the last time he'd been looking at the ocean, it had been on a different world. He wondered what types of beasts, other than the ancient kraken, lurked in those depths, which made his mind return to soul essence as he thought of the training they'd undertaken before leaving Temtoria. "The second we get aboard, I want to meditate." He looked at Liona. "We need to be sure." First Mate Harolan saw their approach. He waved at them with a broad smile.
"Good to see the two of you."
He shielded a hand over his eyes as the sun's rays poked through a gap in the clouds.
"The captain must be close on your heels, no?"
Huon pointed a thumb behind him. "She'll be with the others. We wanted to see the ship." He glanced at Liona. She still hadn't asked why he'd run. Harolan nodded sagely.
"Understandable."
He clapped a hand against the side of the hull.
"She's a beautiful ship."
He turned back around, letting them come up the ramp on their own, and attending to some ship duty Huon had no doubt forgotten about. He'd learned a fair bit about sailing when he'd been aboard, though most of what he'd learnt had amounted to knowing which rope was which and pulling them when he was told. Huon waved Liona up the ramp first and followed close behind. The rest of the crew of the Strong Wind, all at champion rank, except for First Mate Harolan, were already aboard. Huon knew a few of them well enough, but he'd rarely interacted with the wider crew, usually keeping the company of Liona, Gale, or the captain. They were technically a part of the Ganadon Royal Army, bound by honor, not oaths, to serve the captain and the king and take their orders. They'd remained with her until now, but Huon wondered if they would want to return to Harolan, knowing what they knew. But that wasn't important, not right now. Right now, he and Liona needed to discover whether they could tap into soul essence in this world. If they could train Gale, Eliko, the captain. They could train the entire crew, turn every member into legends, turn the captain into an immortal. And not only that, 6 months would be time enough for Huon and Liona to progress in their use of surging soul essence. They would be able to discover to what limits they could mold reality. They would become ever stronger. And by the time they reached Harolan, they wouldn't be ready to face the everlasting king, but they would be ready to destroy the cores he fed upon, giving him the power he possessed. If they found that they couldn't access soul essence, 3 immortals, 2 legends, Captain Avery and First Mate Harolan, plus the champions, Eliko, Gale, and the rest of the crew, and add on a former immortal turned null, they simply wouldn't be enough. Chapter 11. Captain Avery stared up at the massive castle that was the sentinel of the North's home in this old, cold city. Every part of her was itching to see her father again. "He never abandoned me," she thought. Yet Avery, in a heartbeat, had decided to abandon him. "My plans can't change just because I want to be with my father." She turned, looking over to the tower of the northern sect, where the disciples, her father included, resided. She shouldn't dally. She should deal with the Sentinel of the North before speaking to her father about this, when everything had already been decided, and she knew there was nothing that could keep her here. Avery's feet seemed to move of their own accord, dragging her toward the tower of the northern sect, toward her father. A thought flitted through her mind. Maybe there's a way he can come with us. Maybe I can convince the Sentinel of the North that he's needed elsewhere, and my father can tell me how to do it. She was lying to herself. She knew she was. According to her father, the Sentinel of the North had denied his requests to try and reunite with his daughter for years. What would she be able to do that would change his mind? Kelney felt awkward standing upon the Strong Wind's deck. Every member of the crew kept stealing glances at him, looking away the moment he saw them. They hid their attempts to observe him poorly, though he couldn't blame them for looking. The second he had boarded the ship, the others had scattered, leaving him alone. They tolerated his presence, even said they required it, but he knew it would be difficult, perhaps impossible, to ever gain their trust. He looked down at his hands, clenched and unclenched his fists. They shouldn't trust him. He didn't deserve their trust. He turned his forearms around and stared at the binding on his left wrist. It looked so blank. For 1,000 years it had held the symbol of the everlasting king, two intersecting circles, the sign for infinity, symbolizing his eternal life. Now it held nothing. The everlasting king's touch was gone from his mind, his influence erased. Yet Kelney still had the urge to strangle every person aboard this ship. Kelney let out a long, slow breath. He gripped the railing on the starboard side of the ship and looked out to sea. "Don't kill them," he thought. "That's what the Immortal of Fire would do, what Blaze would do. You aren't him. You are Kelney." He gripped the rail harder, felt it splinter beneath his fingers, the stab of the wood not strong enough to break through his immortal skin. "Don't kill them. Don't kill them. Don't kill them." Gale tossed his pack against one of the ship's walls and pulled something out of it, a small brush. Snow trotted over to him, lowering her massive bulk to the ground. She was even larger than she'd been the last time they had been aboard the ship. As Gale had progressed to the rank of champion, so had his bonded beast alongside him. Fortunately, Snow still fit in the corner of the ship she'd grown fond of, though the other members of the crew raised their eyebrow as she sat down. Gale began the slow, methodical process of brushing out the white wolf's fur. It was a meditative task for him, never failing to calm his mind and cool his nerves. And right now, with his mind racing and his nerves aflame, he needed it. Eliko sat on the rail near him, perching there precariously, swaying as the ship did. Gale followed her gaze and saw that she was observing the Immortal of Fire. "Kelney," Gale corrected himself. "He's not the Immortal of Fire anymore." Gale would rather have been alone, though he could sense the woman wanted to talk. He'd grown used to being somewhat of a confidant to her after the others had disappeared through that portal on the same day her uncle had died. She surged a bubble of silence around him and Snow. Gale raised an eyebrow, peering over at her. "Something on your mind?" She nodded over at the man she'd been observing. "Him." Gale glanced over his shoulder at the Immortal once more. "That doesn't surprise me, considering what—" He pursed his lips for a second, thinking he shouldn't remind Eliko of this, but then he knew it would never have left her mind. "Do the deaths of my mothers ever leave mine?" "Considering what he did?" Eliko gave a small shake of her head. "That's not why." Gale brushed along Snow's back. There hadn't been time to clean her fur on their journey here. She'd picked up a lot of dirt, dust, and sand, not to mention many burrs and plant matter had found its way to being embedded into her thick fur. He went gently, though he knew that as a beast with champion-level surges, she would barely feel the tug of the brush. "Why, then?" Eliko's eyes narrowed. The woman wasn't a vengeful one. He knew that from all the talks they'd had over the past few weeks, but he also knew she felt a great sorrow at the loss of her Uncle Norin. "He has been under the will of another for 1,000 years. I agree that we need him. I agree that he isn't at fault for the actions he committed while under the Everlasting King's influence. That blame rests solely upon our enemy's shoulders. I'm sensing a however." Eliko turned her gaze on Gale, locking eyes with him. "However, his actions after his binding is broken are his responsibility." Gale glanced over at the Immortal for a third time. The man was gripping the ship's railing, so hard it broke under his grasp. He stared out at sea, though his gaze was heavily glazed over, and his lips were moving, as though he were muttering something. "What's he saying?" "He isn't making any noise," Eliko said, "but I can read lips." She tilted her head to the side. "It's not in my language. I think it's in yours. 3 words repeated over and over." Eliko told Gale the words. She'd gotten them in the wrong order, and her pronunciation was deeply flawed, but Gale understood instantly. "Don't kill them," Gale whispered, turning to stare fully at the Immortal. He swallowed. "I worried it would be something like that," Eliko said matter-of-factly. "We have an Immortal on our ship that doesn't have full control over his mind, and we're about to set sail on a 6-month journey to a hostile land. Not to mention, we'll have to face a beast with celestial-level surges that's bound to one of the Sentinels." Gale's mouth fell open. He forced it closed, forced his gaze away from Kelney, forced himself to keep brushing Snow's fur for a few more moments, steadying his mind, calming his nerves, though not by much. After 10 strokes of the brush, he looked over at Eliko. "What could go wrong?" The woman's lips thinned, still staring at the Immortal. She shrugged. "Only everything." Cyrus looked down at his feet, felt the strong wind sway beneath him, his body along with it. He stared out at the ocean, the waves lapping against the ship's hull, where they were anchored at the dock. He had enjoyed his time aboard this ship. He walked to the bow, gripped both sides, and leant against it. When his core had been taken from him, he had never expected to have people in his life he could consider friends once more. When that had happened, when he had lost the first match in the Tournament of Grace, everything, not just his core, had been torn away from him. People he had known for 100 years shunned him, their gazes sliding straight off him as though he were rubbish strewn upon the side of the road. He hated them for what they had done to him, but he hated himself more, for he was the one who had lost. And before, when he had still possessed his core, when he had been the Sentinel of the South's most acclaimed disciple, winning Tournament of Grace after Tournament of Grace to honor her. He had looked at Nulls just as his former brother and sister disciples looked at him now. "I should have been ashamed for that," Cyrus thought. It was a frequent thought, one that still ran through his mind countless times per day. A few years had passed since he had lost all that he had held dear, yet he couldn't let go of his former life, couldn't embrace his new one. He turned around, leaning against the hull, and looked at the people he had ended up with. The captain, whom he respected the most, as she had accepted him, taken him aboard despite the risks, was still within Woldiar, but he had grown fond of the others here too, even if he still kept to himself. When he had heard about the Everlasting King, the man who had once been a high celestial until his core had been taken from him, yet had built his power to such a level that he had defeated immortals, binding them to his will, Cyrus abhorred oath bindings, and after being discarded by the Sentinel of the South, he had added soul bindings to that category. He looked down at his coreless self. Though he abhorred what the Everlasting King had done with his power, he couldn't help but crave that power himself, couldn't help but desire an artificial core. He had heard the man stole cores from others to feed his own, but perhaps there was another way. "I would never give someone else the fate that has befallen me," he thought, "not in a million years." He grasped the hilt of his sword, holding it tight, crushing the grip in his fingers. "I won't do what he has done," Cyrus thought. "But there has to be a way to manifest a core once more, a way to have an artificial one without harming another to get it." He looked out at sea once more. "And I won't find those answers in Taloniar." Chapter 12. Huon sat cross-legged in the middle of the strong wind's deck. Liona sat opposite him, her hands resting on her knees, her eyes closed, and her breath even. Huon tried to do the same. Meditating was something he'd grown incredibly good at, but he kept glancing up at the Immortal of Fire, Kelney. The man was gripping the ship's rail, mouthing something to himself. Huon frowned, wondering what he was saying. Finally, he tore his gaze away from the man. He needed to concentrate, needed to focus. There was too much at stake to keep getting distracted by that man's presence. "I'm better than this," Huon thought. When they were in the other world, Huon had managed to train and meditate around the man. He should be able to manage it now, but it was as though the fact that Kelney had been the one to kill his mother had become more real now they were back in their world. Huon raised his chin. He was being childish. He couldn't keep acting this way, couldn't keep fighting with himself internally. It was only getting in the way of what he needed to do. "Stop acting like a child, Huon. You chose to let the man live. Now you must live with those consequences," he chided himself. Huon shut his eyes once more, sinking into a meditative state. He felt as though a weight had lifted, like simply making the decision had been enough. There was enough to deal with in the real world that he didn't need to be fighting his mind. For the first time since they had returned to their world, Huon felt as though he could finally focus. It wasn't just a weight that had lifted off him. Clouds had also cleared from his mind. For so long, he'd been trying to reconcile two halves of himself, to sift through all of his complicated emotions. Now, he accepted that those two sides might never be reconciled. He might never be able to sort through this, and that was okay. There were some things that never left you. The death of a parent was one of them. One's feelings about that parent's killer was evidently another. Huon pushed out his senses, feeling the essence around him, though the essence was nowhere near as thick here as it had been back in Temtoria. He could still feel plenty of it, namely wind essence and water essence. Aboard the ship, the water essence was the strongest, as the massive ocean stretched out before them, but the wind essence wasn't far behind. Each was thick in the air. He could sit there and cultivate them all day long, without ever coming close to expending them, even as an immortal. He pushed further, past the obvious essence. When he had been in Temtoria, the unrefined soul essence had been evident in the air only after he had gone searching for it. But when he had found it once, he had been able to find it again, almost instantly. He breathed deeply, steadily. He let all of his thoughts drift out of his mind until all he could feel was the essence around him. Essence is everywhere, he thought, remembering what an honor-bound blacksmith had told him once. The man had been absolutely right. The deeper Huon sunk into the meditative state, the more of the world around him he felt. To his left, on the port side of the ship, he could feel the earth essence in the stone of the streets beyond. Further, torches must have been burning as the sun slowly dipped in the sky, as he could feel the slight hint of fire essence, practically smell it on the air, and knew that even from this distance he would be able to cultivate it if he wished, something that would have been impossible as a legend. Aboard the ship, there were other things he could feel. Gale was brushing down Snow's fur, cultivating breath as he did so, and Huon could feel that, could feel the essence. He almost snapped open his eyes in surprise. He had never felt someone else cultivating before. Huon doubled down his focus, pushing it toward Gale. He shouldn't have been able to feel Gale's essence at all, and, well, he couldn't. The champion had his veil up. Huon couldn't penetrate that, not with all the focus he had. Yet, he could feel what the boy was cultivating, could feel that essence moving into him. How could that be possible? Breath essence was different to water, earth, fire, and wind essence. Those appeared, for the most part, naturally. One could light a fire, of course, but breath essence was created by the user, by the act of breathing. Just as strength essence was created from the act of exerting one's strength. He had never felt the essence from anyone but himself, unless someone's veil was down. Now he was feeling when others created and cultivated that essence. Huon shifted his focus to other parts of the ship. He could hear where everyone was, where each member of the crew stood or walked. Despite the fact that the ship was no doubt in perfect shape, he knew they were methodically checking the rigging, per the first mate's requests, as the moment Harolan had found out they were setting sail soon. He'd gotten into action. Some of the sailors cultivated strength as they pulled ropes or climbed the rigging. He felt that strength. It radiated from them, drawn into them the moment it appeared, so some of that strength drifted into the air, never making it into their cores. There's an efficiency loss? Huon wondered. He had never known that before. Others were at the starboard side of the ship, cultivating the wind essence in the air. Huon could feel the wind essence around them, but he could also feel when that wind essence entered them, when it was drawn into them, disappearing into their cores. He couldn't feel their cores, not with their veils up, but he was stunned that this was possible at all. Essence is everywhere. It was remarkable what he could feel, what he could sense. Was this because he was an immortal now? Or did this have something to do with all of the training he'd undertaken when in Temtoria, expanding his cultivating abilities and his skill at sensing essence? He shook away those thoughts. As interesting as this new development was, it wasn't helping him feel soul essence, the very essence he was trying to identify. Besides, he was struggling to think of a useful, practical application for this newfound ability to sense others cultivating. He drew in a deep breath, resetting his focus. It was reassuring that his strength in feeling essence had grown, but it wasn't enough. He pushed his senses outward, searching far and wide, trying to find even the barest hint of unrefined soul essence in the air. He blocked out all of his natural senses. The noises of the ship slipped into the back of his mind, along with the smell of the ocean and the feel of the strong wind swaying beneath him, the waves gently lapping at its side. For hours he sat there, deep in meditation. At first he'd been frustrated that he couldn't feel what he wished to feel, but that frustration only served to throw off his concentration. It did nothing to help him, so he let it go, breathing more deeply, drawing his focus back to the task at hand. For over a year, he had been able to cultivate the unrefined soul essence in Temtoria. He had managed to do it well before he had any inkling as to what it was or what it might do. If it was to be found here, he would find it. He had to. Captain Avery walked up the steps of the tower of the northern sect in search of her father once more. A different disciple to the one she had last met led her into the tower this time. She should have been speaking with the sentinel. She knew that this could wait. Her mission was more important than time with her father. Usually she was able to put her personal feelings aside and perform any task that she deemed was necessary. I have been doing that for far too long, she thought. Now I must do something for myself. Avery entered the library, walking through the large double wooden doors. Her eyes were drawn to the books, just as they had been the last time she was here. Perhaps she should have taken the chance to learn how to read their language while in Taloniar. Who knew what she could learn from those tomes, what might benefit them on their quest? But there had never seemed like there was the time to deviate from her training, never time to slow down. I will make time to slow down. Right now, we will sail to Harolan as close as tomorrow. Today, I will see my father, for this might be the last chance I ever get."
"Susa?"
Avery heard her father before she saw him. He was standing in the middle of the stacks. He appeared to have frozen midway through putting a book back on the shelf. A smile slipped onto his face, and his body relaxed. He finished placing the book back on the shelf, then walked over to his daughter, embracing her in a tight hug before she had gotten out a single word. He held her by the shoulders, looking into her eyes. "Why did you run off like that?" There was no accusation in his voice, which Susa found strange. Her father was a kind, good, and honorable man, but he was also a strict one. Most captains were. But none of the strictness was evident in the man before her. He hadn't grown soft. He was an immortal now, but something had definitely changed in him over the years. "Of course something has changed in him. It's been decades since he sailed away from Ganadon." Avery removed her father's hands from her shoulders. "There is much I must speak to you about, so that you understand why it is I have to leave so soon after finding you." His brow furrowed, his eyes turning sad.
"Leave?"
He let his hands drop to his sides.
"You only just got here. I know you're angry because I didn't find you."
Avery raised a hand, cutting him off. "I am not leaving for any emotional reasons, Father. I am leaving because I have a duty to uphold." She glanced at the other disciples in the library. None of them appeared to be paying attention to their conversation, their heads buried between the pages of thick books or their quills dipping into ink as they jotted something down in a journal. But she knew they would be able to hear their every word. "Is there somewhere private we can talk?" Talon lowered his head in something between a nod and a bow.
"Of course."
He gestured through the double doors, the sleeve of his disciple robes drifting up his arm as his hand raised.
"We can speak in my quarters. We do not have doors here, but it shall be private enough with a bubble of silence."
Avery stepped out of the library, then paused in the hall to let her father overtake her and lead the way. They went further up the spiral staircase, her boots tapping the solid stone steps. Her gaze bore a hole in the back of Talon's head as she stared at him, wondering how this conversation would go. She knew what she wanted to come from it, but she also knew that was incredibly unlikely. "He is a disciple now, soul-bound. His will is not his own. Even before this, when he was a sailor in the Ganadon Royal Army, it was the same. Taking orders is what my father does." Avery pursed her lips. She supposed it was what she did too. At least, until she had found herself in this foreign land, discovering the true reason why her king sent people here. The king was never fit for his position, she thought, and felt a pang of guilt as she did so, considering the man was most definitely dead now, unless he had somehow capitulated, weaseling his way onto the everlasting king's side just to survive. Honestly, she wouldn't put it past the man. Talon Avery's quarters were cramped and bare, which was about what she had expected. There were a few luxuries scattered about, a small fireplace, a writing desk, and a shelf above it with 10 or so different books shelved upon it. Her father gestured for her to sit on the writing desk's chair while he sat at the end of his narrow bed. He looked at her like he used to when they were both much younger and she had gotten up to some mischief. His face was blank, as perfectly schooled as his daughter's often was, but there was a hint of worry in his eyes, a hint that only someone who knew him could see.
"What have you come to talk to me about, Susa? Why are you leaving?"
Talon shook his head.
"Why did you leave so hurriedly when you were here last time? Did I say something to offend you?"
Avery shut her eyes for a moment. "No, it was nothing you did." She opened them again. "You know that I'm traveling with Huon." He inclined his head.
"The disciple from Harolan, soul-bound to a mystery celestial," he sighed. "They do like to play their games."
Avery raised her chin. "Can I trust you with the truth of things, Father?" He tilted his head to the side.
"You can trust me with anything, always."
Avery shook her head. No, that's not enough. You are a disciple of the Northern sect. Aren't you bound to report and serve your sentinel?
He folded his hands on his lap. We are, but he still affords us our own lives, our own secrets. He waved toward the door. A bubble of silence had already been surged around the room when they had entered. As I mentioned before, I am not the only one with family.
Captain Avery didn't deign to respond to that last remark. There are still things I'm not sure I should say. She knew how hated the Devil of the West had become in Taloniar's history, despite not having actually helped his brother, the Everlasting King, escape the other Sentinel's wrath. History is written by the victor, Avery thought.
Well, then what can you say?
I am returning to Harolan.
Her father straightened where he sat, his back becoming as rigid as the strong wind's mainmast. You're able to do that? I thought you would have been prohibited from returning.
We were, by the Sentinel of the South, but Huon, when he won the Tournament of Grace, was given 3 high boons. The Sentinel of the East granted anyone aboard my ship leave when we depart, except— She paused. Avery didn't usually have trouble telling things how they were. She was about to keep speaking when her father finished her sentence for her.
Except it means you'll never be able to return.
Talon's gaze fell to his hands, deep lines cutting into his brow. He shook his head.
No. You just got here. You must know you no longer have a duty to your king.
The king is dead, Avery said flatly.
What? Dead?
At least I imagine he is. Regardless, my duty is not to him, not any more. The captain peered at her father. What do you know of the Everlasting King?
Far more than I ever knew when I was in Harolan. I know who he once was, a high celestial that ruled over the continent. But he grew too dangerous in his quest for power, in his quest to ascend from this world. He did things no surgecaller should, and the sentinels of the north, east, and south ripped his core away, making him a null, then banished his brother, the former sentinel of the west, from this world.
Avery nodded. He has only grown in power since you departed Ganadon. When I left, he had already conquered the queendom of Arisalon. His honor-bound army has grown. He was marching to take over all of Harolan.
Surely he would have been stopped. Surely the other countries would have banded together as they did 1,000 years ago and halted his advance.
No, father, not this time. He has been preparing this for 1,000 years. I have word from a trusted source that he is building a fleet.
A fleet?
His eyes widened.
To come here? He chuckled. Well, that will sort it out then. The sentinels will strike him down, assuming the fleet can get past the ancient kraken. His face fell. Though, if this is true, it will cost Harolan many lives. That's why you wish to return, isn't it? You wish to stop the fleet, to try and liberate Ganadon.
Talon sighed.
Were I in your position, I would wish to do the same. But if what you say is true, then it means he has taken down many immortals. You have progressed much since last I saw you, but you are a legend. He paused, lowering his head. You are not strong enough to make a difference. If you try, you will die, and that death will be in vain.
Avery would have glared at her father if she weren't keeping her expression neutral. I disagree. And there is more at stake than Ganadon. Do you think the Everlasting King a fool? Do you think he would sail to Taloniar if he didn't know he could win? He has been planning this for 1,000 years. No one is that patient in planning something only to execute a plan that doesn't work. He, more than perhaps anyone, would know what it would take to defeat a high celestial.
Even if you are right, what I said still stands.
Her father leant forward, his voice turning stern, as though she were one of his crew. Or he was chastising his young daughter.
"You won't make a difference. You will only get yourself killed."
"Your high celestials do nothing to help us. Therefore we must help ourselves. I will not remain here in Taloniar knowing our home is being threatened. I would have thought you would understand that. I hoped." She trailed off, losing a breath. "I had expected this conversation to go differently."
"What? You expected me to just sit here and be happy that my daughter, the one I have been trying to reunite with for years, is leaving on a suicide mission the moment I am reunited with her? That even if she does survive, the nature of your mission means I will most assuredly never see you again."
Avery stood. She could no longer hold in her emotions. She let her glare loose upon her father. "I expected you to understand. I expected you to be proud of me for making this choice, for getting this far. I will not be sailing back to Harolan alone, Father. I will have 3 immortals with me, and we have the support of—" She cut herself off. Her father narrowed her eyes.
"The support of who? One of the Celestials?"
She shook her head. "That isn't important. We know what we need to do. Regardless of what you say, I will be sailing to Harolan tomorrow." Avery turned. "I had hoped my last conversation with you would have been a better one." Captain Avery walked through the bubble of silence and out of her father's quarters. She could hear his protests as the bubble burst and she descended the stairs, but she blocked them out and did something that was perhaps foolish. She leapt over the railing to the gap between the spiral staircase and plummeted straight toward the hard stone ground below, surging wind to rapidly slow her fall. When she reached the bottom, she touched down as softly as a feather falling upon snow. In a moment, she was outside the tower of the northern sect, on her way to gain an audience with the sentinel. Chapter 13. Huon opened his eyes. The deck swayed beneath him. A cool breeze blew in from the north across the sea. He could smell the water, the salt. Glancing up, he noticed the sun had risen. He wasn't sure how long he had been sitting there, but he was sure it had been falling when he'd begun his meditation. Hours of focus had awarded him nothing. Despite pushing as hard as he could through the long night, he had not been able to feel soul essence anywhere around him. Though he felt like a failure, he had to remind himself his effort hadn't been wasted, and that patience was important. He gave a small, sad smile at that thought, remembering Immortal Norin's words. "Patience is a strength all surgecallers must learn." Norin had been right. Huon had known it at the time, but his stubborn streak had gotten in the way. Though he hadn't felt unrefined soul essence in the air, he had felt something, a thought, an inkling. He wasn't really sure. Scratching at the back of his mind as though the soul essence was there, within his reach, he just couldn't feel it. Wasn't looking in the right place, or perhaps he was just too weak to detect it. No, he thought. He might not be as strong as he wished, as strong as he needed to be, but he wasn't weak. He looked over at Liona. She was sitting cross-legged in the exact same spot as she had been the night before. Like him, she had no doubt been meditating and searching for unrefined soul essence all through the night. Huon reached out to her. They both needed a break. Neither of them had slept since leaving Harolan and heading here, and though this was important, clearly they weren't going to find the solution in one day. Liona blinked warily, slowly opening her eyes to look over at Huon. She glanced up at a blue sky free of clouds. Several seagulls flew past, squawking obnoxiously. "Have we really been at it that long?" She rubbed her eyes and let out a yawn. "From the look on your face, I imagine you didn't have any luck?" Huon nodded. "Couldn't feel it at all." He tilted his head to the side. "Though I did feel something else." Leona's eye narrowed. "Something else?" She glanced over at one of the sailors. "Were you able to feel other people cultivating?" Huon blinked. "How did you know?" he asked, then felt foolish. "You were able to as well." "Do you think it's because we're immortals?" Leona's gaze journeyed around the ship. "Perhaps we can ask Cyrus." Huon stood. His legs weren't stiff. He'd surged stamina a moment ago to aid in his alertness, but he stretched out his shoulders and back regardless, turning his head from side to side, hearing his neck give a satisfying crack as he did so. "He might still be asleep." Liona nodded at the eagle's nest. "He's not asleep." Huon raised his head, looking up. He couldn't see inside the eagle's nest, but now that he had opened his senses back to the world, he could hear someone up there. "How do you know it's Cyrus?" Liona shrugged. "He's the only one on deck not cultivating anything." Huon raised an eyebrow, pushing his senses out to feel the essence in the air. It took him a moment to fall back into the state that had let him feel others cultivating, but when he did, he could see that she was right. He even felt Liona cultivating breath now that she was no longer meditating. It was a habit most every surgecaller gained early in their training. Breath was the easiest of the different surges to cultivate, and one that a surgecaller could work on constantly. If someone wasn't cultivating their breath, it was likely because they were surging it or doing something else that required all of their focus. "Do you think he would feel like we were crowding him if we went up there?" Huon asked. For him, it had been over a year and a half since he had really spoken to the former disciple to the Southern sect. They had gotten along well enough, but the man had always been standoffish. The dark-haired Null peeked his head over the side of the eagle's nest's railing. "I can hear the two of you, you know." He pointed at his ears. "Just because I lack surges doesn't mean I don't have immortal-level natural hearing." He vaulted over the side of the eagle's nest and grabbed a rope, smoothly making his way to the deck with a light thud. Huon sometimes forgot that compared to a surgeless back in the everlasting King's realm, this man was actually incredibly strong. His body had advanced from page all the way to that of an immortal, and considering that he had never stopped training, even after he had lost his core, his base strength and his combat skills were likely far superior to Huon's. Only he couldn't cultivate. He could surge when someone provided him with essence at a touch or from a beast core, and the captain had provided him with a surge gem, but it simply wasn't a comparison to someone with a core. Cyrus looked from Huon to Liona. "What is it you wished to ask of me?" They glanced at each other. Huon spoke first. "You know what we're trying to do, don't you?" He inclined his head. "You're searching for something called soul essence, something I've never heard of before, despite all the research on cultivating I have performed." Huon nodded. "Well, as we were meditating, we discovered there was something else that we are able to do." He closed his eyes, pushing out his senses once more. "We can feel when others are cultivating, and what they are cultivating." He opened his eyes, looking at Cyrus. Cyrus frowned, peering at Huon. "What do you mean you can feel others cultivating? That is something all surgecallers can do, assuming the other surgecaller has their veil down." Huon shook his head. "No, that's not what we mean." He pointed to one of the sailors standing at the bow of the ship. They were cultivating wind, which would have been clear even without his ability, but Huon could feel it. "I can feel the wind essence entering that sailor, feel it build around him, then disappear. He is veiled, yet I can feel it." "As can I," Liona said. Cyrus peered over at the sailor. "It has been some years since I have been able to sense essence." His eyes narrowed. "But I was never able to do what you mention." He tilted his head to the side. "And you aren't using some sort of heightened perception surge?" "No," Huon said. "It's not a surge that allows us to do this." The former immortal put his hands behind his back and paced a few steps back and forth, his gaze on the deck. "That is indeed interesting. That sounds more like something a celestial
low or high, would be able to do. It must have been a skill you developed in Temtoria, though I've no idea how you would have managed to do it."
Huon let out a sigh. Though he had been hoping Cyrus would be able to shed some light on the ability they had both manifested, he supposed it was a good thing it was unheard of. Though he couldn't think of a use for it that would be helpful. He blinked, realizing he was a fool. This would be useful, incredibly so. He looked at Liona. "We could use this to sense if another surgecaller were nearby."
"Indeed," Cyrus said. "You would be able to detect if someone was sneaking up on you, even if they had some sort of silent surge to muffle their movement. It could have great utility in such circumstances. If you are able to increase the range, you could detect any surgecallers, assuming they were cultivating, of course, all around you."
"That won't find everyone," Liona said, "but most surgecallers are always cultivating something." "Still, it's not exactly what we were looking for." Huon supposed he shouldn't be too disappointed. He rubbed his eyes. There was a sharp pain behind them. He had perhaps pushed himself too hard on no sleep with his meditation. "We should get some sleep," he told Liona. Captain Avery stepped onto the deck, a look of determination alighting her face.
"There will be time for sleep once we've set sail," she said, looking from Huon to Liona to Cyrus. "I spoke to the Sentinel of the North. He said he would do nothing to impede our travel."
Her gaze fell on the deck, eyes hard, forehead creasing.
"However, he warned us that he would not pull his bonded beast back. Apparently it's not in his nature to deny the beast a meal. He strongly suggested that we remain in Taloniar." She shook her head. "Not that we're going to listen."
Huon gritted his teeth. A small part of him had hoped they wouldn't have to face the ancient kraken, after all, considering it was bonded to the Sentinel of the North. He had hoped the man would give them a clear path back to their continent, but Huon hadn't been counting on it.
"We've avoided the kraken before," Huon said. "We'll get past it again."
Captain Avery raised her head, though she didn't look at any of them. Her gaze locked onto the horizon.
"We'll kill the bastard beast if we have to. Sentinel of the North be damned."
Huon frowned. The captain didn't usually speak like this. Something must have pissed her off, he thought. Her meeting with the Sentinel of the North? It didn't seem like that would be enough. All of the Celestials had been telling them they needed to remain here since they'd gotten to this continent. The Sentinel of the North isn't the only person she spoke to. The captain had been gone all night, and if they were to set sail right away, that meant she would have said goodbye to her father. Apparently that hadn't gone too well. The captain clapped their hands together, looking up at her crew.
"All right, crew, gather round."
Her voice boomed around the ship, not that it needed to be loud, for all of the champion-level sailors to be able to hear her. The sailors snapped into action, making a semicircle around the captain. They didn't quite stand at attention, but they stood far straighter than they had been, all their gazes on the captain. Gale and Eliko had walked over, and were now standing beside Huon, Liona, and Cyrus. First Mate Horrell stood at the front of the crew, his arms crossed over his chest, his head held high. Kelney wandered onto the deck from below. Where did he go off to? Huon thought, though he knew his suspicion was probably needless. The man formerly known as Blaze had probably just been sleeping. Once everyone was gathered, the captain raised her chin.
"You all know what we're about to do. Sail back to the Harolan continent and face the ancient kraken on our way, a beast that has access to some celestial-level surges."
There were no murmurs among the crew, but plenty exchanged worried glances.
"Now, you also know that we don't owe anything to our king, not after what he did to us, sending us off to find celestials when he knew that was forbidden, when he knew it was a death sentence, even if it was one we managed to avoid. You also probably know that the likelihood of our king being dead is, well, higher than the sun at noon."
The captain let out a sigh. If the king is building a fleet, it means Ganadon has been conquered. It means all of Harolan has." She looked from one crew member to another. "I know that if I order you to, each and every one of you will follow me to Harolan. Each and every one of you will help to fight the ancient Kraken, just as you followed me to Taloniar the first time we set sail. That's why I'm giving you the option to stay. That's why I'm not making this an order." Huon glanced over at Liona. He had been wondering if this would happen, if the captain would tell her crew that they didn't have to join them. A large part of Huon wanted to convince them all that they should stay, that it was too dangerous for all of them to come. He wanted to tell Gale, Eliko, Cyrus, and the entire crew that they should remain in Taloniar, where they still knew that it was safe. But he had already tried talking Eliko out of it once. He had tried telling each of his friends that they didn't need to come, but they weren't going to back down simply because he asked them to. He let his gaze drop to the deck as he waited to see if any of the crew would raise a hand or step forward. Huon supposed that if he were still a champion, or even a knight, he wouldn't back down from this, so he couldn't ask anyone else to do the same. It would only be selfish of him. Not a single member of the crew said a word or indicated in any way that they wished to remain. The captain smiled, though Huon couldn't help but notice that it was a sad smile. If one didn't know the captain as well as he did, and if they lacked immortal-level senses, they might not have been able to notice the subtle differences. That's when he realized she must have wanted her crew to stay, too. She was worried about the risk they were all taking, and she didn't want to lead them into almost certain death again. But she wasn't about to deny them their choice. "I knew you were all crazy to follow me. Now," the captain boomed, "ready the ship." She walked over to the wheel. "For today, we sail home." Chapter 14. Huon was glad he wasn't a member of the crew. When the ship set sail, Huon and Liona were left to their own devices, while everyone else was busying themselves with tasks, fastening and unfastening ropes, unfurling sails and climbing up rigging. So many little things that all felt familiar. They stood at the back of the ship. Gale and Eliko wandered over, standing on either side of Huon and Liona. Huon held Leona's hand in his left and leant against the railing with his right, watching as the city of Woldiard slowly drifted further away, becoming smaller and smaller in their vision. "I had forgotten what it felt like to sail." Liona leant into him. "This ancient Kraken," Gale muttered. "The three of you will be able to face it, right?" For a moment, Huon thought he meant him, Liona, and Eliko, but of course Gale was referring to the three immortals, Huon, Liona, and Kelny. "We will," Huon said. He was sure of it. They had faced plenty of high-ranking beasts in Temtoria, even ones that possessed various celestial-level surges, when they had been training, practicing their usage of soul essence. Then, Huon and Liona had each been fighting alone, with Kelny always on the sidelines. Now they would be fighting together. Even if neither I nor Liona are able to cultivate more soul essence, we should have enough to get us through a fight with the Kraken. Whether they needed to defeat the beast was another matter. They hadn't needed to kill it to get past it coming here. Perhaps they wouldn't need to on their way back. As much as he wanted to get access to the beast's core, it might not be wise to kill a beast bonded to one of the Celestials, even if he was asking for it. "It would be a shame to use it all, though," Liona said. Use it all, Huon thought. They couldn't use it all, not if they wished to keep their connection to their core, but he knew what she meant. It would be a shame to use so much that they would be in danger of that. "You'll be able to cultivate more, though, won't you?" Gale asked. Huon held back a sigh. He didn't want to lie to Gale. "Honestly, we don't know. We believe we will be able to, but—" He shook his head. "We might be wrong." Eliko leant on the rail with her elbows bending at the waist, resting her head on her hands as she gazed at Taloniar. "I believe in the both of you," she said. "If anyone can crack the code, it will be one of you." She perked up, smiling. "Then you can train the two of us, and we'll catch up in no time." Huon raised an eyebrow. Though he had learnt to believe in himself over these past few years, it was still strange hearing others doing the same. Not that it was the first time. Maybe that was something he'd never quite grow used to. They grew quiet, each watching as Woliar slowly became but a speck on a distant shore. Huon had never expected to travel to another continent, let alone another world. He knew that no matter what happened in Harolan, no matter if he ended up returning to Taloniar in the future or not, despite knowing he was effectively banned from coming back, he would always remember his time in that place. He didn't know that he would remember it fondly, considering he had been, once again, thrown into an arena, forced to fight, though he had met good people while there and achieved so much. "I'll remember you, Immortal Norin. I'm sorry you got caught up in my mess." The man wouldn't have died had Huon never visited Harolan. "Goodbye, Taloniar," he thought. "I hope I protect your shores from the everlasting king better than I protected Norin from the Immortal of Fire." Huon and Liona were finally able to get some rest. They were on the wrong side of Taloniar to sail straight to the Harolan continent across the sea. First, they had to skirt around, back toward the southern city, Osalantiar, though this time they wouldn't be making a stop there. At the pace they were sailing, the trip to Osalantiar's coastline would only take a couple of weeks. Once they had passed the continent's boundaries, then, they would have to keep an eye out for the ancient kraken. The last time they had encountered the massive beast, he remembered that Captain Avery had been able to feel it before it arrived. Considering Huon was an immortal, he should be able to feel the beast from an even greater distance than the captain had. The days passed by slowly. At least they felt slow. Huon and Liona would meditate each morning and well into the afternoon, pushing their essence sense as hard as they could, trying to feel unrefined soul essence in this world and consistently failing to. 2 weeks wasn't a very long time, but if they could solve this problem before then, Huon would feel far more confident facing the ancient kraken than he did now. The two immortals didn't spend any time in their mind spaces. There didn't seem to be a reason. Nothing was more important than obtaining more soul essence, and so any deviation from their daily meditation seemed foolish. They would have months aboard the ship as it sailed across the ocean to train their skills. Sometimes Huon would lean on the railing, gazing down into the ocean's depths, peering at the beasts he could spot beneath the waves. None of them had tried to attack the strong wind yet, though he knew there was a chance one of the monsters might. Part of him wanted to dive right over the side. It would be child's play to take down one of the beasts and rip out its core. He hadn't gotten a good look at a core since Temtoria. "She surged my soul." He couldn't help but want to know what that meant, even if the very thought of it still made him shudder. What if there was, somehow, unrefined soul essence in a beast's core, even the beasts here? What if Huon and Liona and others they trained were able to cultivate that unrefined soul essence into their own cores and turn it with the eternal wheel? Liona had surged essence straight from the six-legged beast's core, as it had been immortal-level essence, and at the time she had only been a legend, so couldn't cultivate it without grave consequences. Maybe it would have been different if we had cultivated the essence, assuming the essence was of our own rank level. Huon frowned, staring at a whale-like beast as it swam beneath them. The beast was 3 times the size of the strong wind. It was clearly immortal level. Huon tilted his head to the side. This was a deviation from his meditation, a foolish fancy. Surgecallers had been cultivating normal and unique essence from beast cores for millennia in this world. Yet there were no records, according to Kelney and Cyrus, the 2 oldest Surgecallers among them, about it to be found. How could something like this have been missed? Still, finding soul essence in the first place had been unlikely. Something Huon hadn't known would pay off, and only had because he'd taken the chance. What if this was the same? He glanced over his shoulder at the captain. She was standing by the bow of the ship, her hands clasped behind her, staring into the distance. She looked pained, as she often did these days. This was one of the rare moments where she wasn't training. Ever since they'd boarded the strong wind once more and sailed away from Woldiar, the woman had been absolutely unrelenting in her own training, in a way that he had never seen before, even when she was being instructed by Immortal Norin. Kelney had even begun to offer her advice, which she took begrudgingly. They may not trust the man, but his getting to his level of strength hadn't been an accident. He had plenty of good advice to offer, even if they hated taking it. Huon had asked the captain about her father. She had been searching for him for years and had only gotten to meet him for a short time, but Avery had never wished to talk about it. She'd shut down his every attempt so thoroughly that he had quickly gotten the message. Speaking about her father was off limits. That didn't stop him wondering what had happened, wondering why she had been so angry when she had returned to the ship back in Woldiar. But the woman had always been private with her feelings. If she wished to share, she would, one day. Now Huon contemplated asking her another question, whether she would permit him to take down the whale beast below. Then he faltered. Why should he need her permission? He was an immortal. Fighting that beast wouldn't put her or anyone aboard the Strongwind in danger. It was completely his choice. He considered, briefly, telling Liona of his plan, but he wanted to fight the beast alone. All that meditation, all that lack of results, he needed to take action. Do something. He was beginning to feel just as cramped on this ship as he had the last time he had been aboard it for a long stretch. He remembered what the captain had said when he had fought a mantis shark, that he wasn't alone. He knew that now, and he wasn't doing this alone because he thought that. He simply needed this. Without warning, Huon vaulted over the side of the ship and straight into the water. He instantly felt a rush of energy. He hadn't been in a fight since Temtoria. Even when they had traveled from Harolan to Woldiar, they hadn't slowed down to hunt any beasts. From beneath the waves, Huon could still hear the reaction on the ship, hear the sailors running to the edge to observe the battle. He couldn't help but smile at the spectacle he was about to cause. He supposed it wasn't every day that one got to see an immortal take down a beast. He itched to use the soul essence still within his core, itched to show them what he was truly capable of. He wondered what the sailors would think to see him fight at this level when he had boarded their ship as a knight. Then it occurred to him. Am I doing this simply to show off? To show the world how far I've come? No, that wasn't the reason. At least it wasn't the only reason. He couldn't deny that it was part of it. He still wondered what it would be like if he were able to save Garl or Jameson from being oathbound, what they would think of how much he'd achieved, what Byrne would think, what his father, Jacob, would think. But no, that wasn't why he was down here. He needed that beast's core, needed to test his theory. Huon drew his sword as the massive whale beast turned around. He smiled. Just like the mantis shark, this beast was slow on the turn. It wouldn't be able to move swiftly, laterally, giving Huon a greater advantage. Gripping his sword, Huon imbued it with strength, sharpness, and will essence. Part of him wished he had a better weapon, something crafted by a celestial, but he was glad he had left the blood sword behind. He didn't need it anymore. Huon surged water, strength, and speed, and sped toward the enemy beast before it was able to turn all the way around. He slashed into its skin, finding it to be rock hard, though with sharpness essence in his sword, he had still been able to leave a nasty gash in its side. A stone skin surge? He wondered. Huon would have to re-imbue his sword with sharpness for every single strike, which wasn't a problem. As an immortal, his reserves were immense. He would have plenty of sharpness essence to spare. The beast made an awful wailing noise as it was struck. It slowed right down. Huon's will essence strike would have cut off any active surges it was using, speed obviously being one of them. In fact, it should have cut off the beast's stone skin surge, yet its skin was still as hard as rock. Not a surge, Huon thought. It's naturally like this. That wasn't too unusual, but it would make the fight a little more difficult. Huon grinned. Good. He could use the challenge. As the massive beast struggled to turn around, its speed surge interrupted momentarily. Huon slashed into it over and over. When he had advanced to the rank of immortality, he had been startled to discover just how many uses of sharpness and similar surges like roar that he had at his disposal. It wasn't infinite, but it should last the duration of this fight. Huon struck the whale beast a dozen times before it managed to turn around, leaving just as many gashes in its gray rock-hard skin. It quickly regained its speed, but Huon had plenty more uses of will essence. He struck the whale beast in one of its fins, then sped around it, surging water to move faster. Since he had trained in the water back in Temtoria, a world where he had weighed twice as much, he had learnt how to move more fluidly and swiftly in this environment. The whale beast didn't stand a chance. He sensed a massive buildup of water essence. He was about to dodge out of the way, but even with immortal-level speed, he was too slow. A huge block of ice smashed straight into the side of his head, sending him flying through the water. Though he had been too slow to dodge the strike, he'd managed to activate Stone Skin before it had struck him. There was no earth to surge down here, no rocks close enough, so he hadn't been able to make any rock armor. Fortunately, his stone skin had been plenty strong enough to prevent the block of ice from making him bleed, but it did nothing to stop the force of its impact. He surged stamina as the pain swallowed him up, splitting his head. Huon had been foolish not to expect something like this. Of course the monster would surge elemental essence, especially water essence. He had been too focused on the prospect of physical attacks. He whirled back around, halting his momentum with a surge of water. The pain in his head quickly faded, then disappeared as he faced his enemy, which was barreling toward him faster than Huon had thought a massive, lumbering beast like this should be able to manage. Two can play this game. Huon spread his arms out to his sides, surging 20 ice shards, each as large as Huon himself, into the water. Bringing his hands together, he launched the ice shards toward the whale beast. They all struck, but did nothing. They glanced off the beast's rock-hard skin and drifted into the water. They didn't even slow the thing down. At 3 times the size of the strong wind, it was far too heavy. "I've underestimated this beast," he thought, clenching his fist around the hilt of his sword. His instincts told him to surge soul essence, like he had when facing that squid-like beast back in Temtoria, but he didn't want to risk using too much. Besides, he couldn't use soul essence as a crutch, not if they couldn't cultivate it. "We will, but I've gotten this far without it." Huon surged flames into his sword, along with sharpness, strength, and will. He could interrupt the beast's speed surge once more, leave another dozen gashes in its side, bleed it out. Those gashes will have already healed, he thought. I have to do something far more drastic. Huon surged water, making him move vertically at tremendous speed, out of the whale beast's trajectory. He felt water essence build up again. This time, it was coming from multiple directions. The whale beast must have incredible control over its water surge, which he supposed shouldn't have been a surprise. This time, he was ready. He dodged each of the massive blocks of ice, and they smashed into one another, splintering into 1,000 tiny ice shards that embedded into his armor, but weren't able to penetrate his stone skin. Now that he was above the beast, Huon sped straight for its head. He gripped his hand-and-a-half sword with both hands, wielding it in a reverse grip, then punched it straight into the whale beast's head. His sword penetrated the beast's rock skin and slid a few inches downward, then was instantly stopped. Its skull is even tougher than its skin, Huon thought. He moved to pull the sword out, but it wouldn't budge. It was stuck fast in the beast's head. Holding the sword as he was, the beast yanked Huon forward, dragging him through the water. More massive blocks of ice materialized around Huon, heading for him. If he didn't let go of his weapon, they would hit him for sure. He would be crushed between them. I can handle that, Huon thought. I'm not going to let go of this sword. Surging stamina and stone skin, and surging water around himself, he braced for the impact. 3 blocks of ice slammed into him, each from different sides. The pain cut deep, but pain was something he could handle. He let himself get consumed by it, let it fuel him. Once the immortal level stamina had done its job, Huon placed his feet on the beast's head, ready to yank his sword out of its skull. Then he stopped. His first plan had been the right one. He needed to do some serious damage to the beast. He held on tight to his sword hilt with his left hand, surging flames through the water with his right. His flames were plenty strong enough to work underwater. He seared into the beast's head, burning through its skin. He knew this wouldn't do a great deal of damage to it, but that's not what he was trying to achieve. Huon just wanted to piss it off. He wanted to force it to surge more of those blocks of ice and have them come straight for him. He huddled close to his sword, surging flame in a continuous stream. Then he felt it, the buildup of water essence. It came from 4 places this time. Huon smiled. This was probably a terrible idea, but more than one of his terrible ideas had saved him in the past. Words caught his attention, spoken from the deck of the Strongwind. He homed in on them. It was Liona, saying his name. "Huon, do you want my help?" Liona asked. "Surge a stream of water up from the surface if you do." Huon sighed. It wasn't that he didn't wish to fight with her. This fight would go a lot easier if they were in it together. But he wanted to do this on his own. He could take down a single immortal level beast, even if it happened to be a particularly strong one. The massive blocks of ice hurtled through the water toward him. Once again, Huon didn't dodge out of their way, at least not instantly. He sensed where they were coming from, then surged water as strongly as he could, trying to redirect their trajectories. It was incredibly difficult to control an element that someone else had surged. One couldn't simply control another's thrown rock with an earth surge, or their flames with a fire surge, not if the other surgecaller was focused on them as the whale beast was. But one could have an effect, even if a small one, if they pushed hard enough. Usually it simply wasn't worth it, which was why Huon hadn't practiced the technique a great deal. But he had discovered some beneficial uses during the years of mind-space sparring he'd undertaken with Liona while in Temtoria. Huon surged will, which always helped him exert his influence in this way. Then he pulled the blocks of ice to a very particular target, the pommel of his sword. When Huon was sure he'd managed to shift the trajectory of the blocks of ice enough, there was no longer time to get out of the way. So he flattened himself just below the hilt of the sword, along the length of the beast's head. The blocks of ice struck the hilt of his sword before crashing into him. As before, he was able to take the force of their impact, surging stamina to quickly heal himself of the damage done. As the blocks of ice struck home, Huon felt the whale beast's momentum slow. He was still flattened against it when the blocks of ice drifted away, having done their job. Surging stamina to fix his crushed skull, Huon raised his head and looked at where his sword was. It had been pushed right down to the hilt. The sword had penetrated the whale beast's brain with enough force to kill it before it could surge any stamina to heal the wound. Huon let out a sigh of relief, turning his head one way, then the other, feeling the satisfying crack. He pulled his sword free of the beast's skull, which wasn't an easy feat. Then slowly he cut through its side and managed to harvest its core, and more than enough meat to get them through many weeks of their journey. Honestly, he was glad the fight hadn't been an easy one. He craved the challenge. Just because he was an immortal now didn't mean things would cease to be difficult, especially considering the mission they were undertaking. He pushed that from his mind and lugged everything he had harvested back to the deck of the Strongwind. Chapter 15. Captain Avery stood in the middle of the deck, an eyebrow raised and her arms crossed at her chest. "What's all this, then?" Huon smiled at the captain. "Wanted to stretch my legs." He put his hands on his hips. There would be enough meat for weeks of their journey, meaning none of the sailors would need to do any fishing of their own, unless they wished. The captain looked about to say something. Huon raised a finger. "If you're going to say something like, 'You're not alone,' I already know that." Captain Avery sighed. "I suppose you never were the best at taking orders or asking permission before you were an immortal." Huon grinned. Well, it's not as though I'm one of your crew.
Something I am constantly glad of.
Yes, you would be far too unruly.
Liona walked up. She glanced at the large beast core on the ground.
Did it have any unique surges?
When they were in Temtoria, the two of them had hoped to gain more unique surges to cultivate, but they hadn't been able to do that, as none of the beast's cores acted in the same way as those in their own world. Huon peered down at the core on the deck at his feet.
I haven't actually checked yet, but that's not why I harvested it.
Liona tilted her head to the side.
It's not?
She motioned at the water.
Why go down there and fight that beast if you aren't going to cultivate its essence? Isn't that a waste?
Huon shook his head. Not if I get to test my theory. He squatted on the balls of his feet, staring at the core. You know that how where Gale is from, they call people without cores soulless? Liona nodded.
You know I know that.
Huon glanced up at her. He didn't mention what had happened with the beast's core in Temtoria. He didn't need to. I know beast cores are different here than they were in Temtoria, but I can't help but think there's something we're missing with soul essence, something we don't understand. He looked at the core again, picking it up, holding it in both hands. It glowed brightly. The beast had died with an abundance of essence still within it. You think you're going to find soul essence in there? Cyrus asked. Huon hadn't noticed the null turn up. Much of the crew were crowding around, listening to what was happening. The crew seemed far more interested in Huon than they had before he'd become an immortal. They had all heard whispers of what Huon and Liona could do, and where the two of them had been.
I hope so.
Cyrus remained silent for a long moment. Why do you think you'll be able to find something no one else ever has?
Huon shrugged. He had been wondering the same thing multiple times. I have to believe that I can. Besides, Liona and I know what soul essence feels like. If you and Kelney are right, none of the Sentinels nor the Everlasting King use soul essence. Why would they recognize something they don't know exists?
Cyrus inclined his head, though he still looked dubious. Kelney was observing from further away on the ship, leant up against the rail. He seemed to spend much of his time staring off at the sea, muttering soundlessly to himself. Huon hadn't seen the man training once. He imagined he was still fighting with his own mind, and every time he saw him, he wondered what would happen if he lost. Liona knelt beside him.
It's as good a plan as any.
Huon chuckled.
That's a ringing endorsement if I ever heard one.
Liona rested a hand on his shoulder, her gaze locked on the core.
Is there anything I can do?
There was the barest hint of shakiness in her voice. Was that fear that he heard? For a long while, Liona had been addicted to surging beast cores. It had done strange things to her, made her more animalistic in the way she fought, and flared her anger. But she hadn't surged essence from a beast core for some time, not since that six-legged beast. He stopped himself from shuddering at the thought, and supposed it made sense that she would have become wary about beast cores since then.
Huon shook his head. No, that's all right. I'm not really sure how this will work anyway.
He sat cross-legged on the deck. Slowly, the crowd of sailors began to disperse, taking the whale beast meat down below to be salted. Liona sat across from Huon, as she usually did when they meditated.
I'll be right here if you need me, then.
Huon inclined his head. He noticed that the captain was still observing them, along with Cyrus, and, though Kelney wasn't looking their way, his eyes would occasionally dart toward them. Gale and Aliko were glancing over as well. Huon supposed he didn't blame them. He would have been doing the same. He let out a breath and closed his eyes, pushing his awareness into the core, sensing what different types of essence were inside. There were the basic physical and elemental essence types, all of which were at immortal level, which he had expected. The essence reserves were deep as well. Huon suspected a human core at immortal level would struggle to hold half as much of the essence within this beast core, which made him wonder how old the beast had been. And he frowned. There were no unique surges. He tilted his head to the side. Not even any sense surges.
That was rather unusual, especially for a beast as powerful as the one he had just faced. But he supposed that wasn't important. He wasn't looking for unique surges. If he had access to soul essence, unique surges became far less useful. His breathing steadied almost instantly. His mind was no longer struggling with him being on the same ship as the man who had killed his mother. A part of him almost felt guilty at that, but it was a part that was easy to silence. With his mind, he scoured every millimeter of the beast's core, but there was nothing else that he could sense within it. That had been clear from the moment he'd held it in his hands. He didn't sigh, didn't open his eyes and stand up, didn't simply cultivate the essence and move on. He remained sitting there, deep in thought, his mind pushing at the essence, prodding at it, but not cultivating it. Unrefined soul essence could be turned into pure soul essence, which could then either be surged or used to fuel other surges. That was how Huon and Liona had been able to reach the rank of immortal so quickly, by feeding pure soul essence into their other surges, strengthening them more rapidly than could have otherwise been possible. But soul essence was a different beast than anything Huon had encountered before. For a long while, ever since Huon had consumed his first cultivation pill, he had known about the existence of pure essence. The first time they had faced the ancient kraken, the massive beast hadn't been alone. It had sent hundreds of smaller kraken at the crew aboard the ship. The captain had taken all of the cores from the slain kraken and purified the essence, putting it into a cultivation pill for Huon, a pill that had helped him reach the rank of champion. Without that pill, Huon would have lost his first match in the Tournament of Grace. He would have lost his core. He pushed those thoughts aside. When he had spoken to the captain about the eternal wheel, she had told him that though it bore some resemblance to the process of purifying essence, it was definitely not the same. Apparently, when purifying essence for a cultivation pill, the essence never actually entered a surgecaller's core. Huon had had trouble understanding that when he'd first heard it. The captain, no longer worried about keeping the process a secret, explained that one had to cultivate the essence into their body and stop it short from hitting the core. It was somewhere between surging essence from a beast core or a surge gem and cultivating it. It had taken a moment for him to wrap his head around. When a surgecaller surged essence from a beast core, they had to do it immediately, else the essence would dissipate into the air. They could, however, control the amount of essence they surged, which was why they were able to give essence to Cyrus, who didn't have a core at all. He could surge the borrowed essence at a trickle, using speed essence over a long period of time, though Huon wasn't sure how that would help him now. He didn't want to create pure essence. He wanted to create pure soul essence, and the only way he knew how to do that was by turning unrefined soul essence through the eternal wheel. But what was unrefined soul essence? Where in this world, or in Temtoria for that matter, did it come from? He didn't even understand what a soul was. Huon thought on this some more as he felt the different types of essence within the core. He remembered when they had fought that six-legged beast back in Temtoria. It had been using all of the normal surges as far as he could tell, at least the physical ones. It had definitely been surging strength, considering how strong that damned thing had been. It had also surged speed. He remembered being able to interrupt whatever surge it had been using when he struck it with his oath-shearer dagger, infused with will essence. But how could he interrupt individual surges if the beast had only one essence in its core? An essence that Huon was sure had been unrefined soul essence, or perhaps even pure soul essence, for all he knew. If the beast had been surging that to alter the world around it, perhaps it could choose what it surged. When Huon had used the soul essence, he'd had to think of exactly what he wished to do. He'd needed to imagine what he wanted before he could make it a reality. One thing he hadn't tried was making himself stronger or faster. He hadn't tried using the soul essence like he would his normal surges, because he already had access to his normal surges. He recalled the stories he'd read in the time of the Great Gantra, where they hadn't spoken of individual surges. Though he still didn't understand how that could be, he believed those stories wholeheartedly. Holding the whale beast's core cradled in both hands, Huon leant back where he sat upon the strong wind's deck. The breeze was cool and soft on his skin, wafting his hair in the wind. He smelled the meat he had just harvested, being hauled below decks, heard the commotion it caused, as well as the rigging slapping against the masts and the canvas pulled taut by a wind-surging sailor. Though he could feel, hear, smell all these things, they barely touched his mind. His full focus was on the essence within the core in his hands, on the stories he had read, on the soul essence. His mind turned over and over as he contemplated the truths he knew, and the things that he only suspected. Surgecallers had once had only one source of essence. Now they had multiple sources, but it seemed as though their skills had diminished because of that. Why would a surgecaller wish to only be able to surge the physical, elemental, or unique essences that they had cultivated? Wouldn't they wish to be able to surge anything into being? Mold the reality around them and within them to their will, like Huon and Liona were able to with soul essence? What had happened to the surgecallers of this world that they no longer knew how to do that? Was it because there was no source of soul essence here? He frowned, his forehead creasing deeply. The Great Gantra had been upon this world. He had trained here. There must have been a source of soul essence here if that were to have happened. There must have been a way for him to cultivate it into himself. So where had the soul essence gone? Why was it not abundant here, as it was abundant in Temtoria? In Temtoria, Huon had felt the different kinds of essence. He had felt wind essence and water essence, felt earth essence, even fire essence. But he had also felt more. Huon sat there for hours contemplating these facts. It seemed as though there was nothing in the whale beast's core for him to find, yet he clung to it as though it held the answer within its depths. But it wasn't the depths of the core that held the answer. He was sure he could come upon it within his own mind, was sure the answer was there, somewhere, simply waiting to be discovered. We were once all like this, he thought, and now we no longer are. What had changed? He didn't know, couldn't know, and why should he? That answer wasn't the answer he sought. That answer would be lost somewhere in the history of their world. It could have been lost completely to the purge. The answer he sought wasn't why things were this way, but how to get back to how they had once been. He focused upon the essence in the core once more and brought it into himself. Control, he thought. That was an important aspect of what he was searching for. The Great Gantra spoke of many things, of patience, diligence, training. And he spoke of control. Control of one's body, mind, and soul. And though Huon admitted many times he did not know what a soul was, he knew it was somehow connected to essence. It had to be for coreless humans to be called soulless. There was a connection there, the true meaning of which must have been lost long ago. Huon drew all the essence within the whale beast's core into him, trickle by trickle, but he didn't let it touch his core. He tried to do as the captain had done when purifying essence. The process was similar to turning the eternal wheel, she had said, except the essence never entered one's core. The surgecaller turned the essence around in their body, over and over, and it was purified through channels his own essence had moved through in the past. Huon had the ability to pool essence into any place in his body, from the tips of his fingers to the tips of his toes, from the top of his head, or to any single organ, though it was an ability he rarely found any uses for. Now he was stretching that ability to its fullest, pulling more and more of the essence through him, slowly purifying it. There were multiple types of essence within the whale beast's core. He turned them all into one, into pure essence. He knew it wasn't the same as soul essence, wasn't near as strong, near as diluted, but he hoped it was a step in the right direction. The great Gantra always turned the eternal wheel in his training, Huon thought. Huon had tried to turn the essence within him, his normal essence, with the eternal wheel, tried to pull it free of the different essence types, tried to combine his strength essence and speed essence into one, but he had never figured out how to make that work. He simply couldn't move that essence within his core like he could move soul essence, refined or otherwise. But what of pure essence? The essence that came from cultivation pills? Could he move that with the eternal wheel once he had gathered it? The captain had told him what the technique he was using was called, or at least what the king had called it. Essence circulation. Huon tilted his chin up as he focused, moving the essence through his body. He couldn't help but feel that this was very similar to the eternal wheel. It seemed as though the training he had undertaken, turning the eternal wheel for hours upon hours, for months and months within that cave back in Temtoria, was a transferable skill, though it took far more of his concentration. Even the names were similar, the eternal wheel, essence circulation, each reminding Huon of a circle. Though it required a lot of concentration, the act almost felt natural, like picking up something heavy was natural. It might be difficult, but it also felt like he was meant to do this all along. How is this technique not more widely known? Huon wondered. He didn't know if creating cultivation pills would have been something that could have helped him in the past. Perhaps it would have been. He had simply never had a chance to learn. Slowly, he felt the essence purify as it moved around his body, from limb to limb, flowing through every inch of him, just as his blood flowed through him. Huon wasn't sure how much time had passed, how long it had taken him, when all of the essence from the whale's beast's deep reserves had been entirely purified. As he purified each drop of essence, it flowed instantly to his core, sitting there like a bright light. He knew he could put that essence into his different surge types. He could deliver it to his strength, speed, any part of him. It would act differently to soul essence, but it would still help him become stronger. But that wasn't why he had taken it into himself. Though it didn't feel like unrefined soul essence, the pure essence sat within his core in a similar way. Carefully, he tried to surge some of it, but nothing happened. He simply wasn't able to. Huon tilted his head from one side to the other, cracking his neck. The sun no longer blared in his face. It must be late evening, perhaps even the middle of the night. He straightened his back, though he did not open his eyes. He appreciated that none of the crew, or his friends, or even Liona had tried rousing him from his concentrated state. His mind hadn't felt this clear since they had been training in Temtoria. He breathed deeply, in and out, then he tested a theory he had developed. He turned the pure essence he had created using the eternal wheel. It moved easily and freely. Huon almost snapped his eyes open in surprise, but he remained exactly where he was sitting. He doubled down, turning the eternal wheel around again. He had grown strong in this technique, and he remembered exactly how it felt to turn unrefined soul essence using the wheel. This felt different, easier. Like before he had been turning something far heavier around. Like the unrefined soul essence had to be forced into submission, forced to be turned and purified. But the pure essence he had gained from the essence circulation technique, it moved freely, easily, like it was always meant to, like it fit perfectly for this purpose. And perhaps it did. Huon could barely believe it when he felt his reserve of pure soul essence grow by a trickle. He'd done it. It was working. Huon snapped his eyes open and practically jumped into a standing position. The calm that had overtaken his mind fell away as excitement overcame him instead. He looked around the deck, hoping to see Liona somewhere on it. But it was even later than he had thought. He could only see the barest hint of light on the horizon. He had been meditating all night. The dawn would soon be upon them, and Liona would be fast asleep. He sprinted down to their cabin and ripped open the door, waking her instantly. Chapter 16. When the morning came and the others had risen, Huon and Liona gathered the captain, Gale, and Aliko. They ate in the captain's quarters, where there was a table easily large enough to seat them all. Captain Avery, as usual, sat at the head of the table. She peered at Huon and Liona, who couldn't wipe the smiles off their faces. "What is it? Why have you gathered us?" Gale let out a yawn. "And why does it have to be so early?" Huon let out a chuckle. "It's not that early, Gale." "Did you discover a way to cultivate soul essence?" Aliko asked. Huon smiled even wider. Captain Avery leant back in her seat. "I'll take that as a yes, then." She raised an eyebrow. "How did you manage it?" She tilted her head to the side. "You didn't find it in that beast core, did you?" "I did, and I didn't," Huon said. The captain frowned. "Mind explaining what you mean?" Gale nodded, leaning forward in his seat. "I, too, am confused." He yawned again. Aliko remained still, looking between Huon and Liona, as though she could find the answers simply by staring at them. Huon let out a breath, putting his elbows on the table and leaning heavily on them. His food sat uneaten in front of him, though he had worked up a considerable appetite with all of the heavy meditation he had done through the night. He was too excited to wait until he'd finished eating to talk. "Well, I wasn't able to find any type of soul essence within the beast's core at all." Gale raised an eyebrow. "I'm confused. You said you did, and you didn't. And now you're just saying that you didn't?" Huon continued. "I wasn't able to find any, but I was able to create it from what I found." Avery leant ever forward. "You were able to create it? How?" She shook her head. "I didn't think that was possible." Huon shrugged. "Neither did I, but it makes sense, doesn't it? It had to have come from somewhere." He curled the fingers of his right hand into a fist. "We can create strength essence, speed essence, breath essence, all the physical surges. We can create unique essence, like sharpness essence, through the act of making something sharp. We can harvest naturally occurring essence from the very air, like wind essence. Why shouldn't we be able to create soul essence?" Aliko spoke up. "Did you create it from the beast's soul?" There was awe in her voice, along with some doubt, and perhaps a hint of disgust. Huon shook his head. "No, I don't know what a soul is," he sighed. "That's something I'm still trying to discover, but I was able to purify the essence from the whale beast's core, turning it into pure essence." "Like the essence found in a cultivation pill?" Captain Avery asked. "You used the technique I told you about without any training?" "What technique is that?" Aliko asked. "I have long wondered how cultivation pills are created. It wasn't something done within my village." "It's called essence circulation," Huon said, "and I've had plenty of training. It turns out turning the eternal wheel feels very similar to essence circulation, though they do require different types of control. It was quite difficult. I think it took me a few hours to purify all of the whale beast's essence. The core was quite densely packed, and it was all immortal level." The captain blinked. "You purified all of it within mere hours, when you had never done such a thing before?" Huon frowned. "Is that unusual?" Captain Avery nodded, sharply. "Quite." "You continue to surprise," Aliko said. Liona put a hand on Huon's, smiling over at him. "Tell them the rest." Huon was happy to comply. "Once I'd turned the essence into pure essence, it flowed into my core, where I held on to it." The captain nodded. "Yes, that is how it tends to work. Then one can concentrate that essence into a small space and make it physical. That's where the pills come from." She tilted her head to the side. "Though something tells me that isn't what you did, is it?" "No, it isn't. In the past, I've tried to turn normal essence with the eternal wheel, but I've never been able to. The moment I tried turning pure essence, however, it worked instantly, as though that's exactly what the technique was made for." Eliko and Gale exchanged a glance as the captain stared at Huon in slight awe. "That means," the captain trailed off, a smile tugging up the sides of her lips, "that means we can all learn how to develop it." She got a faraway look, her gaze turning to the door of her quarters. "You could teach each of us this technique. The entire crew could learn how to do it. We could progress them all." She nodded at Eliko and Gale. "And the two of you into legends. And I—" She stopped, her head lowering. Was she thinking of the consequences of becoming an immortal? The sacrifice that she would have to make? "I could become an immortal," the captain said, her voice full of resolve. Huon nodded. "I believe so. It takes time to develop the technique of turning the eternal wheel, but we will have a few months on the sea." "Assuming we get past the ancient kraken," Gale muttered. "That should be easier now, right? You'll be able to use your soul essence." He perked up, all hints that he had been tired completely disappearing. "We'll get to see you use soul essence. Can you really create anything with it? Do anything?" He looked between Huon and Liona, a great big smile alighting his face, his eyes wide with wonder. Liona let out a small laugh. "We're honestly not sure what the limits of soul essence are, but we're both eager to discover them." Captain Avery stood. "Start with me," she said, nodding to the others, "and Eliko and Gale. Teach the three of us how to do this. If we're lucky, perhaps we'll manage to develop the skill before we come upon the kraken." Huon wondered about that. He wasn't sure how long it would take to teach each of them, though he did remember that Liona took to it quite quickly. Of course, Eliko and Gale would have to learn more than one technique. They needed to become proficient in both essence circulation and the eternal wheel. The captain might take to the eternal wheel the easiest, as she could already use essence circulation. "Does that mean we should be hunting more beasts?" Gale asked. "We'll need a lot of essence from them, won't we?" Huon shook his head. "No, we won't need to do that." He tilted his head to the side. "At least I don't think we will. Before I can teach each of you, there's one more theory I wish to test." Once again, Huon found himself sitting upon the deck of the Strongwind. Though he was excited that he had discovered how to purify the essence from a beast core and turn it into soul essence, he was convinced that wasn't the only option. If he had to, he would hunt down as many beasts as he could, but he didn't wish to go down that road. Before falling into his meditation, he glanced up at Shuri. Beasts weren't evil, even if they were aggressive. Even if for years of his life, as he had survived alone in the wilds, he'd had to fight them. He shut his eyes and breathed deeply. The great Gantra didn't often speak of hunting beasts, didn't speak of using their cores to create soul essence. That meant there was another way. He didn't know why unrefined soul essence occurred naturally in Temtoria, and he had yet to discover it occurring naturally on his own world. But now that he knew he could create soul essence here, he would figure out every possible way. Trickle by trickle, Huon created breath essence by simply breathing. When he did, it flowed straight into his core. But he didn't need to leave it there. He pulled a trickle of breath essence back out from his core and pooled it into his lungs. Then he pushed the breath essence further around his body. Though he had discovered he could do this with any of his essence types, he hadn't known the utility. Until now. Using only breath essence, Huon performed the essence circulation technique. As he wasn't using very much, it didn't take very long for the first drop of pure essence to be created. He wondered if there was any efficiency loss from doing this. If he were to put the pure essence straight back into his breath reserve, would he have more than what he had started with, or less? He supposed that wasn't important. What was important was that this worked. He opened his eyes. If he could make pure essence from his own breath essence, that meant he could turn it into soul essence too, which meant he could create soul essence from any essence. He could cultivate breath, use the essence circulation technique, then the eternal wheel. He doubted he would be able to create it as fast as he could in Temtoria, but right now that didn't matter. It was possible. He shut his eyes, pulling more essence from his core. Strength, speed, fire, wind, everything he had. He circulated it all through his body, purifying it within him, then sent it to his core and spent an hour turning the eternal wheel, further boosting his soul essence reserve. The possibilities are endless, he thought. Essence is everywhere. He smiled, once again reminded of what the honor-bound blacksmith had told him once. Then he remembered something he had learnt when training under Knight Kyla. Nothing is impossible. That rang true now more than ever. As he sat there, turning the eternal wheel, his mind turned over as well. More ideas forming. He wondered, what if the others aboard the ship didn't need to learn these techniques to benefit from them? In the long run, it would be best for them to be able to create soul essence themselves, but what if Huon could provide it to them, like a celestial could provide cultivation pills? If he were able to make a cultivation pill from pure essence, he could help anyone progress through the ranks at a good pace. But that wasn't the priority. Once Huon had turned all the pure essence in his core to soul essence, he opened his eyes. Liona didn't sit across from him today. She was training physically instead, running through one of her katas. Huon got lost watching her performance for a while. It was a sword kata the two of them had learnt on this very ship, one taught to them by the captain. Huon hadn't seen her perform a kata in some time. It wasn't the most efficient form of training at their disposal, but it was a satisfying one. Liona finished the kata perfectly. Every single one of her movements were swift and precise. Huon wondered if anyone else aboard the ship, other than him and Kelney, had fast enough eyes to follow her, as she had been surging immortal-level speed the entire time. She looked over at Huon, then straightened out of her fighting stance. "How did you go?" Huon grinned. "Well," he said. "It went well. As I suspected, we don't need beast cores. We can create soul essence ourselves." Huon frowned. He'd caught something on the edge of his awareness, something far away. He turned his head, facing the direction the ship was heading. It sounded like waves crashing, which wasn't an unusual sound, but it was incredibly loud, like 1,000 waves crashing against a mountain of rocks, except there wouldn't be land for leagues upon leagues. He stood, surging hearing as he did, attuning it upon that sound. Leona's gaze followed his. She tilted her head to the side, clearly listening to it as well. Kelney walked onto the deck.
"A beast,"
he said. Huon swallowed. "Not just any beast." He turned to face the others. "It's the ancient Kraken." Chapter 17. Huon walked to the bow of the ship, in the direction of the noise he could hear, the massive waves crashing against giant rocks. The ancient Kraken had found them. Huon had hoped they would have another week before this happened, but he was glad they would finally get this over with. Even if they had managed to teach the others how to cultivate soul essence, it wouldn't have made a significant enough difference in this fight. Besides, he doubted they could make that happen in such a short time anyway. The crew burst into action. Ever since they set sail, they had been preparing for this eventuality. Huon tugged on the bond that he shared with Shuri, calling the beast back to the ship. The Sky Eagle was the only reason that Huon had been able to save Captain Avery the last time they had encountered this thing. The sailors took their positions, standing behind the harpoon guns. After they had set sail, Huon and Liona had ensured all of the harpoons were imbued with immortal-level sharpness, strength, and fire essence. Huon had also ensured they each had will essence imbued within them, though he doubted the harpoons would do much of anything to the ancient Kraken itself. He knew that it wouldn't only be that beast that they faced, and he could already see the ancient Kraken's minions on their way. Kelney stepped forward, standing beside Huon and Liona.
"We need to lead the ancient Kraken away from the ship," he said. He turned his gaze toward them. "If that thing reaches the strong wind, it will capsize it in seconds.
Huon looked at Liona. That had been their plan all along. Just as Captain Avery had led the ancient kraken away, so would they. Huon couldn't help but check the skies. He had wondered if he would see Kelney's red dragon, but the beast had never arrived. Kelney had said he had called to it, but the dragon had not come. Perhaps it couldn't hear him this far away, or perhaps it knew he was no longer the Immortal of Fire, and that bond they had shared had diminished in his absence. Though Huon doubted the latter, considering they'd shared a bond for over 1,000 years. "All right," Huon said, turning to face those aboard the ship and raising his voice. Captain Avery usually gave the speeches, but he felt that right now he needed to be the one. He didn't know if their plan would work, didn't know if they would be able to defeat this beast, and if they couldn't defeat it, would they really be able to lead it away from the others? The captain may have done that last time, but Huon was sure that she'd had the help of the Devil of the West. Huon had no idea if the High Celestial was still watching over him, and if he was, he might not be in a position to help. Huon's binding hadn't flickered, not since he had returned to their world, but the High Celestial was in hiding, even more so than usual. Besides, he kept telling Huon that he wanted him to fight his own battles. "Liona, Kelney, and I are going to face the ancient kraken. Like Captain Avery did when we first sailed to Taloniar, we are going to lead it away." He curled his fingers into a fist, clenching it tightly at his side. "If we can, we shall kill the beast, so no more ships are taken down by it, so no more sailors are at its mercy. If we cannot," his gaze fell to the deck, "we will do all we can not to lead it back here." Huon leapt onto the railing as Shuri glided down from the sky. Liona joined him, as did Kelney. The Sky Eagle could easily handle holding all three of them on her back, though Huon knew she still didn't like letting Kelney ride upon her. "I'm sorry, girl," Huon said, through their bond, "but you're just going to have to deal with it one more time." All three immortals leapt up into the air, landing on the Sky Eagle's back as the first of the ancient kraken's minions were moments away from reaching the strong wind. Huon sat astride Shuri by her neck, leaning forward as she surged immortal-level speed. They soared through the air, the wind whipping at their faces. It took a moment for Huon to surge a bubble around them so the wind would not hinder their conversation.
"The facility where the everlasting king's cores are kept," Kelney said. "Do you wish me to tell you of its whereabouts now?"
Huon frowned. "What do you mean?"
"If we must lead the ancient kraken away," Kelney trailed off.
Liona sighed. "As we told you back in Woldiar, you sacrificing yourself isn't part of the plan."
"Even so," Kelney said. "Perhaps you would all be better off without me. I do not know how I will be when we reach Harolan, when we encounter Honorbound or others of the Immortal Seven. I fought alongside them for so long."
Huon stopped himself from biting the inside of his cheek. "There's no point having this conversation, because we aren't going to leave you behind," he said, thinking, "as much as I wish we could. You're too valuable alive." The former Immortal of Fire was silent for a moment, until he finally spoke.
"Of course."
Huon wondered if they had made the right choice. Perhaps letting Kelney lead the beast away himself would have been the better option. Huon was sure that the man would be able to fly with his fire surges, using them to propel himself through the air, if he gained the ancient kraken's aggression. But no, they still needed him alive, and the fact that he had volunteered twice to sacrifice himself meant that the man might be redeemable, despite whatever battle he was facing inside his mind. That was a fact that Huon had to accept, and one that was easier to come by now that he had stopped fighting his own mind. Huon gazed down at the water behind them, watching as a harpoon struck a large kraken, one near the size of the strong wind. Worry hit him then. He didn't remember the krakens being quite that large last time. He worried for the crew. Then he remembered the last time they had come upon the ancient kraken. Captain Avery hadn't been on the strong wind, not including the three immortals. She was the strongest surgecaller among them. But that didn't mean he was going to leave them to completely fend for themselves. He turned where he sat on Shuri, sitting sideways so he could look behind him at the largest of the krakens heading toward the strong wind. He held his right hand out, his left gripping onto the sky eagle, and concentrated, imagining something coming into being. He knew he shouldn't use too much of his soul essence right away, but he wanted to help his friends as much as he could. 10 razor-sharp wires came into being before the krakens, slicing straight into the largest of them and the ones that followed, leaving their blood leaking into the water. "Don't use too much soul essence," Liona muttered. Huon pulled his arm back and felt his core. That had cost him a quarter of his soul essence reserve, which he had built up as much as he could before they had left Temtoria. "I still have plenty left," he said, though he had perhaps used more than he had planned to. Kelney looked upon the scene with curiosity.
"This ability you both possess truly is intriguing."
Huon faced ahead of them, turning away from Kelney. He didn't respond to the man. As much as he knew teaching him how to use soul essence was likely to help their cause, he still wasn't there yet, and he was glad the man hadn't asked. A great shadow moved beneath the waves ahead of them. The ancient kraken. It was even larger than he remembered it being. "Ready yourselves," he said to the others, moving to stand on Shuri's back. They had discussed their strategy several times over the past few weeks of being aboard the Strongwind. It was a simple one. They would keep Shuri high in the air, out of the fight, and attack the kraken head-on themselves, then lead it as far from the ship as they could. Captain Avery had managed to do it as a single legend. Huon had to hope that the 3 of them, immortals, would be far better suited. This should go smoothly, he thought. He leapt off the back of Shuri and dove straight into the water, surging breath, speed, and strength. As he made it beneath the waves, he surged a burst of water essence, propelling him straight toward the ancient kraken. He drew his sword, imbuing will, fire, and sharpness essence into it. He remembered how many tentacles the kraken had, and hoped a single strike from his blade would be enough to lob one off. For a moment, he ached to have the blood sword in his hand once more, imagining what it would have been like to possess a weapon that purified essence at a touch, stealing it from all of his enemies, especially now that he had found that pure essence was exactly what he needed to turn into soul essence. Then he realized something. He didn't need that sword. He didn't need the unique essence drain surge that it had contained, or the bloodlust that it caused him to feel. He had everything he needed already. He was still getting used to using soul essence. There would be so many things the essence could offer him that he had yet to discover, and he ached to practice with it, ached to experience everything of it that he could. What better time than now? Huon held something in his mind, the surge that he wished to create, his molding of reality. He remembered what it had felt like to possess the essence drain surge. He wanted to drain the ancient kraken, wanted to purify its essence, wanted it for himself. A hunger rose within him, one that was familiar. He almost inched away from the feeling as he recognized it. He glanced down at his hand, almost surprised to find it wasn't the blood sword's hilt that he was holding. Perhaps I can't avoid that bloodlust with a surge like this, Huon thought. He infused the sword with soul essence, with the unique surge he had created. It was the first time he had done something like this. So far, all he had done with soul essence was create things outside of himself, like the razor wires. This was different. As he looked ahead in the water, hearing the others as they splashed into the ocean behind him, he surged more soul essence, bringing more of that razor-sharp wire into being. The ancient kraken was huge, perhaps 100 times larger than the Strongwind itself. Instantly, Huon felt a strain on his mind. He had experienced something like this before when training with soul essence. It took a massive amount of energy and concentration to create something, to believe in it so much that you could simply will it into being. The soul essence helped with that, but it was useless if you didn't have that mental strength. Though Huon certainly didn't lack mental strength, considering all the training he had undertaken. He hadn't used soul essence since he was in Temtoria. Even a few weeks without practice was showing. With the few times that he had surged the soul essence, he had already used up half of his reserve. Though he could turn the eternal wheel to create more soul essence during a fight, he had practiced that enough while sparring Liona to have it down as second nature. He didn't have any pure essence left. And he certainly hadn't trained essence circulation enough to do that and turn the eternal wheel in the middle of a fight. The ancient kraken, moving almost as fast as Shuri had been in the air, became larger and larger in Huon's vision. The beast's skin was a dark green. Huon remembered the last time he had seen it from the air and realized he hadn't been able to appreciate its size while out of the water. It was even larger than he had expected. Liona swam beside him to his right, her sword in hand. Kelney was on the left, his own sword alight with flame. He had an intense look in his eye, one that Huon hadn't seen since he had fought the man. Fortunately, the former immortal of fire's gaze wasn't on Huon. It was on the ancient kraken. Now was when Captain Avery's words entered his mind. "You're not alone." The ancient kraken slammed into the razor-sharp wires that Huon had surged into being, and a massive, screeching roar launched from wherever the beast's mouth must have been. The sound was loud enough to shatter Huon's eardrums, and he was glad he hadn't been surging hearing at the time. He didn't even flinch, and it took barely a second to heal the damage with a surge to his stamina. Gods, he felt good, surging soul essence, surging immortal-level essence. He couldn't help but smile, his fears and worries disappearing. "I can do this," he thought. "We all can." The ancient kraken was unable to slow down. It was too large and moving far too fast. It kept sliding through the wires, taking more and more of its tentacles off, that ear-wrenching scream still emanating from its mouth. Huon could see it now, through the tangle of tentacles flailing around its center, through the blood muddying the water. A mouth as large as a small mountain, opening wide to reveal sharp yellowed teeth, each as tall as towers. This beast had been alive for thousands of years, and unlike the red dragon, it had only ever grown larger, though it was bonded to a high celestial, and definitely had access to celestial-level surges. The last time they had fought it, it had displayed some immortal-level surges, too. Huon wasn't sure why that was. Shuri advanced at the same rate that he did, though perhaps the beast wasn't a true familiar. Huon had been told that there was a difference. One could have a normal bond with a beast, and one could have a true bond. Huon and Gale each had true bonds, making Shuri and Snow familiars. Perhaps the ancient kraken was not one. Either that, or the shared bond didn't help the beast advance past that of an immortal. "I'll find out," Huon thought, "once I reach low celestial." He put those thoughts out of his mind. Right now, it didn't matter why the beast didn't have all celestial surges, only that it didn't. Huon wasn't the only one surging soul essence. Beside him, Liona stretched her offhand out, palm facing the enemy. Leona's use of soul essence was always more precise than Huon's was, which meant she was far better at controlling how much essence she expended. However, it often meant she was unable to deal the same level of damage. What sprang from her hand was unexpected. A fully formed spear shot from her palm, speeding toward the ancient kraken. It had a chain extending from it. Huon frowned. It looked much like the harpoons they used on the Strongwind, though Liona would know she'd have no chance at pulling a beast like this in any direction. "We need to get onto its other side," Huon thought. "Lure it away, make it turn around." It wasn't just one spear that Liona shot toward the beast. It was several, one after the other, each with a chain extending from them. Once again, Huon couldn't help but be impressed with her use of soul essence. The detail of the spears and chains were immaculate. The woman had a strong imagination, and that would only help her with the unique surge that soul essence was. Now that more of the spears had materialized, Huon could see what Liona was trying to do. She was locking up as many of the beast's tentacles as she could. A massive wave of flames shot from Kelney, one larger than Huon had ever seen. It wasn't the first time he had felt such a level of fire essence, however. instantly it reminded him of when he, Liona, and Jameson had been standing outside of the deep wood, when the Immortal of Fire burned it all to the ground, smoking out all of the beasts within it in his search for Byrne. Except, now that Huon was an immortal, he could better appreciate Kelney's level of power. Huon might be an immortal, and with access to soul essence that made him incredibly strong and versatile, but the strength of his surges was still nothing compared to Kelney's. The very thought made him shudder. He still wondered how their fight might have gone if the man hadn't sunk to his knees when Huon had broken his bond. The Immortal of Fire had been decimating them. He would have been able to defeat us, soul essence or no soul essence, bond or no bond, Huon thought. The flames surged toward the ancient kraken, making its screeching roar of a scream ever more painful to Huon's ears. The flames struck the beast with immense force, melting its tentacles. Maybe defeating this thing will be easier than we had thought. Huon watched as more of the beast's tentacles were sliced off by his razor-sharp wires, as the massive spears dug into its flesh, the chains tangling with its tentacles, knotting them up, as the flames melted away its skin. Then the razor wire snapped, the melted skin healed, and the spears disintegrated into nothing as a surge of water swept them away. Chapter 18. Captain Avery stood at the bow of the ship, 3 of her crew at either side of her. She glanced at Shuri, the Sky Eagle nothing but a small dot in the distance. Part of her hated the fact that they had gone without her. It was her job to protect her crew, her job to lead the ancient kraken away from them, just as she had the first time. But she wasn't the strongest among them anymore. I need to reach immortality, she thought. I need to be able to fight by their sides. She refocused on the fight in front of her. From the last time she had fought the kraken, she knew that water surging didn't do much to the beasts. Flames, on the other hand, seemed to be its weakness. In preparation for this, she'd had her crew practice their fire surges. A sailor in the Ganadon Royal Army was weakest in fire surging, even weaker than they were in earth. A fire surge simply wasn't the best thing to use while out at sea, sailing aboard a wooden ship. You could only fireproof a vessel so much. But much to her chagrin, training them with fire had been necessary. She surged fireballs, one after the other, throwing them straight at each kraken she saw. They had done well so far. Unlike the last time they had faced these enemies, none of the kraken had yet to reach the deck of the Strongwind. She recalled hearing reports of what it had been like last time. This time, they were more prepared, and she was on the deck. Not to mention they had more champions than they did before, with Gale and Eliko fighting. Huon had also done them a huge favor as he'd flown away, taking down a quarter of the krakens that she could see with one surge. Captain Avery had looked at what he had done in awe, barely believing it was possible. He had explained at length what soul essence could do, but this was the first time she had actually seen it in action. She couldn't wait to learn how to use it herself. The kraken screamed as they died, an eerie, ear-splitting screech that would have made her shudder had her resolve been lesser. She surged a constant stream of stamina to her ears, healing them as the screams pierced her eardrums over and over again. The flames could only keep the kraken away from the Strongwind for so long. They were getting closer and closer, and more of the beasts emerged from the depths of the ocean by the second. She was sure there were more than last time, as though the ancient kraken hadn't shown its true strength on their first encounter with it. Perhaps that was because we had the help of the Devil of the West. Clearly, they didn't have that help this time. The Sentinel of the North had warned them they would perish if they moved forward on their journey. He had said it without any emotion whatsoever. As the krakens neared, Captain Avery took a few steps back, drawing her sword and imbuing it with sharpness and fire essence. An anger welled up inside her, hatred for the Sentinel of the North, who held her father captive as his disciple, who for years had denied his every wish to be with her. And now he did nothing to stop his pet kraken from wiping her and her crew out. I won't give him the satisfaction of hurting any of us." She remembered vividly what unique surge the Krakens possessed, the ability to take someone's memories. Gale had suffered from amnesia until they had been able to gain his memories back through using a boon with the Low Celestial, the Lady of the Dark Forest. Like last time, Avery was going to ensure they escaped the ancient Kraken, but unlike last time, she was going to make sure that none of her crew suffered. She glanced over at Gale, who had drawn his own sword and was standing beside his massive white wolf, Snow. Avery could see a hint of fear in the champion's eyes. The boy had come a long way since he had boarded her ship, but he was still a boy, the youngest among them, and he was under her protection. She wasn't going to let him get hurt again. The Krakens leapt up from the water, hurtling through the air, falling to the deck of the strong wind. Some were struck with fireballs from the sailors still surging fire, but most made it to the deck, landing with wet slaps on the hardwood and launching themselves at the nearest sailors. Captain Avery's sword danced, carving through one Kraken after another. This was where she felt most at home, on the deck of her ship, swinging her sword, moving with the sway of the waves, surging balance essence. She never missed a step, never faltered. Her footwork was precise and perfect, and her blade work was beautiful in its ferocity. But all she could think as she sliced through her enemies was that she wished her father were here. Huon reared backward as the ancient Kraken surged a mass of water toward them. It slammed into him as though he had been sprinting full pelt into a brick wall, and he was flung backward. Suddenly, he felt like an utter fool. They had started the fight beneath the waves, in the ancient Kraken's natural habitat, where it was strongest, far stronger than the three of them. His resolve didn't waver, and nor did his enthusiasm. With a quick glance at Liona, ensuring she was okay, he launched into action, surging water to propel himself up and into the air. He tugged on the bond that he shared with Shuri, instructing her to catch him, surging wind to ensure he gained enough height. Huon landed on Shuri's back. A tentacle shot out from the water's surface. It was incredibly fast, aimed straight at Huon and the Sky Eagle. He was sure the beast would have been able to avoid it, but Huon had other plans. He communicated with Shuri, telling her to swoop right at it. A grin lit up his face. He swiped his sword downward, slicing straight through the tentacle. It went limp, falling back to the water. He felt a burst of energy. Pure essence came into the sword and flowed straight into his core. Huon could barely believe it. The surge he had created to drain essence, like his old blood sword, had worked. Part of him had known it would work, of course. With soul essence, you had to believe in what you were creating for it to become a reality. But still, another part of him was always astounded by what he had become capable of, by the sheer magnitude of what might be possible when using soul essence. A dozen more tentacles shot up from the water, straight at him. Huon slashed left and right, up and down. He re-imbued his sword with sharpness and will over and over. He could easily refill those reserves by using a little bit of the soul essence, or even the pure essence he had taken in his first slash, though he realized he was still relying more on the surges he already had, rather than using the soul essence he now possessed. The others, Liona and Kelney, would be making their way to the other side of the ancient Kraken, just as he was. That had been their plan, to gain its aggression and turn it around. But more and more, Huon wondered if they should simply kill the beast. That is what he wished, after all. Think of the essence we could pull from this beast, he thought, remembering what it was like wielding the blood sword. If he could turn his own sword into a conduit for the ancient Kraken's essence, he could drain it dry. All he had to do was make the sword contact the enemy long enough. That's when Huon had a terrible idea, one that he couldn't help but smile at. Soul essence didn't only have the ability to create things. There were different types of things surges could do. Sometimes they would create things, like fire essence or water essence. Other times they augmented something, like sharpness essence. Other times they altered the user. The physical surges were something that did this, and Huon knew there were more surges than the physical. Some unique surges, like his stone skin, altered the Surgecaller as well. Then there was the six-legged beast. It had been able to create wings, make them sprout from its back. That wasn't something that Huon wished to do, though it was an interesting concept, and one he might explore in the future. It wouldn't benefit him in this fight. No, he knew exactly what he wanted to do, exactly how he wanted to alter his body. He focused upon his sword, as he had before, and created another essence drain surge, imbuing it into his blade. It came easier the second time, as he already knew it was something he could do, and belief played an important part in surging soul essence. Huon leant forward, whispering to Shuri, "Watch out for the others!" He made the beast turn around and swoop downward. He didn't bother slicing through the tentacles that came up, trying to grab him, trying to knock him off his sky eagle. He had Shuri dodge each one with incredible speed. Then Huon dived off Shuri's back. As he fell toward the mass of writhing tentacles, his sword held tight in his grip. He wondered if he had made a mistake. This was, perhaps, one of the most foolish ideas he'd ever had. But it was also the most genius. Soul essence was capable of much. Now he was about to discover just how much. He knew soul essence relied on focused concentration, belief, and commitment, and he didn't have much time in which to perform his next soul essence surge. But he was most definitely fully committed, because if it didn't work, there was no way he was going to survive this. Huon watched in awe as the monster shifted with remarkable speed. It rose from the water in a way he had never seen before. It opened its massive mouth, a mouth large enough to consume the strong wind itself. Rows upon rows of sharpened teeth stared back at him as Huon swallowed, tightened his dive, and aimed straight for the center of that terrifying mouth. He surged soul essence, solidifying his belief. The essence pooled around his entire body, much in the way that his stone skin surge did when he activated it. His skin grew numb, like he couldn't feel it at all, and suddenly he lost touch with his body. He was turning incorporeal. He glanced at his outstretched arms. They were transparent, as though made of glass. Part of Huon struggled to reconcile what he was seeing with what he was feeling, but he had to push that part down. It was taking constant effort for him to maintain this surge. It was the first time he had used soul essence in this way, and he hadn't realized that, like strength essence, he needed to surge it constantly, which meant that he couldn't use soul essence for anything else while he was using it. For what he needed to do, that didn't matter, but he would have to keep that in mind in the future. It could have been a costly mistake. There must be a way to circumvent that, Huon thought. The six-legged beast only had soul essence, yet could surge multiple things at once. Huon dived straight into the ancient kraken's dark, gaping maw. It looked more like a pit than a mouth. He watched as thousands of teeth passed him by, as he went through them. Part of him wished that he could fly, that he could direct his fall. As it was, he was falling straight down. He just hoped he was going where he needed to. A beast's core was usually found somewhere in its midsection. For a beast the size and shape of the ancient kraken, Huon didn't precisely know where that was, though he did think the target would be quite large. At least he had that going for him. He felt sweat bead on his forehead as he maintained the surge, and worry began to set in. His soul essence reserve was falling fast, faster than it ever had. His use of soul essence had always been more reckless and instinctual than Leona's. It lacked the control, the precision that she had. He was exerting far more effort than he intended. This better work, he thought. Huon fell into the dark. Chapter 19. A bright light blossomed in Huon's vision, the ancient kraken's core. Huon's soul essence had already fallen to below a quarter of what it had been when the fight had started. Still incorporeal, Huon braced himself, The last thing he wanted to happen was him being crushed by the weight of being inside the ancient kraken. He surged stone skin, strength, and stamina, and aimed his sword toward the beast's core. Then he cut off surging soul essence. Huon screamed as he became corporeal once more. The moment his body was solid again, his sword just piercing the bright light that was the ancient kraken's core, a massive amount of pressure pushed at him from every single side. He hadn't realized that he must have rematerialized somewhere where there was no space for him at all. His momentum had been stopped dead, jarring every bone and muscle in his body. He wasn't in the belly of the beast. He was between its bones, sinew, and muscles, where there simply wasn't any space. He could feel his stone skin surge cracking, could feel it breaking. The pain of it was like nothing else he had ever felt, more intense than being set on fire, having his skin melt and heal over and over. This was like being crushed by a mountain. Huon could have surged soul essence again, could have made himself incorporeal once more, but he didn't. His sword had pierced the monster's core. He gritted his teeth. Pain was something he knew, something he could handle. As much as he hated it, it had long grown to be a part of him. So he pushed past the pain and focused on the tip of his sword. This was not the first time Huon had pierced a beast's core, and it wasn't the first time he had done it with an essence drain surge either. But this was different. Pure essence flowed into Huon at an incredible rate, faster than anything he had ever experienced, though it felt similar to when he consumed a cultivation pill. Huon's plan had been to store the pure essence in his core, to hoard as much of it as he could, and turn it with the eternal wheel. But that simply wasn't an option. There was too much of it. He had only recently learned how to hold pure essence in his core, and the amount that he could hold wasn't limitless, just as it wasn't limitless for any of his normal essence types, and he couldn't turn it with the eternal wheel fast enough. In fact, considering how much pain he was in, he couldn't turn it at all. Stuck in the middle of this beast, with his stone skin breaking around him, surging as much stamina as he could, Huon surged breath and tried to focus. As much as he wished he could turn the essence he drained from the ancient kraken into soul essence, it might simply not be possible. And if he wasn't careful, taking in such power might kill him. And there was no way for him to slow the flow of essence. So Huon concentrated. He pulled the pure essence into all of his physical and elemental surges, his base surges as they were considered. He didn't know what would be required of him to reach the next rank of advancement, but he did know that expanding his reserves was always a good thing. It had been a long while since Huon had expanded his reserves in this way. There was a difference in the way that soul essence expanded a reserve and the way that normal essence, even pure essence, expanded a reserve. Normal and pure essence expanded a reserve until that reserve became full. Then that essence had to be used or dumped before more could replace it. Each time the reserve reached its limit, it grew ever so slightly. With soul essence, when it was converted to normal essence, it expanded the reserve instantly, making it grow larger without ever becoming full. It kept pushing at the bounds, carving more and more space, and it was far more efficient than normal cultivation. The reason cultivation pills could be dangerous was that the Surgecaller's core could become overwhelmed by the sheer amount of essence entering into them. The flow of that essence couldn't be adjusted. If the Surgecaller lost track of the situation, letting their reserves grow full without dumping the essence, the pure essence flowing into them could blow their core. All of Huon's focus fell upon one goal: filling and dumping his essence reserves. He almost couldn't believe the amount of essence he was consuming, just as he had struggled to take in the size of this beast. As long as Huon didn't let go of his sword, as long as he didn't let the pain he felt from being crushed within the ancient kraken falter his concentration, he would be able to drain the beast completely dry of essence. This plan had been wild, foolish, and, as he had thought, pure genius. Huon didn't know how much time passed while he was inside the Kraken. The pain, his task, the essence, it consumed his every thought. The longer it went on, the less difficult it became. It never became easy, but other thoughts began to spring up in his mind as his task became familiar. His mind, body, and core had adapted to the process incredibly quickly, one of the perks of being an immortal, he supposed. As part of Huon's consciousness became free to think, something he hadn't even thought would be possible, he put it to work. He carved out a small bubble of concentration, splitting his mind into two parts. He had long become familiar with mind spaces and how to create them, and he knew that if he wished, now that he had freed up part of the power of his mind, he might very well be able to escape the pain that he was feeling during his arduous ordeal. But escaping the pain wasn't what he wished to do. What Huon wished to do was capitalize upon this moment. And so, using what ounce of strength he had at his disposal, Huon began to turn the eternal wheel. Though he could not turn it fast enough nor efficiently enough to utilize all of the essence flowing into his core, he could turn some of it into pure soul essence. He worked tirelessly at the task, turning the eternal wheel around and around, even as the crushing pain dug into every part of his body, even as his mind began to split with the pain of the concentration he was enduring. He had long ago realized that physical pain wasn't all there was to feel. There was mental pain, too. Huon had endured all manner of pain in his life, and even so he found mental pain to be just as horrible as physical pain at times. His mind kept shouting for him to quit, to give up. He was doing enough simply keeping himself together, dumping and filling his reserves. Turning the eternal wheel was too much, was unnecessary. Why was he putting himself through such struggle, such pain, such torment? And not only that, he could be free of all of this pain in an instant. He still had soul essence to surge. He could use it, become incorporeal once more, and fall straight through the Kraken and into the water beneath it. His mind screamed these things at him, over and over, willing him to quit, to give up. But Huon was not someone who backed down from a fight, not when he knew he could win, knew he could endure. He kept pushing, kept dumping and filling the essence in his reserves, kept turning the eternal wheel, kept surging breath, stone skin, strength and stamina, the reserves of which kept being refilled by the pure essence over and over. He gritted his teeth so hard he could feel them crack, being healed again and again in a rapid cycle. This went on for what felt like forever. Time no longer had any meaning to Huon. All he felt was essence and pain. His reserves grew and grew, and the rate at which soul essence entered his core increased as each second passed, until the flow of essence finally stopped. The overwhelmingly bright glow of the ancient Kraken's core disappeared to nothing, and all that surrounded Huon was the darkness of being inside the ancient Kraken's corpse. With no more pure essence entering his core, Huon felt empty. The pain didn't disappear. It still surrounded him, enveloped every inch of him. "I need to move," he thought. "I need to get out of this thing." He focused his mind, tried to hone it to a point, tried to imagine himself turning incorporeal. But he couldn't. He still had soul essence in his core. Turning the eternal wheel had in fact grown his reserve of the essence considerably, but he no longer felt in control of it. It wasn't as though he had lost his connection with the surge. He knew what that felt like. No, this was different. It was as though he had expended every single ounce of his mind's energy, and no matter how much stamina he surged, he could not gain any more. He had slain the ancient Kraken. He had devoured its essence, turning it into his own, and now he was trapped within it. Surging strength as he was, he tried to move, but he couldn't. He was crushed on every side. He couldn't carve through the beast's flesh, as he could not move. His mind moved sluggishly. He could feel his bond with Shuri, his connection to the beast. It was fading, much like his connection to the Devil of the West had faded when he had been in Temtoria, or when the man had been attacked by Kalak. His very faculties were leaving him. He knew there was something he needed to do. There had to be a way out of this, but he couldn't think of one. Memories and images began to flash through his mind, interrupting the darkness that surrounded him. He saw his mother handing him a book from his father's library. He saw the mark on his wrist appear for the first time, felt his core manifest. He saw his village burning to the ground. The word came to him and repeated over and over, "Fire, fire, fire." Huon's body responded almost automatically, surging flames around him. The flames of an immortal burned hotter than anything Huon knew. As they burned around him, Huon felt the flames heat his stone skin, felt them jolt his mind into wakefulness. The memories disappeared, and he remembered where he was, trapped in the heart of the ancient Kraken's corpse. Chapter 20. Liona couldn't find Huon. She had watched in awe as the ancient Kraken had writhed, screeching in a pain that sounded unimaginable. Excruciatingly slowly, the beast had died, as though its very life was draining away from it. Liona had seen something like that before. She had seen when Huon had used his blood sword on a beast, the way its essence had been drained from it, but she had never imagined it happening on such a scale. As she floated in the water, surging breath and staring at the massive flailing beast, she knew that Huon must be doing this, even if she didn't know how. Liona made some distance between herself and the beast as she assessed the situation. Through the clear water, she noticed Shuri flying high in the sky, circling the ancient Kraken just outside the range of its tentacles. Liona may not have a bond with the beast as Huon did, but she had long come to recognize some of its moods. Right now, the Sky Eagle looked worried and frantic. "Huon is doing this," Liona thought, "and he might be in trouble." Kelney swam through the water toward her. He surged a bubble of air around them so they could converse.
"Huon has done this?"
Liona inclined her head slowly. "I believe so." The former Immortal of Fire frowned.
"But he no longer possesses the blood sword."
The man cut himself off.
"He has discovered a new use of soul essence. How is he remaining in contact with the beast?"
Liona shut her eyes, letting out a sigh. "You're an idiot, Huon," she thought. "A really smart idiot." "I think he's inside it," Liona whispered. "I think he's managed to reach its core." She opened her eyes and stared at the ancient Kraken as it continued to flail and wail in pain. Kelney did not reply. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see him staring just as she was, though Liona couldn't decipher the emotions displayed on his face. His eyes looked wild, but they often did. It wasn't something unusual about the man. The longer the ancient Kraken's agony stretched, its essence being drained from within, the more useless Liona felt. She couldn't help it. Floating in the water, watching the beast, there was absolutely nothing that she could do. "We've come so far," she thought. "Don't you leave me now." Finally, the beast stopped flailing. Its wail slowly drained away until all that was left was a ringing in Leona's ears that disappeared quickly as she surged more stamina to them. Her eyes widened. It's dead. Huon did it."
"Indeed," Kelney said. "That man still surprises me. I remember when you were both squires."
He trailed off. Liona eyed the dead ancient Kraken, looking at its center. "So, where is he?" She looked up at Shuri, still circling the beast from above. The Sky Eagle looked even more frantic than before. It was hard to hear through the water, even with her advanced hearing, but Liona saw the Sky Eagle screeching. Fear, Liona thought. Shuri is terrified.
He's still inside the beast, Kelney said. You were correct. It's the only thing that makes sense. He must have been directly tapping the ancient Kraken's core somehow.
Soul essence, Liona thought. He'd discovered a new way to use it. She had already seen him teleport, so this didn't sound so strange. "Why hasn't he come out?" She froze, her mouth falling open. "He's trapped." Liona burst into action. She didn't know how she knew, but she knew. Huon was in trouble. Somehow he had gotten himself inside the ancient kraken, close enough to use an essence drain surge directly on its core, and now he couldn't get back out again. She swam toward him as fast as she could, surging water to push her along, as well as speed and barrage, making her even faster than the Immortal of Fire, Kelney. Liona gritted her teeth in determination as she flowed through the water. She grasped her sword tight, imbuing it with sharpness essence, but she knew that might not be enough. "I need to cut that thing in two. Get to him fast." Something must have gone wrong. However, Huon had gotten into the beast. He was unable to get back out. Liona imagined a dozen different ways to break through the beast's skin, to slice it in half, but she couldn't risk cutting through Huon. "He's stuck inside that beast," she thought. Liona gritted her teeth. It didn't take her long to reach the ancient kraken. She aimed straight for the middle of the massive monster. She had no idea where the beast's core would be. It was hard to tell with something as large as this, but it was usually in the middle. She hacked and slashed her way through the skin, surging water as she went to clean the debris away and get the blood out of her face. Liona had long ago acquired all of the sense surges, back when she and Huon had been training outside of Harolan, Eliko's village, and her immortal senses were incredibly strong, but she couldn't feel inside of the beast. She didn't know how. Liona sliced frantically. Her mouth was open in a scream. She didn't know for how long she had been screaming, but she continued to let it loose. She didn't care. She just needed to find Huon. Huon could surge breath for hours. He had more than enough to last him, but his stone skin surge was quickly being depleted. If he ran out of stone skin essence, the crushing pressure around him would more than double. He was already being consumed by pain, already surging stamina at an unsustainable rate. The pure essence that he had consumed from the ancient kraken had expanded his reserves dramatically, but he could barely even feel them. It wasn't just his body that was spent. His mind was. He still had soul essence at his disposal. He had been creating it with the eternal wheel, yet he couldn't use it. "I'm going to die in here," he thought. He had been surging fire, trying to burn his way through the ancient kraken, trying to make more space for himself. But it hadn't worked. He was still stuck in place. All surging fire had done was bring him more pain. Burning on top of crushing, so he had ceased it completely. Darkness began to encroach the sides of his mind. He felt something tugging at him. Was that sleep? He did need to rest. Perhaps if he took a short nap, when he woke he would be able to solve this problem, would be able to get himself out of this. No, it wasn't sleep that was calling to him. It was death, the great abyss, nothingness. He had come far, hadn't he? Farther than anyone would have expected. To slay the ancient kraken the way he had, they would tell stories about him, like in the books Huon had read as a child, stuck at home. "No," a voice said within his mind, and it took Huon far too long to realize it was in fact his own voice. "You've come too far to give up now. There's still work to be done." Huon snapped back awake to full consciousness. The darkness was still there. It surrounded him completely within the ancient kraken, but it no longer encroached on his mind. Death no longer tugged at him. But from the state of his reserves, it would take him soon, if he wasn't careful. Huon focused as hard as he could. He thought of his goals, what he wished to do. Take down the Immortal Seven, one of which he had already defeated. Kill the everlasting king. Liberate his people. Liberate all of Harolan. "Nothing is impossible. You are strong." Huon took comfort in those words as they sounded within his mind. Then it was as though he was burning them for fuel. His mind was still tired, his body still broken, healing over and over. His connection to soul essence was still somehow fatigued. But Huon's thoughts were no longer sluggish. "I need to get out of here." He knew the others would be outside, trying to get to him. He knew he wasn't alone. Liona would figure out where he was. She would figure out how to get to him. So he had to be alive when she did. He had to survive long enough, and he had to give her some indication as to where he was. Sound, he thought. He could barely move his mouth where he was. He didn't need to breathe, thank the gods. How can I make her hear me from deep inside the kraken? Then it came to him, so fast that he realized it should have been obvious. His roar surge. Huon was an immortal. Were he not in the ancient kraken, that roar surge would be heard for miles on land or leagues across the ocean. It wouldn't stretch far where he was, but it didn't need to. Huon forced his mouth open. There was no air to breathe inside the kraken, but he had plenty of air in his lungs. Huon surged roar. He had multiple uses of the surge, and he didn't only surge it once. He surged it over and over again, hoping the sound would reverberate through the ancient kraken's corpse, hoping that Liona would be able to hear him where he was. "I'm here, Liona," he thought. "Please find me." Liona sliced and cut and slashed over and over and over, even surging water. She was absolutely covered in kraken blood. She didn't care. She kept cutting. Then she heard something that made her freeze mid-strike, a massive roar that played havoc with her senses, one that she recognized from the thousands of sparring matches she'd had with Huon over the years. His roar surge. From where he was, stuck in the kraken, it wasn't powerful enough to take away her senses and disorientate her completely, but it certainly got her attention. "He's still alive," she thought, as part of her had dreaded he might be dead. "And he's trying to show me where he is." Liona was glad he had done that. The kraken was so large that if she cut in the wrong place, she might never have found him. She turned to the left, digging further through the beast's flesh. The sound grew louder. "Huon!" she yelled at the top of her lungs. "I will find you!" Movement caught her attention to her right. It took her a second to realize what that movement was. She thought it was the beast's flesh drifting through the water, but it wasn't. It was Kelney, the former immortal of fire. He was right by her side, cutting through the beast with her, a look of determination set on his 1,000-year-old face. Liona was surprised to find the man there, but she didn't complain. She wasn't going to say no to his help. Huon ran out of the roar surge. He still couldn't use his soul essence, even though his mind had cleared. Even though he had staved off death, he was becoming less and less sure that he would survive this. His stone skin surge was seconds away from running out, and there was no way for him to cultivate more where he was. He had tried to use essence circulation to create more pure essence, as he couldn't seem to use soul essence right now to fill his reserves, but he was simply too exhausted. He had never felt this tired in his entire life, never felt this drained. He should have been bursting with power after what he had done with the ancient kraken, and yet he was weak. Thud, thud, thud. Huon perked up. He tried to turn his head in the direction of the noise, but he wasn't able to. Thud, thud, thud. There it was again. For a moment, Huon thought it might be his own heartbeat, but his heart was racing far faster than those thuds were coming. He surged hearing and was able to pinpoint exactly where those thuds were coming from. "Liona," he thought. "She's coming for me." Light pierced his vision, so bright after so much darkness that he could barely stand it. It was the light of a sword, imbued with fire essence, slicing through flesh. "That's not Leona's sword," he thought. "It's the Immortal of Fires." He would recognize that sword anywhere. His mind panicked for a split second. Blaze! He's finally come for me. But it wasn't Blaze. At least, it wasn't anymore. It was Kelney, and Liona was right beside him. He felt her strong arms grasp his shoulder, felt the pressure around him disappear as they carved space for him to move and pulled him free. Liona surged a bubble of air around him. He took a long breath, then let it out, slow. The pain was finally gone. Liona wrapped her arms around him. They were still inside the kraken, dark but for the light of Kelney's sword. "Huon, you idiot!" Liona said, anger bleeding into her voice. "Don't you ever do that again." Huon couldn't help but let out a laugh, though the laughter melted into a sob as he held her tightly. "I don't intend to." Liona held him at arm's length. She wiped a tear from her eyes and stared into his. "You killed the Kraken. You went to its core and defeated it." She shook her head. "That was amazing." "It was foolish," Huon said. He hung his head. "I almost died." Liona frowned. "How did you get stuck? How did you get in here in the first place?" Kelney drifted into their bubble of air.
"Perhaps we should have this conversation somewhere else."
He glanced up at the inside of the Kraken.
"Besides, the crew of the Strongwind may well need our assistance."
Huon felt a pang of guilt at not having thought of the Strongwind and the people aboard it first. He hated to say it, but Kelney was right. They needed to get back there. And besides, Huon didn't want to spend another second inside the ancient Kraken's corpse. Chapter 21. When they made it back to the Strongwind, it was littered with the corpses of dead Krakens, with many more floating in the water around it. No Kraken was left alive. Huon, Liona, and Kelney had surged water to clean every speck of Kraken blood and innards off themselves and their armor as they could before riding astride Shuri. From the Sky Eagle's back, Huon peered down at Captain Avery, waving at them from the deck. She looked worried and surprised to see them. Considering the plan had been for them to distract the ancient Kraken and lead it away, he supposed she must be wondering why they had returned so soon. Though Huon didn't feel as though he had only been gone a short time, considering what he had been through, stuck in the heart of the ancient Kraken, when he had been draining the beast of essence. It had felt like an eternity had passed as he'd endured the pain of being crushed. They each leapt off the back of Shuri, landing easily and smoothly on the deck of the Strongwind. Huon felt tired. His mind was clear once more, but he still hadn't been able to surge soul essence. He had clearly exhausted something vital inside of him when he had been rapidly consuming the Kraken's essence. He had felt something similar to this before, being severed from his surges, but that had been when he had used all of his soul essence. Though it was similar, it did feel different. His connection wasn't severed. He could feel the soul essence. He was just too tired to surge it. It was akin to trying to pick up something he wasn't strong enough to lift. It was strange, but he wasn't worried. He was sure that it wouldn't last. It was just a side effect of what he had done. Captain Avery looked from one face to another, then settled on Huon's. "What's happened? Why are you back so soon?" Huon smiled. "Because we defeated the ancient Kraken." Captain Avery blinked. Gale, Eliko, and Cyrus surrounded them, as well as the rest of the crew a little further back. They made a circle around the three immortals. "You," Avery shook her head. "You defeated it? How?" Liona put a hand on Huon's shoulder. "It was Huon." She looked up at him. "And I'd like for him to explain it too, considering I'm too not sure how he managed it." Gale practically jumped forward, a look of excitement alighting his face. "The ancient Kraken has been defeated!" he yelled. He grabbed Huon's hand and raised his fist high. "The way to Harolan is clear!" The crew cheered. More than half of them were covered in Kraken blood, and the deck was in an absolute shambles, but no one seemed to be injured, and no one seemed to have lost their memory either. Huon couldn't help but smile wide as the crew clapped and shouted his name. He hadn't expected them to react this way. This had been a part of the plan, after all. He wasn't used to so many people looking at him with respect and adoration. He'd come a long way. He took Leona's hand and raised it too, and spoke loud enough to be heard over everyone. "I wouldn't be alive if not for Liona," he said. Then he sighed, looking over at Kelney. "And Kelney. If not for the both of them, I would be dead inside the ancient Kraken's corpse." Captain Avery crossed her arms over her chest. "Inside the Kraken?" She raised an eyebrow. "What exactly did you do?" Huon grinned, then explained what had happened, the way he had used soul essence to mimic an essence drain surge, the way he had made his body incorporeal. He didn't just tell the captain. He spoke to the entire crew. If they were going to be taught how to use soul essence, they would all need to know what it was capable of, and its limitations. Captain Avery raised her hand. "Wait, you've been cut off from surging your soul essence? How is that possible?" Huon shook his head. "I still don't know myself." He sighed. "I don't think it's permanent, but it is a worry." He looked at the ground, brow furrowing. "My mind is clear now, but I can still feel something inside of it, like I've worn something out in my head." He pursed his lips. "Whatever it is, I need to fix it." Liona looked at him, a worried expression on her face. "You'll be able to, Huon. I know you will." During the story, Kelney had somehow slipped away, moving through the crew. He was back at the railing on the port side of the ship, staring off into the distance. Huon wondered what was going through that man's head. He hadn't expected to be saved by the Immortal of Fire. He shook those thoughts away, looking instead at Liona. "I know. I'll figure it out." He forced a smile. "I'm sure it's nothing to worry about." Gale beamed up at him. "Can you teach me how to use soul essence now?" Huon chuckled. "Soon. I think I need some sleep." Gale nodded seriously. "Perhaps rest will help." "Head to your quarters," Captain Avery said. She looked at Liona. "Both of you. The crew will ensure the deck gets cleaned. The two of you have earned a break." Liona took Huon by the arm and led him down the stairs to their cabin. It wasn't a very large cabin, but it was private and big enough at least for the two of them. They sat on the bed, Liona leaning her head against his shoulder. Huon shut his eyes, looking into his core. He hadn't gotten a chance to inspect his reserves since he had taken in the ancient Kraken's essence. When he looked at them closely, he snapped his eyes back open in surprise. Liona must have felt his reaction. "What is it?" "My reserves. They've doubled." Liona sat up straight and stared him in the eye. "What?" Huon lowered his head, shutting his eyes again. "I hadn't realized it at first. Too much was happening. I was in too much pain." "All the essence you took in," Liona trailed off. "It really made you that much stronger?" Huon nodded. "I've been feeling so weak since it happened. I barely even realized. It must be the only reason I was able to surge stone skin and stamina for as long as I could." "That ancient Kraken, it must have been even more powerful than we thought." "Its reserves ran deep," Huon said, thinking, "as deep as the ocean." "Indeed, they must have." Liona raised her head, smiling up at him. "You're going to outpace me at this rate." He chuckled, still examining his reserves in wonder. "Maybe, though I don't doubt you'll catch up, especially with the Devil of the West stealing so much of what I cultivate." She nudged his shoulder with her own. "That hasn't seemed to stop you." Liona moved backward on the bed, motioning for him to join her. "Come on. Remember what the captain said. We need some rest." She paused, her expression turning serious. "Especially you." Huon sighed. Sleep was the last thing he wanted to do right now. He had defeated the ancient Kraken, and before that he had discovered how to create soul essence on their world. He wanted to teach the others. But he knew she was right. An immortal might not need much sleep, but he had overdone it. He had pushed himself too hard. "All right," he said. "I'll rest." Liona smiled. "You don't need to sound so grumpy about it." Huon couldn't help but chuckle in reply. He moved up the bed and wrapped an arm around her, moving his hand through her hair as they slowly relaxed. When Huon closed his eyes, the darkness reminded him of being inside of the ancient Kraken, of the pain, both mental and physical, that he had suffered, the pressure pushing at him from all sides. His heart rate increased, and his breathing came fast. Liona rested her hand upon his chest and whispered soothing words into his ear. That was enough, and he was glad that it was. He could barely fathom how much he had been through over the years, how much he had lost, his village, his mother, being forced to fight, forced to kill, and all the pain he had endured. He let those things drift from his mind as he fell into a deep sleep. He could rest now. He could really rest. Chapter 22. Huon woke feeling more rested than he ever had before. Usually, when he woke from sleep, the first thing he would do was surge stamina to clear his mind and bring some alertness, but he found that wasn't necessary. His mind was already clear. Before he opened his eyes, he felt for his soul essence. It was there, resting in his core. He tried to surge it, imagining what he wished for it to do, bring a trickle of warmth to his toes. A simple surge and something he could have easily achieved by pooling fire essence to his feet, but a good way to test if he could use the essence once more. It worked, instantly. He opened his eyes and let out a breath of relief. Whatever had worn out in his mind had been restored, though it was curious that surging stamina had not been able to restore it. Only sleep had. He had never encountered an injury like that before. If only I could cultivate sleep, he thought. He reached out for Liona, only to find that she was no longer beside him. Their cabin had been sealed with a bubble of silence, and he couldn't hear what was going on aboard the ship. Huon frowned, climbing out of the bed. He was still wearing his armor from the day before. He had fallen right to sleep wearing it. He peered outside the porthole and noticed the sun was high in the sky. Strange. How long had he slept? Huon contemplated changing his clothes. Instead, he simply surged some water into his face to clean it. He wouldn't call it refreshing, but it was certainly bracing. As he walked up the stairs to the main deck, he contemplated what had happened. Somehow he had cultivated enough pure essence from the ancient Kraken's core that it had worn out his mind so much that the only way he'd been able to recover from it was with sleep. He had always known that surgecallers, no matter what rank they achieved, always needed some sleep, but he hadn't realized it could be as restorative as it was. He also hadn't realized that he could lose the ability to surge soul essence. That was important, and more than a little frightening. Surging all of the soul essence I have cuts off my connection to normal essence, he thought, and wearing out my mind takes away my ability to surge soul essence. These were things that he had never had to worry about before. It was one thing to run out of essence from one's core, or to be drained of it, but to not even be able to surge what one had? That was a problem, a dire one. Part of him wondered if he could use that against an enemy, if he could somehow intentionally cut that connection to their surges away, though he would have no idea how. When he made it up to the deck, he found Liona sitting across from Captain Avery. They both had their legs crossed beneath them and appeared to be deep in meditation. "Huon!" a voice called. Huon looked up to find Gale leaning over the rail at the eagle's nest. He vaulted over the side and landed, cat-like, straight on the deck. "You're awake!" The boy smiled up at him. Huon couldn't help but smile back. Gale seemed to have more enthusiasm lately. He had certainly been smiling a lot more. His mood used to be much more dour. Hope, Huon realized suddenly. More and more he believes in what we're doing. I wasn't asleep for that long, was I? He looked at the sun. He supposed he must have been resting for at least 20 hours. Perhaps that was a long time. Gale crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. "Only 3 days?" Huon blinked. His mouth fell open. "I've been asleep for 3 days?" He shook his head. "Why didn't anyone wake me?" He panicked slightly. It wasn't like him to lose so much time. How could he have slept for so long? "Leona's orders. She said no one was to wake you, unless the Everlasting King himself was attacking." Gale raised a finger as he spoke, doing a poor imitation of Liona. Huon inclined his head. That does sound like something she would do. For a moment he was frustrated, angry. He felt as though he had lost far too much time. But then, he had never felt this rested before, and he wouldn't sleep for 3 days naturally, unless his body and mind truly needed it. He sighed. The anger and frustration fell away. If anything, he should be thanking Liona. He was glad she wouldn't see his face cover all those reactions before coming to the right one. Gale edged forward, taking small steps. "Well," he asked slowly, "can you use soul essence again?" His words almost came out as a whisper, as though he was afraid of asking the question. Huon figured he would show Gale rather than telling him. He held up his hand, palm facing the sky, and began to imagine something. It took his mind a moment to get there. He had never done something like this before, though he believed it would work. Belief was half the battle when it came to soul surging, after all. Silver strands of light coalesced in the air above his palm, first only a few, then several dozen. They wrapped around each other, rapidly forming something solid that was slowly taking shape. When the process was done, which had taken all of 10 seconds, a small statue of a wolf stood atop his palm. The wolf looked almost exactly like snow, except its fur was silver instead of white. Huon passed the small statue to Gale. Gale's eyes widened in awe. He took the statue, carefully holding it between thumb and forefinger. How did you do that? He shook his head, disbelief leaking into his voice. I didn't know something like that was even possible. Huon smiled. Neither did I. Cyrus walked over to them, his hands folded behind his back. He peered at the statue and raised an eyebrow. May I? He asked, putting out his hand. Gale frowned, reluctantly passing the silver wolf statue over to the man. Cyrus examined it thoroughly, lines creasing his forehead. This is remarkable, Huon. He peered over at him. You made this with soul essence? Huon nodded. I have seen sculptors back in Ocelantiar who were able to do similar things with earth essence. They could mold rock into something else, and then there are those who possess metal surges, a rather rare surge. But this? His frown deepened. I've never known a surgecaller to be able to create something from nothing. He passed the silver statue back down to Gale. I'm not even sure a celestial is able to manage something like that. The things they create, they always come from somewhere, just like the water we surge was once cultivated into our core. Huon tilted his head to the side. But it does come from something, he said. It comes from soul essence. Indeed. Cyrus folded his hands behind his back again and tilted his chin up. I wonder what else you can create with that essence of yours. There was a twinkle in his eyes, and it looked as though he wanted to ask for something specific. But he didn't. He fell silent, inclined his head in a small bow at Huon and Gale, then sauntered off down the deck. Huon watched him walk away, wondering what it was he would have asked for, though he had an inkling as to what it might be. He turned his attention to where Liona and Captain Avery sat. Avery is teaching Liona essence circulation? Huon asked. Gale shook his head. Liona learnt that already. Yesterday. It didn't take her long. Huon chuckled. That doesn't surprise me. You should have seen how quickly she took to the eternal wheel, after I had spent weeks learning how to do it. That's what Leona's teaching the captain, the eternal wheel. Gale scratched the back of his head. I keep asking her to teach me how to do it, but they both tell me I need to learn essence circulation first. He sighed. You've been struggling with it? Huon asked. The champion nodded. It's not as easy as it sounds. He nudged his head up at the eagle's nest. Huon focused on it, attuning his hearing. He could hear someone up there, their breath coming evenly, clearly meditating. Eliko? She's having trouble with it too. Maybe I can help, Huon said. Gale perked up. I was hoping you would say that. Huon glanced around the rest of the ship, noticing more people sitting in meditation, at least half the crew. Kelney, however, was not. The man probably already knew how to use essence circulation, considering how long he had been around. I just need to talk to Kelney first. Gale peered over at the former Immortal of Fire. He surged a bubble of silence around them. I still don't trust him, Huon. You remember what Eliko said he was muttering when he first boarded the ship? Huon nodded. Don't kill them, he whispered, though he knew no one could hear them. Don't worry. I definitely remember that. Believe me, Gale, I don't trust him either, but I should thank him properly. Gale still looked dubious, but he dropped the bubble of silence without any protest and watched as Huon walked over to the other immortal. Kelney didn't move from where he stood, staring off at sea.
"You're awake."
I am.
"I think some of the crew were growing worried."
But not you? Huon asked. Kelney turned to him. His expression was blank, except for his eyes, which looked haunted.
"No, not me. I've seen what you can do."
He paused.
"Why have you come to speak with me, Huon?"
Is it so unusual that I do? Huon asked.
"Yes,"
the former Immortal of Fire said flatly.
"it is."
Huon conceded the point, lowering his head. I wanted to thank you, properly. If you weren't there with Liona, cutting through to me inside the ancient kraken, he let out a sigh. I don't know if I would have survived.
She would have saved you.
Huon looked over at Liona, still meditating across from the captain. Perhaps, but I can't be sure of that. My stone skin surge was almost fully depleted when the two of you found me. If it would have lapsed, I don't know that my stamina would have lasted much longer if my body took the full toll of being crushed like that.
It is something we must all learn,
Kelney said. Huon raised his head. What's that?
We may be immortals, but that does not make us invincible.
Huon shut his eyes. Yes, that is something I had thought I'd known. Until... He trailed off, the memory of being inside the kraken assailing him once more.
Did you come over here just to thank me, Huon?
Huon frowned. He had thought that's why he'd come, but perhaps not. I've been struggling with something. Ever since we saved you. Kelney cocked his head to the side.
What have you been struggling with?
You, Huon said. I've been struggling with you. Kelney nodded. He did not look offended.
That is understandable.
He looked out to sea, as he always did, his eyes glazing over.
I have been struggling with the exact same thing.
Huon took a step toward the man. I keep asking myself whether or not you can be redeemed. Everything you did, you were not yourself. You were following orders that you were bound to. Logically, you shouldn't be held accountable for those actions.
And yet, that isn't how it feels, Kelney said. And yet, you have a great anger inside of you, one that you want to unleash every time you see me.
Huon shrunk back slightly. I suppose that's something that's hard to hide. He had gotten a better handle on it lately, hadn't he? Before, he hadn't even been able to focus on his daily meditation properly. His mind had been warring with itself over and over. He hadn't been able to think. Now, he had managed to do far more than that. He'd managed to figure out how to create soul essence. He'd moved forward, at least a little. Or he had accepted the fact that this might never be something he understood what to do with.
I don't know if I can be redeemed.
Kelney touched his chest.
I feel a pain here, a pain that never heals, no matter how much stamina I surge, though I do not even know if I should be free of it.
His head sunk.
I deserve this pain, don't I? You say that logically my actions were not my fault, but does that make the people I killed any less dead?
He rested a hand on his sword.
A sword is not to blame for who it is used to kill, but if this sword killed your mother, would you want to have it in your home? Would you want to wield it yourself? Hang it up on your wall?
He shook his head.
You would melt it for scrap. You would throw it into the ocean. It is not to blame, but its very existence is abhorrent.
He stared at Huon.
As is mine.
Huon couldn't help but be surprised by the man's words, but he couldn't deny them. Abhorrent. Kelney had thought about his place in the world far more than Huon had realized. "Is this why you keep trying to sacrifice yourself?" he asked. "Why you wanted to throw yourself to the mercy of the Sentinel of the North? Why you wanted to lead the ancient Kraken away by yourself? Because you don't think you deserve to exist?" Kelney's gaze drifted back to the water.
"Truthfully, I don't know. I am still fighting, still struggling. I wish I had known you before, Huon, before I was bound to the everlasting king, before my will had been torn from me for 1,000 years. Perhaps we could have been friends."
Huon opened his mouth to respond, but his words died in his throat. He had planned to say, "I wish that too," but that wasn't the truth, and it felt wrong to lie to the man. "Thank you for this talk," he said instead, then turned and walked away, lost for words. The man who had killed his mother was far different than Huon could have ever expected, but he could never imagine a world in which they could be friends. That war within his mind was still raging, and he found that the man was right. He may be better able to focus, better able to push those thoughts away and concentrate on what he needed to do. But every time Huon saw the former Immortal of Fire, he wanted to strike him dead. It was an impulse he just didn't know how to shake. He didn't even know if he wanted to shake it. "He wants to be redeemed," Huon thought. "He is fighting with us. He helped save my life, and he's going to help us take down the everlasting king." But even if Kelney managed all of that, would Huon be able to look at him without that rage burning in his chest? There are more important things to worry about, Huon thought. He looked over the bow at the horizon. He had spent the last 3 days asleep. They were still months away from reaching Harolan, but he couldn't waste another moment. He may have gained a great deal of power when he had drained that ancient Kraken of all its essence, expanding his reserves far faster than he imagined any immortal ever had, but there was work to be done, training to be done, people to be taught. He couldn't waste any more time. Chapter 23. A week had passed since Huon awoke from his 3-day sleep. He stood at the wheel of the strong wind, his hands folded behind his back, observing those of his friends and the crew who sat upon the deck, deep in meditation. Huon had discovered much over the last few days, as he'd finally had the chance to experiment with soul essence. They had had difficulty teaching the other members of the crew how to use essence circulation. He and Liona had decided they weren't going to teach them how to use the eternal wheel until they had mastered that. Otherwise, they simply wouldn't be able to benefit from it. One of the hurdles they faced was that they hadn't been able to see where someone was going wrong with the technique. Huon and Liona had both gotten to the point where they could use essence circulation quite easily, and so they were confident they could teach it. Even as Huon stood there, observing those in meditation, he was circulating essence within himself, filling his core with pure essence. To combat this hurdle, they had realized it would be best if they could look inside a person's core while they practiced. Of course, as they didn't wish for the everlasting king to be warned of their journey to Harolan, practicing with their veils down seemed far too dangerous. Huon glanced up at the shield he and Liona had created. Huon called it a veil shield, for lack of a better term. They were still discovering all that could be done with soul essence, and this was one of them. The veil shield hadn't even been Huon's idea, or Leona's. Gale had thought of it as they had discussed the issue. The shield was almost transparent, except for a bluish tinge, and it covered the entirety of the strong wind. They had tested the shield thoroughly. From outside, they couldn't feel any of the essence within. They couldn't feel when a sailor cultivated something, couldn't feel when they dropped their veil and pulsed essence. It was like a blank spot from their senses. It felt empty. Though there was a downside, it required constant attention. That's why Huon was the one observing those in meditation, and not Liona. She was at the back of the ship, her hands outstretched above her head, maintaining the shield. Huon stepped out from behind the wheel and walked over to Gale. The champion was trying, perhaps harder than anyone else, to perform the technique, but he was also the one having the most difficulty. Huon examined Gale's core, squatting in front of him. The boy was struggling to circulate his essence to every point in his body. Huon had learned how to do this intuitively, by pooling essence in different parts of himself, but he hadn't realized it wasn't something every surgecaller took to. Most surgecallers seemed only able to pool essence to their hands and feet, and that simply wasn't enough. Right now, Gale was blocked. He could pool essence anywhere inside of his body, but he struggled to move it once it reached there. It got stuck, eventually dissipating as it wasn't being used. Huon rested a hand on the boy's shoulder. Gale's eyes snapped open. He winced. "Sorry," he sighed. "I know I haven't gotten it yet." Huon frowned. "You have nothing to be sorry for, Gale." Gale's forehead creased. "Yes, I do. I'm not strong enough, not strong like you, and I keep failing at this basic thing you figured out in moments." Huon sighed. "Gale, you are strong. You were a knight when I was a squire, when I was your age." "Don't start on that, Huon. You're not that much older than me." Huon chuckled. "Perhaps it doesn't seem that way." He tried to approach this differently. "The only way to achieve anything in this life is by failing." Gale crossed his arms at his chest. "Are you saying I'm failing?" "I fail every single day, but that's only because I am always striving towards something I'm not yet able to attain, and will fail again and again until I achieve it. Then my next goal will make me fail at something else." "Is this speech supposed to be encouraging?" "Failure is the only way to progress. The more you try, the more you fail. The more you fail, the more you learn, and therefore the more likely you are to succeed." Gale's frown deepened. He nodded slowly. "I think I understand." He seemed to fall away, deep in thought. Then he perked up. "You're saying I'm on the right track. That even though it's hard, even though it seems like all I'm doing is hitting a wall, if I keep at it, you'll get there." Huon didn't rise. He remained where he was. "You're struggling to pull the essence back once it has reached somewhere." Gale nodded. "How are you trying to pull it back?" Gale looked down at his hands, which rested on his knees. "I don't know." He scrunched up his face. "It's hard to describe." He raised his hand and grasped at the air. "I'm reaching for it, and just trying to move it like I would when cultivating it. That's when I have the most control over essence, when I can flow it into my core." He shook his head. "But that doesn't work, so I try to surge it instead, and then it's gone." He sighed. "Why is this so hard?" "It's always hardest to do the things we've never done before. But the moment you get it, it will be easier to recreate." Huon sat on his haunches for a long moment. He shut his eyes and dropped his veil. He usually kept it up, as he didn't want people to be distracted by his core when they were supposed to be concentrating. "Examine my core," he said, as he continued to use essence circulation. "See how the essence flows around my body, never pausing, with no fits and starts? I'm not trying to cultivate it, nor am I trying to surge it. This is something different altogether." Though he understood instinctively exactly what his body and mind were doing, he still found it difficult to verbalize the concept, though the more he tried, the better at it he became. "Don't force the essence. You want to have control over it, but you don't want to dominate it. Imagine it is water rushing down a river, and you have no water surge. You can't tell the water to run upstream, just as you can't will the sun to rise from the other side of the sky. What you can do is nudge that water in a different direction. You can create blocks within yourself that make that essence bounce from one place to another. Make it flow where you wish it to go." It was, in fact, possible for a surgecaller to force the flow of essence for the technique. That was how Huon had first done the technique himself, but he had soon found that it was the most inefficient way of doing so. It hadn't taken him long to realize that the essence wanted to flow. All he had to do was be its guide, to not hold it too tightly. He told that to Gale. The young champion nodded at Huon, his brow deeply furrowed. He seemed to both understand and not understand, and Huon couldn't blame him for that, considering he still struggled with conceptualizing the technique. "Try it again. Remember, it's okay to fail. I know," Gale said, interrupting him. "Sorry." He sighed, then nodded sharply. "All right, I'll try again." He shut his eyes, his breathing rapidly steadying. Huon remained where he was, closing his own eyes to better examine the champion's core. He felt Gale move water essence out from his core. Huon grinned at that. Gale had taken his metaphor to heart, it seemed. The water essence flowed from Gale's core and moved through his body. It pooled inside his left hand, then stopped there. Huon frowned and waited. The essence jolted backward an inch, something that Gale had never done before. Huon tilted his head to the side, waiting for it to continue to move, but it seemed to be stuck there. A few more seconds passed, then the essence jolted again, moving 2 inches this time. Huon opened his eyes and smiled. It wasn't pretty, but the boy was learning. Huon stood, folding his hands behind his back once more, and observed the others. For a little over a week, ever since Huon, Liona, and Kelney had returned from slaying the ancient kraken, the crew had been learning how to do this. As Huon walked, he noticed that it wasn't only the crew, Gale and Aliko, who were deep in meditation. Cyrus was as well. Huon had seen the man meditate before, but this was different. As the former immortal had no core, he could not cultivate like others, so his meditation must have been simply for his own peace of mind or to increase his concentration. Huon couldn't help but feel sorry for the man. As a null, he couldn't learn what everyone else was learning. Huon's attention turned to him now because there was essence moving through the man. He walked over to him, tilting his head to peer down at the null. He didn't sit near the others. He was alone, off to the side. The man could often be found alone. Huon understood that. He'd become used to being alone when he was in the wilds, and this man had spent more time out there than he had. Cyrus had a surge gem clutched in his hand, the one that Captain Avery had given him. Huon still wasn't sure how she'd gotten her hands on a surge gem, as they were something he had only ever encountered in the Everlasting King's realm, but he was glad that the man had it. Though Cyrus lacked a core, he could still surge. Essence had flowed through his body for almost 100 years before he had lost his core. He doubtless had better control over it than anyone else on the ship, except for Kelney, Huon thought. He was circulating a trickle of stamina essence around his body with perfect ease, in a way that should have easily produced pure essence, but it was doing nothing, only slowly dissipating the more he moved it around. Huon sat across from him and put a hand on his knee to gently bring him out of his meditation. Cyrus's eyes snapped open. The essence he had been circulating disappeared into nothing. He looked slightly embarrassed as he noticed it was Huon who sat across from him. "What are you doing, Cyrus?" Huon asked. Cyrus hung his head. He sighed. "I knew it wouldn't work, but I couldn't help but try." He looked off to the side, the breeze playing with his hair. "I have seen so much since boarding this ship, the things you can do with soul essence." His forehead creased, and he looked ashamed. "I was beginning to believe that maybe anything was possible. Maybe there truly is a way for one to manifest a core." Huon tilted his chin up. To be honest, he wasn't surprised. If he were in this man's position, he would be trying to do the exact same thing. "I don't know what's possible, Cyrus." Huon glanced up at the sun's passing, narrowing his eyes. "There is so much in this world, in this universe, that I am still discovering." He shook his head. "The Everlasting King has been trying to manifest a core for 1,000 years, and yet he still hasn't achieved it." Cyrus's face fell. Huon continued. "But that doesn't mean there isn't a way. That man has been accruing power by any means possible, and as far as Kelney is aware, he has never discovered the use of soul essence. Huon gripped Cyrus's shoulder. If there's a way this can be done, I will help you find it. Cyrus locked eyes with Huon. You will? Truly? Huon frowned. You doubted this? Cyrus sighed. I am still used to being treated as though I am nothing for what was done to me. On some level, Huon could understand what the man had been through. When he had been oath-bound, sworn to serve others, whether in an arena as an oathless hunter for the Immortal of Fire, or an honor-bound knight for the Immortal of Earth, he had been nothing but a tool to them. He remembered how Surgeless had looked at him, that time he had visited the library in Glenhaven. You're not nothing, Cyrus. You never have been. Huon rose, sweeping his gaze over all the surgecallers meditating aboard the strong wind. He moved to the next of them he noticed struggling. Most of the sailors had gotten a handle on essence circulation, with 3/4 of them already able to produce pure essence. Even so, Huon and Liona didn't feel as though they were ready to move to the eternal wheel. He wanted their essence circulation to feel second nature before he taught them another technique. He spoke to many of the sailors, offering advice where he could, encouragement where he couldn't. Then he noticed one champion who was circulating essence at a rapid rate, almost as fast as the captain was able to manage it. Huon smiled as he realized who it was. Eliko. He walked over to the woman. She opened her eyes, seeming to sense his approach. I think you're ready, Huon said. It's time to teach you how to turn the eternal wheel. Eliko's face broke into a smile. Huon couldn't help but feel proud. This was what he wanted. He glanced over at Liona. The two of them had come far over the years, but they always seemed to be leaving others behind. Gale, Captain Avery, Eliko. Perhaps that would always be the case, but he wanted to help them advance faster too. Not just because they would need all the help they could get when they reached Harolan, but because they deserved to become stronger. Without Gale's help, Huon and Liona might not be alive at all. The same could be said for the captain. Eliko, too, had been an invaluable member of their team. Now it was time to give back. They still had months before they arrived in Harolan, months to bring each of these people's levels of strength higher than they might have ever expected to go. And, with each of them wielding soul essence, as Huon and Liona did, the way was becoming more and more clear to Huon. We can do this, he thought. We really, truly can. Chapter 24. The days and weeks passed slowly. Huon and Liona took turns controlling the veil shield that kept the strong wind hidden from enemy senses and allowed those aboard to freely drop their veil. They didn't only spend their days training others. Captain Avery didn't take long to learn how to turn the eternal wheel, just as Liona hadn't when Huon had first taught it to her, so she'd taken over the others' training. Besides, once a surgecaller learnt the basics of essence circulation, they didn't need much further instruction. They could figure out the rest on their own, until deemed ready to learn the eternal wheel. Of course, Huon, Liona, and Captain Avery wanted to ensure that people progressed as quickly as possible. They didn't have the same kind of time as they did back in Temtoria, after all. Once the entire crew, including Eliko and Gale, had mastered essence circulation, they moved on to the eternal wheel. Eliko and first mate Horrel were the first to turn it, garnering them each a small amount of soul essence. The entire crew applauded when they felt the soul essence emerge in their cores, as they were able to feel that with their veils down. Gale, to Huon's surprise and delight, was the next to figure it out. His determination was something to be admired, and he had already taken to using essence circulation while performing different tasks, not just while meditating. Huon and Liona spent a good deal of their day in a shared mind space, sparring hard. Mind spaces were another thing they would soon teach the crew. Huon couldn't think of a more efficient way to train all of their fighting skills up. Once a month had gone by, Every single person aboard the Strongwind was able to perform essence circulation and the eternal wheel to a reasonable degree. Huon still struggled to believe how much progress they had all made, but he wanted to push them further. He wanted to push himself further. Creating soul essence and surging it were two different things, but with instruction, it seemed much easier for the crew to develop the ability than it had for Huon and Liona back on Temtoria. Huon had felt bad about that. It had taken months until he had even considered surging soul essence. For a long time, they were only using it to expand their reserves. It wasn't until Huon and Leona's lives were in danger that he had finally managed to surge it. Those aboard the Strongwind, however, were able to do it within days. As Huon watched two sailors attend to the veil shield, he could scarcely imagine how the world would change if everyone had access to this ability. Everyone aboard the ship was cultivating soul essence, except for Kelney and Cyrus, allowing them to expand the essence reserves in their cores at a rate that would have only been previously possible with cultivation pills. "This will change the world," Huon thought, "assuming we survive long enough." He stood at the bow, looking at the horizon. Though they were but a fifth of the way into their journey, he couldn't help but feel like they were running out of time. Like all that they had achieved simply wouldn't be enough, that their strength would pale in comparison to that of the entire Harolan continent under the rule of the everlasting king. He sighed and leapt off the bow. While Huon and Liona mostly sparred within their mind spaces, minutes felt like hours within it. Now that the crew was better up to speed, they ensured they trained in the real world as well. The problem with training in the mind space was that they couldn't know what soul essence was truly capable of unless they had experienced it in reality, which meant any new discoveries and breakthroughs they came upon couldn't happen within those mind spaces. And, as with when Huon had figured out a way to kill the ancient kraken, and when he had used soul essence in the first place against the immortal of fire, those breakthroughs came best during combat. In the past month, Huon had learnt much. He had taken inspiration from the six-legged beast they had fought back in Temtoria, realizing that if anything was possible, then he could redefine the very way in which he fought. As he leapt off the bow, the strength of his jump letting him soar through the air, he drew his sword. At the same time, he surged soul essence. Pain split his back in two spots, right at each of his shoulder blades. He gritted his teeth through it. This was the third time he had experienced such pain, but he felt as though it was worth it for what came next. Once he had found that he could use soul essence to alter himself, like he had when he'd made himself incorporeal, able to slip through the ancient kraken and straight to its core, he had wondered what else he could do. Wings sprouted from his back. The pain was intense. It gnawed at his concentration, threatening to take over. Every time he went through it, he couldn't help but remember when Liona was in the same pain, when she had surged that beast's core, that beast's soul. Wings had sprouted from her back. She'd screamed louder than she ever had, but the pain disappeared the instant the wings extended to their fullest. The wings were sky blue, their feathers resembling that of Shuri's, which was no surprise, as Huon was most familiar with the sky eagle's wings, and hers were the ones he imagined when he grew his own. These were his third iteration of the wings. His first hadn't quite been strong enough to hold his weight. His second had worked, but had been far too large and unwieldy. These, he hoped, would help his fight and not hinder it. The wings took a constant flow of soul essence to maintain, just as when he had made himself incorporeal. However, Huon had since learnt how to surge more than one thing with his soul essence at a time. That's why he wanted to train with the wings, to get better at the technique. The sensation of his wings flapping, bringing him higher into the air, was a strange one, but one he imagined he would grow used to. As he climbed higher and higher, he surged soul essence, imbuing his sword with essence drain. He imbued it with sharpness and will, too, for good measure. Liona had been learning how to alter her body with soul essence as well. Huon had thought she might not wish to, after what she had been through, and her addiction to surging beast cores. Yet she had taken to it almost instantly. Huon turned, maneuvering with his wings, flapping them hard to stay in the air, and watched as Liona sprinted across the deck. She leapt, like Huon had leapt. Wings sprouted from her back, elegant black wings that looked like they came from a raven or a crow. She didn't even seem to feel the pain. She had her sword drawn and glided straight for Huon. Huon watched her in awe as she flew toward him. He still struggled to believe what they were doing was even possible. He had seen immortals like Kelney riding upon the backs of dragons. He had seen the Immortal of Air ride on the back of a Pegasus. He himself rode upon a sky eagle. But for an immortal to have their own wings? They clashed in the air. Huon could only imagine what they must have looked like to those back on the deck of the strong wind, though he couldn't sense the others through the veil shield. In the corner of his eye he could see that they had all stopped to watch the two fight, even though they should have been attending to their own training. Huon didn't blame them. If he were in their position, he would doubtless do the same, though he couldn't imagine how much the champions would be able to see of their fight, considering how quickly he and Liona moved. Winged combat was still something Huon was getting used to. In a way, it was similar to fighting while astride Shuri, except different, harder. He had 2 extra limbs he needed to control, and unlike when he fought on the ground, he needed to think in different planes, up and down, instead of accepting the occasional leap, only the 360 degrees that surrounded him. Liona roared as she fought, though she hadn't surged essence from a beast core since the 6-legged beast, which was over a year ago in their time. It seemed as though the influence of her surging beast cores hadn't completely left her. Right now, she was using that to her advantage. She seemed to flit through the air as though she had been born to it. Liona had always been a superior wind surger, and that hadn't changed. And with her barrage surge, she could outpace him when she got in close. More than once, she'd slashed his wings to shreds, making him fall down almost to the water. They had decided the match would end once one of them splashed down. Huon couldn't help but smile as they fought. He always enjoyed this part of the day most of all, the part of the day where they could let loose and push themselves as hard as they could, experimenting and finding new ways to fight, even as they did so. This was how he made breakthroughs, and he knew that he would need a lot of them if they were going to win this war. Huon made some distance between himself and Liona as best he could. As he did, she surged 100 ice shards into being, shooting them straight at him. Once again, she was trying to take out his wings. As he glided through the air, he contemplated the best way to fight back. He needed to take down her wings, get her to splash down, and he had the perfect way to do that. One slash of his sword on those wings, with the will essence he had imbued into it, and her wings would dissipate completely. She wouldn't be able to resurge them into being for at least a few seconds. The advantage would be mine, he thought. The struggle with fights like this was that even though he could use soul essence to surge more than just his wings, it was incredibly difficult to do so. It still required more of his concentration than he liked, but he knew the only way that he was ever going to get past that was through diligent practice. Huon swerved in the air, dodging the ice shards that followed him and launching fireballs to melt the ones that he wasn't able to avoid. Surging touch and hearing, he could pinpoint the exact location of Liona. His smile widened as he flew. He felt as though he was finally getting the hang of using these wings. His third iteration of the wings felt far more natural than the 2 before. He also couldn't help but be amazed by how quickly he was able to adapt to this new way of moving and new type of combat. It seemed that as an immortal, he was able to gain new skills far more quickly than he ever would have in any of the lower ranks. A sharp pain hit him straight in his right wing. It was an odd sensation, feeling pain in a limb one had never possessed before. He'd been hit by one of Leona's ice shards. Perhaps I'm not so good at this as I'd hoped, he thought. He was about to pull up when a stone wall appeared from nowhere in the middle of the air, just above where he was about to be. It fell rapidly, and he flew straight into it. The force of the impact jarred every muscle in his body, sending pain ripping through every inch of him. He surged stamina even as he fell, trying to gather himself, trying to have his wings catch the air and keep him afloat, but he was tumbling fast in a spiral, struggling to gain any orientation. At the same time, he was being bombarded by countless ice shards that he wasn't able to avoid or melt to nothing. The water rushed toward him. He surged wind to try and keep himself up, but it wasn't enough. He splashed down. Huon clawed himself over the side of the strong wind. He'd let his wings dissipate after he'd fallen into the water, ceasing his soul surging. Liona stood on the bow, a grin on her face, and helped pull him over. Not that he needed the help. Huon shook his head, recalling the jolt that stone wall had given him. "I didn't see that one coming." "No, I didn't think you would." Leona's dark wings were still spread out behind her. It was quite a sight to see. Gale, Aliko, and the sailors aboard the ship had rapidly returned to their own training, as though they had never been watching in the first place. Captain Avery was by the veil shield. Apart from Huon and Liona, she was the strongest soul surger among them, and the only one able to keep the shield going long enough to allow all the sailors to keep training while they were out sparring. Liona glanced at the captain. "That session went by faster than I expected it to." "Is that your idea of gloating?" Huon asked with a chuckle. "No, I just wonder if you want another chance to redeem yourself." Liona raised an eyebrow. "Best 2 out of 3? Huon bobbed his head. "Definitely." They took to the air again, Huon's wings sprouting faster than they had before. The pain hit him as hard as it had the last few times, but it didn't last as long. The more he mastered the technique, the more proficient he became at it, and the faster the wings sprouted. Good, Huon thought. Very good. He still hadn't found out what the hard limitations of soul surging were, though they had started to find a few downsides. The first time they had sparred like this, out in reality, they had done it in the same way they had in the mind spaces. They had pushed themselves too far. Huon and Liona had each surged close to the last of their soul essence. It seemed as though they were far too focused on the fight and discovering new ways in which to use it that they hadn't been keeping close enough track. They had almost lost their connection to their cores. They had each lost their wings, not letting themselves surge more of their soul essence to maintain them, and had fallen through the air, slamming hard against the water. The next fight they had taken more care. Though there was so much that surging soul essence could offer them, there was still so much they didn't know about it. They weren't the first to use it upon their world, not if the stories Huon had read about the great Gontra were true, but they were the first to use it in over 10,000 years. Which meant they were pioneers, in a way, like the first to walk in a new land. And the first person to walk in a new land will not only encounter the wonders before anyone else, but the dangers. Fortunately, Huon hadn't suffered from an inability to surge soul essence since he had defeated the ancient Kraken. He hoped he would never have to experience that again. Huon flew through the air, already contemplating what it was he wanted to do. He pinpointed Leona's location, then imagined where he needed to be. This was how he had managed to sever the Immortal Fire's oath-binding, and he knew it was one of the most powerful uses of soul essence that he possessed. It was also one of the most difficult ones to use, especially in the air, and doubly difficult as he was already surging soul essence to his wings. To his surprise, Huon managed it. It ate at his soul essence reserve something fierce, taking it down by more than half. Something he hadn't expected, considering how much he had, but he didn't let that distract him. He appeared exactly where he wanted to be, right where Liona was flying toward. He slashed his sword downward. The blade instantly contacted one of her wings, slicing straight through it with the sharpness essence. Then the effect of the will essence hit. Leona's black raven wings disappeared to nothing. Without her wings keeping her up, Liona plummeted straight for the water, just as Huon had when he'd crashed into her conjured stone wall. Huon grinned as she fell. They had experimented with will essence's ability to interrupt soul essence. It wasn't able to prevent someone from surging it completely, but it was able to stop them from using it for the same thing. For instance, if she had been using soul essence to imbue more strength in her body when he had hit her with that will essence strike, she wouldn't be able to do that again, but she would be able to use it for speed. Apparently that held true for creating something like wings. Even if she tried to create a different type of wings, she wouldn't be able to within the few seconds that will essence interrupted the surge. As Liona had also been surging wind essence at the time, she wasn't able to use that to stop her fall. She splashed down hard. Huon glided down to hover just above her in the water. Liona rose to the surface, wiping water from her eyes, and glared up at Huon. "That's 1 for 1, Huon grinned. "Lucky hit," Liona said, still glaring at him. Though the glare didn't last very long, she reached up and took his hand. Huon grinned, grabbing her hand and carrying her in his arms as he flew them to the deck of the Strong Wind. He deposited her gently to the wooden floor. Liona landed gracefully. She surged wind to dry her armor, clothes, and hair. She looked down at her sword, then at Huon's wings, which were tucked behind his back. "It's strange, isn't it? Moving in the air like this?" He inclined his head. "It is. Though what I find most strange is how natural it is beginning to feel, as though—" He frowned, grasping for the right words. "As though we were always meant to be in the air?" Liona whispered, her brow as furrowed as his own. Huon looked over at her, tilting his head to the side. "Exactly." He had never realized that was how it had felt, and it made him wonder. Surgecallers had technically always been able to do something like this. They just never tapped into that ability anymore, not since the Purge. But now that they had, they were unlocking abilities that their ancestors would have used a long, long time ago. Wings, aerial combat, that might only be the beginning. There were more things that they would learn how to do, more ways to alter their own bodies. All they had to do was discover them. What are the limits of this? Huon wondered. Is soul essence truly only limited by our imaginations, or is it limited by something else, a wall we have yet to hit? He knew the dangers of surging all his essence. He knew the dangers of being cut off from it. But he wondered if there weren't other things they simply hadn't encountered yet. Not for the first time he wished he could consult with the Devil of the West, but that man knew no more than Huon did. In fact, he would know even less. Liona breathed deeply. Huon could tell that she was cultivating more soul essence, turning the eternal wheel and filling her core with it. Huon took the chance to do the same, though he still had plenty left. Simply keeping the wings had eaten a fair chunk of it. A moment passed, and Leona's wings sprang into being once more. Once her wings had spread wide behind her, Liona smiled. "Ready for one more?" Huon looked out at the water. It was gentle today, lapping at the strong wind's hull. The other sailors were back to their training or doing their daily tasks around the ship. Huon grinned. "I'm always ready." He sprinted to the edge of the ship, then leapt straight upward, his wings taking him high into the air. There was no other feeling like it. Not even flying on the back of Shuri was the same. He heard Liona follow after him less than a second later. The fight barely lasted a minute. Chapter 25. Weeks passed with nothing but training, and more training. Part of Huon couldn't help but miss their time in Temtoria. He was glad that he and Liona were able to train by themselves in their mind spaces. Other than when they sparred in reality, fighting above the waves with wings sprouting from their backs, and when they stole a few hours of sleep each night, it was the only time they got alone. Another part of him simply couldn't help but be proud of what they were able to achieve. When another month had passed, Eliko was ready to advance to the rank of legend, all from cultivating soul essence alone. Huon wasn't sure how much longer it would have taken the woman had she not been cultivating soul essence. Would it have taken her 6 more months? A year? 2? He didn't know, but he knew she wouldn't be the only one that advanced from champion to legend before they reached the shores of Harolan. The entire crew gathered to watch the woman advance. She stood in the middle of the strong wind's deck, her eyes closed, her hands held flat against each other in something that looked like prayer. She breathed deeply in and out. Then she began to glow, and a shield of hard essence surrounded her. Her veil dropped. A massive pulse of essence shot forth. Under normal circumstances, they might have been cautious about letting one of their people advance while they were trying not to alert those in Harolan that they were on their way. But the veil shield proved to be an incredibly useful thing. When Huon had advanced to legend, his essence could theoretically be felt around the world. That was how the Immortal of Byre had known he was in Taloniar. Huon watched in fascination as the essence launched out from Eliko and crashed into the veil shield. Unable to move any further, Huon was sitting at the bow of the ship. His mind was split into two parts. One part was controlling the veil shield itself, while the other was closely examining Eliko's advancement. He hadn't watched many advancements before, and this was, as far as he could remember, the first time he had seen someone advance from champion to legend. He and Liona had advanced at the same time, so he hadn't got a chance to watch hers. Besides, now that he was an immortal, his ability to sense essence was stronger than it ever had been. He could actually feel the woman's core being transformed. And it wasn't just her core that was changing either. Whenever a Surgecaller advanced to a new rank, their body changed. Huon remembered how different he had felt when he had advanced through each of the ranks, how when he became a knight, his skin had felt as strong as metal. Now his skin could easily break metal if said metal wasn't enhanced. The hard casing of essence enclosed around the woman, shielding her from view. Huon knew that nothing and no one could penetrate that hard casing of essence, though he didn't know why. He tilted his head to the side, examining the hard casing. His eyes widened as he did. The essence it was made from. He couldn't feel its level, which meant it was higher than immortal level. Huon blinked. How could something like that be possible? Eliko was a champion, now becoming a legend, yet the hard casing was made from an essence more powerful than she possessed. That's why it can't be broken. But where did it come from? He contemplated that for a moment, wondering if anyone truly knew. How they advanced was just something that had always been. But someone must have studied it. Someone must have figured out the mechanisms. The High Celestials surely knew something about it. Huon turned his attention back to the changes happening in the woman's core, the essence pulsing off her in massive waves that crashed into the veil shield over and over. Huon put some more power into the shield to ensure that it would definitely hold. He didn't want to risk the shield losing its integrity, though that wasn't something that had ever happened in the past. He set the first half of his split mind to the task of turning the eternal wheel, as he realized he hadn't been. He never wanted to miss an opportunity at creating more soul essence. The second half of his mind's attention locked onto Eliko's core. He felt something else happening, felt the changes that were being made to her body. It was the pulse waves of essence that were doing it. He frowned, closing his eyes to focus more deeply on them. There was something strange about the essence, something he couldn't quite put his finger on, but was eerily familiar. It was changing her body, making it stronger, making her natural strength and speed, along with her senses and mental acuity, even more efficient and powerful. As a legend, Eliko would be able to perform feats she could never have managed as a champion. Huon snapped his eyes open as he realized what it was about the essence that he recognized, what it was familiar to. It wasn't any of the physical or elemental essence types, nor was it any of the unique types of essence that the woman held in her core. It felt like unrefined soul essence, the type of essence that had permeated the air back in the world of Temtoria, the kind of essence that Huon and Liona had used, turning with the eternal wheel. It wasn't the same, but it was too similar to be a coincidence. It's a type of soul essence, he thought, and knew that it made complete sense. What else could change a Surgecaller? What else could mold reality? This unrefined soul essence that was pulsing off her in waves, It was what was changing her, and it was changing her permanently. Normal soul essence couldn't do that. When Huon and Liona sprouted wings from their backs, those wings only lasted for so long. They would disappear the moment they stopped surging soul essence. That was not so with the changes that came from advancement. That gave Huon a thought. When Huon and Liona had become immortals, they had sacrificed something: the ability to have children. It seemed to be a way in which the universe balanced itself. If all immortals could have children and never die, the population would rise too much. Though Huon had no proof that that was the reason, it seemed to be the most logical one. This unrefined soul essence, it had been what changed their bodies. It must be what made it impossible for them to have children. It would have altered them permanently. What if there was a way to do this on purpose, outside of an advancement? Huon wondered. What if this is how we solve that problem? He filed the idea into the back of his mind. He promised Liona he would find a way for her to have children, but he knew that now wasn't the time to focus on it. There was too much at stake. Still, he was glad for what he had discovered. Soul essence, or at least a type of soul essence, occurred naturally during an advancement. That was interesting, but he wasn't sure what to do with the information. He certainly didn't know if it could help him advance to the rank of low celestial, though he had to wonder. What if he could create this strange soul essence that he sensed within Eliko? It can't be the same type of unrefined soul essence that we felt in Temtoria, he thought. This is stronger, far stronger, considering what it can do. Eliko sat there for half an hour as her core shifted, changed, and advanced, giving her the ability to surge more powerful essence. Eventually, the hard essence shield around her began to crack, lines splintering the surface in spiderweb fractures. Eliko emerged, punching her way through. Every time Huon saw this or went through it himself, he couldn't help but be reminded of when Shuri had hatched from her egg. It was eerily similar. The crew, which had gone back to their own training after the advancement had begun, turned their attention back to Eliko. The woman emerged with her head held high and a smile blooming on her face. She looked ecstatic. She would be feeling more powerful than ever before, like she could take on anyone. It was a dangerous way to feel if one were on a battlefield, but as the woman was among friends, she was safe to embrace it. Captain Avery walked up to the woman, clapping her on the shoulder. Liona embraced her. They had become better friends since Huon and Liona had returned from Temtoria. Huon remembered when Liona regarded the woman with nothing but suspicion. That had gone away completely. Gale leapt high into the air. He looked even more excited than Eliko. "You did it!" He pumped his fist. "That means there's hope for me!" Eliko chuckled, clapping the young champion on the shoulder. "I'm sure you'll join me in no time." She let out a breath and gazed around. Huon waved to her from where he sat, keeping the veil shield running, and he received a nod from Eliko in return. She would be experiencing the world in a way that she never had before. Everything would feel so much sharper and more real, like the world suddenly had a depth to it that she'd never seen before. Huon smiled. He looked at Gale, then at the crew, wondering when each of them would advance. Then he looked at the captain. Will she reach the rank of immortal soon? He wondered. If they reached Harolan with a ship full of legends and 4 immortals, they would fare far better than they would right now. But he couldn't take his mind off what he had just learnt. Soul essence, a certain type of it at least, was what changed surgecallers as they advanced, made them stronger, faster, gave them the ability to surge and cultivate more powerful essence. It would be what enabled Huon to gain the rank of low celestial, of high celestial, and perhaps whatever lay beyond. Do the celestials know of this? He briefly wondered. But they mustn't know. If they did, the Devil of the West would have spoken of it. Or perhaps they knew of it, but called it something else, as they didn't know of soul essence like Huon did. I'll have to find out, Huon thought. He let those thoughts drift into the back of his mind, where they turned and turned. He often found that it was better to let the deep part of his mind work on a problem when he had reached a wall with it in shallow part, and focus purely on something else. So he began circulating essence around his body, feeding the eternal wheel in his core, and filling his reserves with soul essence. It had taken some time for him to be able to coordinate all of these things, keep the veil shield active, use essence circulation, the eternal wheel, and feed his reserve soul essence. But once he had, it was a virtuous cycle that continued to make him stronger and stronger. It was what they had taught the others to do as well. Most everyone aboard the Strong Wind was able to not just create soul essence, but surge it. A sailor sauntered over to Huon and gave him a nod. He sat beside him and took over the surging of the veil shield. Now that Eliko had advanced, it was no longer necessary for them to have an immortal keeping the shield up. Huon stretched his legs and went over to congratulate Eliko with the others. Following Eliko's advancement, not a week went by without another champion advancing. Each time Huon would closely observe their cores, identifying the strange type of soul essence that seemed to appear naturally during an advancement. After the third advancement he had watched, Huon spoke to Liona of it, wanting her opinion. Soon everyone aboard the Strong Wind was told about it, and they all observed the advancements together. But no one made any insights. No one discovered how the strange type of soul essence could be created outside of an advancement, assuming that was even possible. One sailor after another advanced to the rank of legend. Every time they did, Gale would cross his arms, his expression growing sour, and watch with no small amount of envy. Huon couldn't blame him, but he knew the young champion's time would come soon enough. Huon and Leona's aerial fighting grew in proficiency, and soon they weren't the only ones fighting in the air. Captain Avery managed to create wings of her own, but she wasn't able to sustain hers for near as long as Huon and Liona could. Soul essence, like any essence, could be stacked in their surges. A champion, for instance, could only quadruple surge soul essence, while an immortal could sextuple surge it. They could also surge far more and hold far more of it in their core. Though it didn't act in the same way as the other types of essence, there still appeared to be a limit to how much they could hold in reserve. It just wasn't a limit that immortals often had to worry about. But Captain Avery was persistent. She wanted to see how long she could surge her wings for before she had to cease her use of soul essence, lest she exhaust her reserve completely and fall to the water, cut off from her core. That's how they discovered that soul essence could be surged more efficiently with practice, because the captain was forced to only surge a certain amount. At first, she could only keep her wings active for a few minutes before she ran out of soul essence. After a month of training the ability for an hour a day, she was able to maintain them for 20 minutes. Then she taught Huon and Liona how to surge more efficiently as well. It almost felt strange taking instruction from the woman again. Huon had to remind himself not to let his ego get in the way. Just because he was of a higher advancement than her now didn't mean there weren't things that she could teach him. That was something else he had learnt on this journey. He hadn't realized it at first, but every time the captain ordered him to do something, the reason he felt angry at it was because a part of him felt as though he was above her now, though he knew that wasn't the right way to think about things. That must be how the Sentinels think, he had realized, when he noticed what he had been doing. They think they are above everyone else because they are more powerful. And he was sure the same was true of the Everlasting King. The man had long let his quest for power cloud his judgment, for how else could someone treat other people as he had? He is strong, therefore he feels as though he has the right to act as he does. If I feel like I'm better than the captain, or Eliko, or Gale, or anyone else of a lower advancement than me, then I risk one day doing the same. I am an immortal now. Assuming I don't get killed fighting the Everlasting King, I will be around a long, long time. He had to be careful how he let his power get to his head, lest he end up becoming like the very people he trained to fight against. The months continued to pass, the Harolan continent becoming closer and closer. Huon wondered what it would be like when they reached the shores. He wasn't sure where it would be safe to touch down. Captain Avery would know that better than any of them. They knew that the Everlasting King was building a fleet, but they didn't know how far the man had gotten. Were his ships even now patrolling the waters? He wouldn't have a reason to. The two continents had been separated for 1,000 years. As far as the Everlasting King knew, he had nothing to fear from the outside world. Chapter 26. Huon stood on the bow, 1 foot on each side. One of the crew was manning the veil shield. Huon wanted to leap off the side of the ship, sprout his wings, and fly into the air for a better look at their destination, but they were far too close to Harolan to risk that. He narrowed his vision and surged sight, trying to pierce through the dense fog that Liona had created to shield their approach. Even through the fog, Huon was able to spot land ahead. The night was a cloudy one, which was perfect for what they were doing. It was pitch black, and the only reason Huon was able to see as well as he could was because he was an immortal. He pointed toward the beach they were to land at. The captain was at the wheel, bellowing instructions to her crew, and they were using Huon's sight to keep them headed in the right direction. The closer they came, the quieter the captain's orders were, until she was whispering, the crew only able to hear her as they each surged hearing. Huon had no idea what to expect when they touched down on the sand. The captain had led them toward what should be a deserted beach in the Ganadon Kingdom. Captain Avery knew the area well. Apparently, smugglers would often come through here if they didn't want to run things through a port. But a lot could have changed since the last time they were on the Harolan continent. In fact, they knew that a lot had changed. Huon wasn't sure if it was just dumb luck, but they had so far managed to avoid being sighted by any other ships on the water. Though they had suspected there wouldn't be any ships patrolling, Huon had expected to have to fight to get this far. The crew grew silent as they approached the beach. There was nowhere to dock, so they would be throwing down anchor and paddling in on small boats. Usually, Captain Avery would never leave her ship without some crew aboard. Even if they were all on shore leave, there was always someone aboard to look after the vessel. However, that wouldn't be the case moving forward. They couldn't keep the fog going for days on end. Sooner or later, the ship would be found. Besides, it wasn't as though they would be returning to the Taloniar continent. They didn't need the ship anymore. Huon could tell the captain hated the idea of leaving her ship behind, even if her emotions didn't reach her face when they spoke about it. The woman was stoic by nature, but this ship was her home. It was home to almost all of them. Huon glanced back at the ship, taking his eyes away from the beach for a moment. He had spent time away from the strong wind before, plenty of it, but this felt different. There was a chance they might never see it again. Captain Avery no longer needed to give any orders. Her crew knew what was going on. She had taught them well. Honestly, she tended to give them more orders than they ever needed. She took a moment, ran a hand over the ship's wheel, over the smooth wood. She'd been captain of this vessel for years. The strong wind. She was the first to captain this ship, and it looked as though she might be the last. A captain would sooner go down with their ship than abandon it, but she saw no other option. Perhaps it will be safe here, she thought. Perhaps no one will find it while we are away. Though it wasn't as if she knew how long their mission would take, defeating the Everlasting King was no small task. She peered over at Kelney, the former Immortal of Fire. He had his hands folded behind his back, and his brow was furrowed deeply in thought. Usually the man could be found leaning against the railing, staring off into the water, perhaps taking solace in the sea. That was something she could understand. Avery didn't trust the man, not really, but she believed he wanted the same thing they did. The Everlasting King dead, and the other members of the Immortal Seven liberated from their oath bindings. But she struggled to believe that his plan to destroy the connection the Everlasting King held with the cores he had taken would be enough to take down someone so powerful. Still, if he were right, If they managed what they intended, this all could be over sooner than any of them had ever thought. Cyrus stood behind Captain Avery, staring past Huon where he was perched atop the bow. His eyesight wasn't near as good as, well, anyone else's aboard the ship. His natural eyesight was strong, as it was immortal level, but he could no longer surge it. Still, he was able to penetrate the fog to a good degree, and he could just make out the beach they were closing in on. He swallowed.
"Are the answers I seek on those shores?"
The Everlasting King was able to create an artificial core, and there were 2 immortals aboard this ship that could mold reality with soul essence. Would they be able to discover how to create a new core, a real one, to replace the one that Cyrus had lost? Anger gripped him.
"My core wasn't lost," he thought. "It was stolen from me."
Cyrus clenched a fist at his side, then stopped. He released a breath, relaxing his hand until it was open, hanging limp. He could not let his emotions master him. He could not forget the lessons he had learnt as a disciple.
"I will be a surgecaller once more," he thought. "If there is a way, I shall find it."
Gale sat in the middle of the deck, circulating essence around his body and turning the eternal wheel, all the while feeding as much soul essence as he could gather into his reserves. They were almost there, almost to Harolan, and he still hadn't advanced. Every other champion aboard the Strong Wind had made it to the rank of legend, except him. He knew he shouldn't feel jealous, knew he shouldn't be frustrated. They were all older than him. They had all been champions for much, much longer than him. He had only become a champion recently, within the past year, not long before Huon and Liona went through that portal to Temtoria. Still, he couldn't help but feel as though he was falling behind. He was already the youngest.
If I had gone with them to Temtoria, I would be older. I would be stronger. I would already be a legend.
But he supposed he had to work with what he had. As the strong wind quietly drifted to Harolan's shores, Gale cultivated and cultivated and cultivated some more. Huon watched as the boats were being lowered. He wanted to be the first ashore. Part of him still wished he could simply jump off the side, but he knew if there were people nearby, that would definitely get them noticed. Liona was beside him, holding his hand in her own. He could feel the trepidation in her, and not only in her, in the entire crew. There was a tension in the air so thick he could almost see it with the naked eye. They had left these shores in search of a way to defeat the Everlasting King. Though they had achieved much, he couldn't be sure that what they had found would be enough. Kelney's mind was fighting itself, not for the first time, not for the last. This was the closest he had been to the Everlasting King for over 2 years now. He had journeyed to another continent, then another world. He had lost his bond, become free, but he didn't feel free, not with his mind the way it was. He felt as though he had improved over the past few months. The words that had repeated through his mind, playing over and over and over, telling him he should kill all these people, were barely a whisper now. But they were still there, and this was all riding on him, wasn't it? He needed to show them where to go, what to do. What if he betrayed them along the way? What if he was the one who led to their downfall? Because right now, a part of him was screaming out to be in the Everlasting King's control once more. Things had been so much simpler then. Chapter 27. One by one the boats touched down and were pulled up the beach and hidden under foliage by the trees. The beach itself was hidden by large mountainous rock faces on either side of it. Huon wondered how the captain knew of this place. She said it had been used by smugglers once. As a captain in the Navy, had she been sent to capture those smugglers? Or had she been sent on some secret mission by her king? He really didn't know much of her time in the Navy.
How far is the Everlasting King's realm?
Huon asked, glancing at the captain. They were still speaking in a whisper, despite the fact that they were sure no one was around.
"The whole continent is the everlasting king's realm now," Gale muttered.
He had a hand on the hilt of his sword, and his gaze kept sweeping the trees. He looked a little bit like his old self, right after his home city was invaded by the honor-bound army, and his parents were killed. Huon supposed being here brought all of those memories, all of that trauma back to the forefront of his mind. Captain Avery didn't respond to Gale's comment. She motioned to the left.
"A few months' journey. That way."
"Wouldn't it have been faster to go there by ship?" Eliko asked. Captain Avery shook her head.
"Faster? Maybe. Wiser? Definitely not. Besides, I doubt the journey will take as long as it usually might, once we're all legends."
She didn't glance at Gale as she said it, but as he was the last remaining champion, the words must have hit him hard. Huon clapped Gale on the shoulder. "I can provide Gale with immortal-level speed." He wouldn't be the only one receiving essence from another. Kelney offered his speed essence to Cyrus already, as he had when they'd made the trip from Harolan to Woliar. Though usually the two barely spoke, the Gnoll was appreciative of the offer, and took it without question. Captain Avery nodded.
"Then we may be able to take that time down considerably, though I would caution us moving too quickly, as we have no idea what awaits us here."
"I suppose it's time we found out," Liona said. They each had a pack on their back, filled with supplies, though nothing too heavy to slow any of them down. Gale leapt up onto Snow's back, ruffling the beast's fur. The giant white wolf hadn't fit into any of the small boats, and had had to swim to the shore. Gale had already dried her thick fur by the water. Shuri flew overhead. They weren't too worried about her being spotted. No one would know the beast was bonded to Huon. At least he hoped that was the case. Captain Avery swept her gaze over everyone.
"Ganadon will not be how we left it. We must move through the forgotten parts of our home, through the dense, neglected wilds. It is paramount that we are not spotted. But if we are—"
She nodded at Huon. Huon rested his left hand on the sheath of his oath-shearer dagger. "I will take care of them, cutting their bond." He looked through the trees. If the Everlasting King has kept the same structure of command, anyone of knight rank or higher will be bonded to one of the Immortal Seven.
6,
Kelney said. Huon glanced at the man. The former Immortal of Fire shrugged.
"There are only 6 now."
Huon supposed he was right. Fortunately, an Oathmaster won't feel when a bond is broken. Will they, Kelney? Kelney tilted his head to the side.
"That is correct. Though it does not mean someone's absence will go unnoticed forever. If people start disappearing, it will not take long for word of that to travel."
"There must be some sort of resistance," Liona said. She looked at Huon, and he was sure she was thinking of his father. "There will be people who have managed to escape the Everlasting King's hold. People holding up in the wilds, just as we will be traveling through them. Perhaps any disappearances of Oathbound will be attributed to them." Captain Avery nodded.
"Perhaps, though we must tread carefully. Our mission is not to free everyone one by one, but to free them in grand sweeps. For instance, if we locate one of the Immortal 6, then it would be prudent to break their bond with the Everlasting King."
"Will that break the bonds they hold over others?" Eliko asked. Captain Avery glanced at Kelney.
"As the dagger has been used on you, I imagine you can answer that question."
The man shook his head.
"I do not know. I was not holding any bonds when mine was cut. I do not tend to hold Oathbound."
"Then we have to assume that it won't, in which case we must convince the Immortal to sever their bonds with their honor-bound voluntarily," Captain Avery said. "And if they don't?" Gale asked. "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it."
The captain walked forward, heading into the trees, once again taking charge. Huon followed on her heels, Liona by his side. They traveled fast and cautious, moving through dense forests filled with beasts. Some of the forests rivaled the deep wood in how dark they were. Even during the day, Though the darkness didn't bother Huon much, his eyes could always catch a hint of light, even in a pitch-black room. They only hunted as they needed to. They had brought with them enough salted meat to last a few weeks, but their journey through the continent was a circuitous one. They skirted around mountains, passed through deserts, doing everything they could to avoid stumbling upon other surgecallers. It didn't take long before Captain Avery no longer knew the best route for them to take. The Immortal of Fire ended up taking over, leading their journey. He had traveled around the entire continent more than once, though apparently much changed over the centuries, and things looked rather different from the air. Their training never came to an end. Even as they ran, maintaining a legend-level pace when they could, each and every one of them were cultivating, then using essence circulation and the eternal wheel and feeding soul essence back into their reserves. Captain Avery had yet to reach the rank of immortal, which Huon found surprising. He hadn't been a legend nearly as long as her before he reached immortality, and she'd had the ability to cultivate soul essence for months now. Then again, they were never able to cultivate soul essence as fast as they had been able to back on Temtoria, though Huon and Liona could do it faster than the others. As immortals, they had far more essence to work with. Huon hoped the woman would advance soon. He wanted to walk into their next fight with 4 immortals on their side. And if something went wrong, if Kelney lost the battle going on within his mind, it would be better if they had 3 immortals ready to fight him. Huon was dubious about what might happen when they freed other members of the Immortal Seven from their bonds. What if they were all as Kelney was? Their minds fractured, fighting against themselves every day. What if they were worse? Then we'll have to kill them, he thought. The tension was high among the group. No one was as talkative as they had been aboard the Strongwind. They had been incredibly fortunate in their journeys, not having encountered a single soul, but every day that passed without seeing anyone seemed to make that tension grow thicker in the air. Huon couldn't shake the feeling that something bad was going to happen, or perhaps it was simply that they were heading to the very place he had been running from for so long. More than once, as the weeks passed, Huon would try and contact the Devil of the West when they were stopped for brief rests. He wanted to know how he could reach the next rank. He knew he hadn't spent long as an immortal, less time than he had been a legend, but he had to keep pushing forward. There was a chance their plan wouldn't work, or that they wouldn't be strong enough to complete it. Perhaps if Huon were stronger. But the Devil of the West wasn't answering. Wherever he was, he had cut himself off from the rest of the world, hiding away from Kalak. The man was most certainly still alive. Huon only had to look down at the soul binding on his wrist to know that. He had thought of speaking to Cyrus, even Kelney, about how to reach the rank of low celestial. Cyrus had been an immortal for over 100 years, Kelney over 1,000, yet neither had reached the next rank. What had been stopping them? Cyrus spoke of a secret to advancing, one the Sentinel of the South never shared with him, despite how dedicated of a disciple he was. He spoke with a bitterness in his voice, one Huon supposed he could easily understand, considering what had happened. The former Immortal of Fire had even less to say on the matter. The Everlasting King had ordered him to never seek the next rank, so the goal had never been on his mind. Huon had an idea of why that was. He had long found out that there were 3 ways to break his soul binding with the Devil of the West. The first was with Huon dying. The second was with the High Celestial dying, and the third was Huon advancing to Low Celestial himself. Does that mean that Celestials can't be oathbound? There were no Celestials on the Taloniar continent. If they remained oathbound, wouldn't the Everlasting King want to command some? Wouldn't he wish for his immortals to advance, so he had an even stronger army at his disposal? It made sense, but it didn't help Huon. The days passed monotonously. It wasn't anything like it had been on the ship. Huon and Liona didn't stop to use their mind spaces or train aerial combat in the sky. The crew didn't break to chat with one another, nor sneak a mug of ale down in the ship's mess. It was one trudging day after another, until finally Huon began to recognize the area. A mountain shot up toward the sky, its white peaks so tall they penetrated the clouds. Snow dotted the foothills at the base of the mountain. Huon and Liona stared up at the peaks as they saw Shuri fly toward them. They had reached the Shurin Mountains. Huon remembered their time there fondly. He and Liona had only been squires then. It was where they had encountered Shuri, where Huon had killed the Sky Eagle's mother. He had found the egg cracking in the snow. The eaglet had hatched, and he had named her after the very mountain itself. It was strange being back here. The Shurin Mountains had once marked the border between the Everlasting King's realm and the queendom of Arisalon, the land where Gale, then known as Sir Galen, had hailed from. Gale had been silent as they'd skirted around the forest city of Landor, his former home. Liona wrapped an arm around Huon's. "Strange being back here," she said. "I remember being in that cold cave." Huon tilted his head up, trying to take in the entire mountain. "Trying and failing to cultivate earth essence. It feels like a lifetime ago." "We met Gale around here," Liona said. "He snuck up on us, remember, using that silent surge of his?" Huon smiled. "I remember." "Come on," Captain Avery said. "We need to keep moving." They skirted around the massive mountain. At the pace they were moving, they were mere days from their destination. Glenhaven, the capital of the Everlasting King's realm. It housed the seat of the king's throne. Huon didn't miss that city, though it had been where he had met Liona. His memories of that place were not fond ones. The closer they came to Glenhaven, the faster the days seemed to pass, as though time had suddenly started moving more quickly. That tension Huon had been feeling kept increasing. Kelney had informed them that the place they wanted was deep in the city of Glenhaven. He said he knew a way into the city, one that would help them avoid the gates where their wrists would be checked for bindings. Huon hoped he was telling the truth. The fact that they had yet to come upon anyone was still eating at him. The continent was so large, there was far too much space to cover. He wanted to know what was happening, wanted to know if the fleet was ready, or if, gods forbid, they had already taken too long getting here, and the fleet was already on its way to Taloniar. All these thoughts swirled through his mind on their final approach to Glenhaven. Staring up at the massive stone walls, the ballistae on the battlements, and the tall towers of the Everlasting King's castle, which could be spotted from the ridge where he and the others stood, Huon hoped they weren't too late. A part of him couldn't help but wonder what might have happened to his father. Was he still hiding out in the woods, gathering his resistance? Huon doubted the man had reached the rank of immortal yet. He didn't have Huon's advantages, after all. Or had Jacob been captured? There was no way he could be oath-bound again, not now he was soul-bound. He could be dead, Huon thought. He turned from the ridge and stepped back under the cover of the trees. Captain Avery, Kelney, Liona, Gale, and Aliko were standing in a circle, staring down at the ground. The former Immortal of Fire had created a small replica of the city of Glenhaven with an earth surge, and he was pointing down at one of the buildings inside it.
"That is where the cores will be stored," Kelney said.
"That,"
Gale shook his head, squatting down.
"Isn't that the Everlasting King's castle? You led us to believe it would be somewhere we could break into," Liona said. "That it would be somewhere hard to find, somewhere only you knew about it."
Kelney raised his head. His gaze traveled from Gale, then rested upon Liona.
"The Everlasting King's castle is larger than you might imagine, and it is not the castle itself we must reach, but the labyrinth beneath it."
Huon gazed at the castle replica. Liona was right. It felt almost as though the man had been lying to them. But he found he couldn't muster up any anger, which was rather unusual, considering this was the man who'd killed his mother. Still, he was far too focused upon the task at hand.
"We don't even know where the Everlasting King is," Gale muttered. "What if he's in that castle? What if he finds us?" There was a slight shudder in his voice. Kelney crossed his arms at his chest, his eyes still on the castle.
"We must sneak into the city and find that out." He looked over at Huon. "I cannot bring too many people inside at once. You and I should go alone."
"Alone?" Liona looked between Kelney and Huon. "You want to take him in alone? That doesn't seem like a good idea," Gale said. "I have to agree," Captain Avery chimed in. Eliko didn't say a word, but she looked as though she wanted to protest. Huon stared at Kelney. "You said you had a way inside." The immortal inclined his head.
"I do have a way."
Huon motioned to those gathered, then gestured to the rest of the crew who had a camp nearby. No fires lit, of course. "You also said we would need everyone to achieve this."
"I still believe that to be true, but we will only get one chance at this. We must gather intelligence. We can't all go in at once. The chance of us being found will be heightened. You must understand that."
Huon stared hard into the man's eyes for a long moment, wondering if this was some sort of trap. He hardly wished to be alone with the Immortal of Fire, even if that wasn't who this man was anymore. Despite the fact that Huon had far better control over soul essence than the last time they had fought, he still didn't know if he could defeat this man. "Are you leading me into a trap, Kelney?" Huon almost called the man Blaze. Kelney shook his head.
"I swear I am not."
He hesitated.
"In fact—"
His gaze turned away, down. He stared hard at the ground, his lips moving but no sound releasing from his mouth until he spoke once more.
"I think."
He tilted his head to the side.
"I think I have the answer to my problems."
Huon raised his eyebrows. "What are you on about?" His patience was quickly thinning. Kelney looked at Huon.
"You don't trust me. That is understandable."
"More than understandable."
"Some days I don't even trust myself."
"That isn't comforting," Gale said, a finger raised. "Just in case that's what you were going for." Huon smirked. "He's right. It isn't."
"Indeed," Kelney said. "I know, but there is a way that you can ensure I won't betray you."
He walked toward Huon, stepping into the replica city of Glenhaven and crushing the replica of an arena beneath his foot, though paying no mind to it. He pulled up the sleeve of his left wrist.
You can bind me."
He nodded over and over.
Yes, you can bind me. I won't betray you then. You can order me not to."
He let his sleeve drop and touched a finger to his head.
Then things will be easier. Then this fight inside my head can end."
Huon blinked. His mouth fell open, then went completely dry. He couldn't help but be stunned by the man's words. Bind him? The Immortal of Fire wanted Huon to oath-bind him? That. "You can't be serious," Huon said, the words tumbling free.
"I am serious. I see the way you look at me, the way you all look at me. I know I deserve it, but this can fix it. I'm used to being bound. I deserve this. Please."
Kelney pulled his sleeve down.
"Please, do this for me."
Huon didn't know what to say. His first instinct was to refuse. "How can I do this to you? How can I bind you when I have fought so hard to free people of this?" He would be a hypocrite.
"You will not be binding me against my will. I want you to do it."
Kelney took another step toward Huon.
"Please, I'm begging you to do this."
"This doesn't feel right," Liona whispered. "You should do it," Gale said. Huon's gaze flicked to the young champion. "What?" Gale nodded. "You should do it." He motioned toward Kelney. He's asking you. He wants this. Gale is right, Huon, Captain Avery said. Her gaze never left Kelney. In his current condition, Kelney cannot be trusted. This mission is too important to leave things to chance. But, Huon swallowed. He couldn't help but agree with them. Eliko was the only one who hadn't spoken. He looked over at her. The woman shook her head. I don't know. She turned around. This is all too morally complicated. Huon looked at Liona. She had been the only one other than him to protest so far. If I do this, am I as bad as them? He asked, not having to explain who he meant. Am I as bad as the ones we fight? Liona shook her head. No, Huon. She took his hands in hers. You could never be as bad as the Everlasting King. I vowed I would never do this to another Surgecaller. Liona let out a sigh. I know. This doesn't feel right. Not to me. But I don't see another option. If this is something that we have to do, then it is what we should do. She glanced at Kelney. Besides, once this is all over, you can release him from his bond. Kelney's eyes widened at that, as though in fear, as though that was the last thing that he wanted. Huon squeezed Leona's hands. All right, Huon said. He shut his eyes. We do this. He looked over at the former Immortal of Fire, remembering a time when he was oath-bound to the man. It seems as though we have come full circle. Kelney lowered his head.
Yes, it does seem that way.
They stood across from each other. Kelney, the man who had killed Huon's mother, said the vows that would make him Huon's oath-bound, and Huon his oath-master. Chapter 28. They approached the city of Glenhaven at midnight. The sky was clear, the moon out and full. The night would do little to disguise their approach, but there wasn't much that could be done about that. Huon followed as Kelney led him left of the city. He couldn't help but remember the first time he had seen this place, when he had been riding on the back of one of Alana's raptors, manacles around his wrists. I could break out of those in a moment now, he thought. He wondered where that woman was, wondered where a lot of the people he had met in the city were. Garl, Jameson. They were knights when he had last seen them. Were they champions now? Each of them would be honor-bound. The last time I saw Jameson was during a battle with an army from the queendom of Arisalon, Huon thought. The man had been a part of his squad. Huon remembered much of his squad being slaughtered that day, but he had never seen what had happened to Jameson. Kelney led the way with no hesitation. He jogged through a forest, the trees blocking view of them from the walls. It was strange following the man, knowing he was oath-bound to Huon. I can make him do whatever I wish. Perhaps that should have brought him some satisfaction. Perhaps this was poetic justice in a way. But he hated the feeling. The moment he had agreed to oath-bind the former Immortal of Fire, the anger that he felt for the man every time he looked at him seemed to disappear. All he felt was pity for him. This was a man who had been a slave for 1,000 years, and when he had finally become free of that fate, he no longer trusted himself to such a degree that he had begged to be bound once more. Huon didn't understand what was going through the man's head. How could he understand such profound trauma? The anger had evaporated so quickly, it left a hole inside him. Or perhaps that hole was the guilt he was feeling about being in control of another person's life. Still, he had to agree that this was the best way, no matter how much he hated it. They couldn't risk the possibility that this man would betray them, that he would finally lose the fight raging inside of his mind, especially now that Huon was alone with him. Huon attuned his senses, but he couldn't hear a soul within the forest. There were small animals skittering across the forest floor, birds shifting in the trees,
even beasts, some sleeping, some nocturnal, out hunting, but he couldn't sense any surgecallers. The quiet was eerie. Huon had expected them to find some resistance on their journey here. The fact that there hadn't been any was unnerving. Kelney stopped in the middle of a clearing that looked exactly like all the others. Then he went to his knees and placed his palms on the ground. Slowly, the Immortal surged earth, shifting the dirt inch by inch until a tunnel was revealed below the ground. The man stood.
"This is our way in."
Huon gazed down at it. A secret passageway? How do you know of this? Kelney looked at Huon.
"It is only known to the everlasting king and his Immortal Seven."
Huon frowned. It leads to the king's castle? Kelney shook his head.
"No, there may be passages out of there, but I do not know of them." He tilted his head to the side. "Besides, the everlasting king does not need to run and hide from anyone."
Huon nodded slowly. He supposed that was true. He motioned toward the steps that led into the dark. "You first." Kelney responded to the instruction instantly, walking down the stairs. Huon bit the inside of his cheek. He hadn't meant to command the man to go down the stairs, but he realized that was what he had just done. He had been trying to be polite. He let out a silent sigh. He supposed he would need to be more careful with his words. "I can't believe I'm an Oathmaster," Huon thought. No matter how many times he justified it, or the fact that everyone he trusted had agreed that this was the right thing to do, it simply didn't feel right. In fact, it made him sick to his stomach. But there was nothing that he could do about it. It didn't take them long to move through the tunnel. Huon surged hearing when they entered it and couldn't feel a single soul within it. The Immortal of Fire surged earth to hide the way behind them, and Huon was reminded of the cave in Temtoria that he and Liona had hidden from the man in. After a short sprint, both surging Immortal level speed, they came upon another set of stairs. These ones led up quite far. "We must be deep underground." "Where will we come up?" Huon asked.
"The fighting district,"
Kelney said.
"Beneath the main Glenhaven arena."
Huon raised an eyebrow at that. There were several arenas in Glenhaven. If Huon were honest, he wasn't even sure how many there were. When he had been oathbound to Crowley, the arena he fought in was for squires. He entered it as a page. He had trouble imagining watching squires fight, considering where he was now. He wondered who fought in the main arena. When Huon was oathbound to Inara, she hadn't made him fight in any arenas at all. "And it will be deserted at this time of night?" Huon asked.
"It should be,"
Kelney said. He glanced back at Huon, then looked up the dark steps.
"I'll go first."
Huon followed. That tension he had been feeling since they landed on the beach back in what was once the kingdom of Ganadon hadn't left him. Now it was stronger than ever. He couldn't help but feel as though he was being led into a trap, though he knew that was a foolish thought. The former Immortal of Fire was bound to Huon. He couldn't lie, and Huon had ordered him to keep him safe, as Kelney had suggested he do. So what was this creeping feeling prickling at the back of his neck? What was this heaviness in his heart? He didn't know, but he didn't like it. They made their way up the stairs, their feet stepping softly on the stone. Huon couldn't help but wonder when the last time someone had walked on these steps was. He couldn't imagine there would be much reason to. Kelney pushed up a massive slab of stone, a trap door, and they emerged into a basement. The former Immortal of Fire closed the trap door after Huon stepped clear.
"If we are to speak, we should speak softly from now on," Kelney said. "I do not know what awaits us in the city above."
Huon inclined his head. He had been wondering the same. Though as every surgecaller in the city would be controlled, whether by one of the remaining Immortal Seven or by a surgeless Oathmaster, Huon doubted they would find any resistance. What use would there be of guard patrols? Huon frowned, a thought occurring to him. "Will you be recognized?" Kelney threw his hood up.
Hopefully not.
That wasn't all that comforting. Huon followed the man up the stairs through a secret passageway that led to a back room of the arena. The place was silent, eerily so. Huon still felt uneasy that they had yet to encounter anyone since getting to Harolan, though he knew they were moving at night to avoid people, so he probably should have been glad for that. They walked the streets, emerging from the arena in a part of the city Huon hadn't been in before. The fighting district and the main Glenhaven arena were in a nicer part of town than he had known when he was oathbound to Crowley. Huon pushed out his senses as they walked through the dark, deserted streets. He looked up at the sky. It was well past midnight, but surely there should be someone out and about. They passed several taverns, their doors shuttered, closed for the night. He frowned. In his short time with Crowley, the few weeks he had been there, he remembered the man stumbling in drunk in the morning, as though he had been at a tavern all night. Wouldn't some of these be open? "Does this seem too quiet to you?" Huon whispered beside Kelney. Kelney gazed around. He tilted his head as though listening.
Indeed.
His forehead creased deeply.
Something feels wrong.
They were heading down the main street now, toward the everlasting king's castle, its tall towers looming high in the sky as they walked. "I don't remember Glenhaven being like this," Huon said, though he knew they shouldn't be speaking. It didn't seem as though they were risking anything, considering there didn't seem to be anyone around. They passed several large houses. Huon paused, staring at them, trying to listen to the occupants. With his immortal-level hearing coupled with his hearing surge, he should have been able to hear the sound of someone snoring in their bed, and a house as large as this would have several oath-bound servants. Slaves, Huon corrected himself. They would be slaves, not servants. "Do they seal homes for silence here?" Huon asked.
They do, but even so.
Kelney trailed off, shaking his head.
Let's keep moving.
Huon nodded. They could have been moving much faster than this. They could have sextuple surge sprinted straight to the everlasting king's castle, or at least to a safe distance where they could get a good look at it. But by some unsaid agreement, they remained walking, looking, listening, and finding nothing and no one anywhere. When they reached the wall surrounding the everlasting king's castle and the gates in front of it, Kelney halted abruptly. He placed a hand on Huon's shoulder, fingers digging hard into him.
Something is very wrong here.
Huon stared at the man's hand for a moment. "Remove your grip." He knew it would be felt as an order, and this time he didn't mind. In fact, that was what he wished. Kelney did so, his hand falling limply by his side. He raised his other, pointing at the gates.
What's wrong with this picture?
Huon looked. He already knew. "No guards." Kelney nodded.
No guards.
He looked over his shoulder at the way they had come.
No surgeless getting drunk in the taverns.
He looked at the grand houses they had passed.
Not a sound from the nobles.
He looked at the gate.
Now this? It's as though the place has been abandoned.
Would the everlasting king do that? Abandon Glenhaven?
Kelney shrugged. Though I served the man for 1,000 years, my mind was nowhere near clear during that time. So, I do not know.
Huon contemplated their situation. He doesn't care about the citizens of this city, of any city. All he wants is power. Kelney's gaze snapped to Huon. There was a hint of anger in his eyes, though it fell away as fast as it came.
Indeed, you are right.
Glenhaven, and what was once the bounds of the everlasting king's realm for 1,000 years, it's on the far side of the continent, the shores in the wrong direction for launching a fleet to Taloniar. Huon frowned. So he uprooted everyone. He wasn't sure if that was correct, but he didn't have another theory.
Even the surgeless?
Kelney asked. Perhaps, Huon shrugged, then wondered. The surgeless. What use do they serve for him? Kelney blinked.
He looked confused for a moment. I don't know.
Huon put a hand to his chin. The Everlasting King is a former High Celestial, whose only wish is to ascend from this world to a higher rank beyond that which can be found here, and he would burn everything down to achieve this goal. Huon glanced at Kelney.
You sound confident of that last part,
Kelney said. His own brother told me so.
The Devil of the West.
Kelney looked behind them again, then back at the gates.
If he had abandoned the Surgeless, they would still be here.
Huon's stomach fell. He had no love for the Oathmasters in this place, but not all Surgeless were evil. He knew that. His own mother had been one. You don't think he killed them?
I don't know.
Kelney walked forward.
But we need to search this place. We came here for information.
He nodded toward the gates.
Perhaps we will find some behind those walls.
Huon hesitated. None of this felt right. The others should have been with them. If the city truly was deserted, there was nothing stopping them from bringing the others in. Then again, he could be wrong. There were still things they needed to learn. Besides, he didn't want to wait, didn't want to turn back, not now that they had finally made it this far. Huon followed behind the former Immortal of Fire. The gates, though abandoned by any guards, were locked. The locks were enchanted with immortal-level strength, but they did nothing to stop an immortal. Huon wondered how much trouble a legend would have getting through them. He supposed the Everlasting King wouldn't expect an immortal to try to break through those locks. Every immortal within his realm was under his control. Until now. Kelney melted the locks and pushed open the gates. They creaked heavily, as though the hinges hadn't been oiled in some time. They stepped onto the grounds. The grass beyond the walls and the garden that followed was overgrown. Huon couldn't imagine something like that happening if the Everlasting King remained here. It's like everyone just left, Huon whispered. He wasn't sure why he spoke so softly, considering they had yet to encounter anyone. Something about how quiet and deserted the city was made it seem appropriate.
It is difficult to believe. After 1,000 years, Kelney looked around. This grass has never once been overgrown.
Do you think we're too late? Huon asked. Do you think the Everlasting King has already launched his fleet?
Kelney shook his head. I do not believe that will have happened yet.
He waved a hand around, gesturing toward what they saw.
But perhaps anything is possible.
Huon swallowed. Even if the fleet had been launched, and he struggled to believe that it had been, that didn't mean they were too late. If the cores the Everlasting King was connected to lay inside the castle, if they were the source of his power, and they were to cut it off, yes, he would still be left with his army, but he wouldn't be able to fight. If he sailed across the sea, he wouldn't be able to stand against the sentinels. It would be enough. They reached the large double doors to the castle. As wide as they were tall, they stood 4 times Huon's height. Yet again, there were no guards in sight. Are you sure we shouldn't get the others? Huon asked.
I want to look inside.
Kelney stepped forward. He pulled on the doors. They were locked, of course. He took a step back, looked them up and down. Then stepping forward, he aimed a powerful kick at the lock. The noise was almost deafening, the power in that kick. Huon was an immortal himself, yet it was still sometimes difficult to believe how much strength they wielded. The lock didn't just break, it exploded through the door, splintering the wood around it. The doors themselves still stood, surprisingly. Kelney lowered his foot, then pushed the left side door gently open.
Come on.
Huon could have refused. He could have ordered Kelney to join him and get the others, but he didn't. He stepped forward, into the Everlasting King's castle. Chapter 29. The castle was as deserted as the streets of Glenhaven had been. A fine layer of dust had settled upon everything. The doors opened onto a grand foyer, one reminiscent of somewhere Huon had visited before, the Sentinel of the South's castle. 2 wide staircases on either side of the large room led upward, while a hallway led forward. On the walls were tapestries depicting different landscapes with armies in their foreground. Huon's gaze did not linger on them long, though even from a quick glance he could see that the soldiers wore honor-bound armor, just as he had once. He imagined there would be portraits and paintings of the everlasting king himself, perhaps ones that depicted the duels he had fought with the Immortal Seven to bind each one to his will, though they would be nearer the throne room.
"This is wrong,"
Kelney said. He walked forward. Huon didn't move from where he stood, having just stepped over the threshold. "What if the cores are not here?"
"I doubt that he would move them."
Kelney did not pause, his steps echoing in the grand foyer.
"We must find out. If there is no one protecting this place, then we can destroy them ourselves. Let's keep moving."
Huon hesitated. It wasn't fear he felt, but caution. The tension that had permeated the very air for so long was as thick as it had ever been after they had walked through those quiet streets. He had wondered what returning here would be like so many times. In none of his imaginations did he think it would be like this, that no one would be here at all. He didn't know if all the surgeless that had been in this city had been killed or taken from here, made to follow the honor-bound army. He didn't know where all of the surgecallers of ranks lower than knight would be. If there were no surgeless to bind them, had they been inducted into the honor-bound army? Except that didn't feel right. There was a knot of worry in his chest, and his mind was grasping at something he couldn't quite get a grip on. Like he had an idea of what might have happened, but he didn't want to admit it to himself. "Kelney, stop," Huon said. The former Immortal of Fire halted in the center of the grand foyer. He turned and faced Huon.
"Why did you make me stop?"
There was anger in his eyes. "I'm sorry," Huon said, "for controlling you, but this isn't right. We should get the others. Liona, at least, should be here with us. We do not know what we might face here." Kelney took a step toward him. Though Huon knew the man couldn't harm him, he still saw a threat in his eyes.
"I need the everlasting king to lose his power."
He faltered, stopped walking, the rage fleeing from his eyes, replaced with a wild-eyed fear.
"The longer he remains strong, the longer he remains alive, the higher the chance of him controlling me again."
Huon frowned. "You're worried about that?" Kelney looked at Huon as though he were stupid.
"It consumes my every thought."
Huon stepped further into the foyer. "That isn't going to happen, Kelney." It felt strange, reassuring the Immortal of Fire, his mother's murderer. But stranger things had happened, especially lately. "I won't let that happen to you."
"You would be powerless to stop him, even with soul essence."
Kelney faced down the hall.
"We must destroy those cores."
Huon walked closer to the man. "Not without the others. You do not give the orders here." He tilted up his chin. "Remember?" Kelney looked as though he wanted to argue, then his shoulders drooped. He shut his eyes.
"Indeed, I remember."
Huon let out a sigh of relief. As much as he wanted to find those cores and destroy them, he would feel much more comfortable doing it with Liona by his side, even if no dangers lay in this place. "Good," Huon said. "We'll be back within hours, Kelney. I give you my word." He turned to face the doors when something sounded at the very edge of his hearing. He froze. What was that? He thought. A door closing? He turned back to Kelney. The man's head was cocked to the side. He had heard it too. Huon had been pushing his senses out, trying to feel if there were any other surgecallers cultivating, but he had only sensed Kelney's cultivation of breath essence. Though it was a good way of locating surgecallers, it only worked if another surgecaller was actively cultivating something. Huon opened his mouth to speak, but Kelney raised a hand for silence. Huon attuned his hearing. There were no more sounds, at least none that he could hear, and he should have been able to hear everything. Then, something soft, incredibly soft. Footsteps? Huon put his hand to his sword hilt, wrapping his fingers around it. Definitely footsteps. More than one set, and they were coming from deep within the castle at immortal level speed.
"We must run," Kelney said.
"Too late, brother." Huon's eyes widened in shock as he heard someone speak behind him at the stairs, just outside the castle, the ones leading to the double doors Kelney had broken through. He turned and saw a woman he had seen before. Twice. The woman wore white, and she had pale blonde hair. At her hip was a long, slim, straight sword in a style Huon wasn't familiar with. In her hand, a double-bearded halberd with a metal shaft. Kylie, the Immortal of Air. The woman's Pegasus was nowhere in sight, but it was most definitely her. Huon had seen the Immortal up close only once, when he was standing in the streets of this very city on the day Crowley's compound had burned to the ground, the day Byrne had killed Crowley. Though that wasn't the only time he had seen her, Huon remembered the sight of her riding upon her beast, fighting against an Immortal on a blue dragon from the queendom of Arisalon. It had been a startling display of power. How did she get here without me hearing? Huon wondered. Some sort of silent surge. He should have been more alert, should have known this place wasn't deserted. The footsteps from deep within the castle became louder. Clearly those who caused them were no longer bothering with stealth. Huon turned back and saw two more people, ones he knew by sight and name. A man with massively broad shoulders. He wore no armor. His close-fitting clothes did nothing to obscure the rippling muscles he held beneath. He looked far stronger and physically imposing than any other Immortal Huon had seen, and Huon had seen his fair share. Vortimer, the Immortal of Strength. The other man was Tyrol, the Immortal of Earth. Huon saw no sign of the man's giant golem, of which he was glad. The man looked powerful enough without it. He didn't wear full-plate armor, though he wore solid rock armor that resembled it well enough, intricately sectioned as it was. The Immortal of Strength wielded no weapon. He crossed his arms at his chest, biceps bulging through the fabric. The Immortal of Earth had a sword at his hip. His hand rested upon its hilt, though he had yet to draw it.
"Where have you been, brother?"
Vortimer asked, staring at the Immortal of Fire. He stepped toward the man, arms still crossed, a look of confusion upon his face.
"No one has heard from you in over a year."
Kelney's gaze snapped from one Immortal to another.
"Brother?"
Huon thought. They all used to be that close? He supposed they had been in the service of the same man for 1,000 years. "I would like to know that too," Kylie said. Tyrol's attention turned toward Huon. His gaze became piercing.
"You."
He tilted his head to the side, took a step forward.
"You should be dead."
Huon swallowed. His left hand went to the hilt of the Oath-Shearer dagger. One swipe was all he had needed to take out the Immortal of Fire's bond with the Everlasting King. What if he were to do that again with 3 of the Immortal Seven? To have them all on their side, and to deliver such a large blow to the honor-bound army? Assuming they could get out of here alive. I wish Liona were here, he thought. He was used to fighting by her side now. He felt his reserves, his soul essence. At least he would be able to take these people by surprise. Tyrol looked at Kelney.
"Why is he not dead, Blaze?"
Kelney's jaw was locked shut. His cheeks quivered. Huon felt a deep rage emanating from him. The man didn't look as though he was going to speak. Is there a way to convince them he is still one of them? Huon wondered. Perhaps that way we could... Huon's thoughts were cut off as the former Immortal of Fire spoke, each word falling from his mouth like a stone.
"My name is Kelney."
The others exchanged glances. Kylie's mouth opened, her eyes wide. The Immortal of Earth took a step back. Vortimer frowned, his forehead creasing deeply, his muscles tensing and relaxing.
"What did you say?"
Fortimer asked, his voice strong and powerful, echoing off the walls of the Grand Hall.
"Your name is Blaze. You are one of the Immortal Seven." "Not anymore."
Flames shot forth from Kelney's hands. The man had been so quiet and reserved for the past year that Huon sometimes forgot how powerful he was. His sword was whipped from its sheath and glowing brightly with an infusion of fire essence in less than a second.
"I guess we're fighting."
Huon surged speed, stamina, and strength, and he surged soul essence, imagining the place he wished to teleport to. There was no point wasting any time. He appeared behind the Immortal of Air, his dagger drawn in his left hand, his sword drawn in his right. He imbued immortal-level sharpness essence into the Oathshearer dagger as he slashed across the woman's back. All he needed to do was inflict one tiny wound, draw blood. That would be enough. Only Kylie was no longer there. She had launched herself high up in the air, as though she had known exactly what he'd been about to do. Huon cursed. He should have seen that coming. He should have gone after the Immortal of Earth or the Immortal of Strength first, but he knew that, out of the three of them, the Immortal of Air was the fastest, the most graceful, the one most likely to slip out of his grasp, which meant she was the one he most needed to take by surprise. Huon had trained for this. For hours upon hours he had trained for this, though Kelney didn't know how to use mind spaces himself, as he hadn't wished to learn the skill at a time when he did not even trust his own mind. Huon and Liona had learnt how to pull him into their mind spaces, as the Devil of the West had pulled Huon into his own on multiple occasions. There he had shared with them his combat experiences with the other 6 of the Immortal Seven. Every single thing that he knew about their fighting styles, just as Huon and Liona had fought the Immortal of Fire in their mind spaces when they had been training to defeat him back in Temtoria. They had done the same with each of the Immortal Seven, except that in every single one of those scenarios, Huon was only able to defeat them with Liona by his side. They had simply been too powerful for him to take on his own. He might be an immortal, one with soul essence at that, but that didn't make him stronger than someone who had been around for 1,000 years. Though it had been months since they'd had the chance to train against these immortals in the mind spaces, not since they had arrived in Harolan, pulling the boats up the sand of the hidden beach. Huon wished Liona were here. He wished that he had trained with the Immortal of Fire in those mind spaces as well. He knew how the man fought well enough, but they had no ability to fight as a team. No strategies, nothing that tied them together, except the bond Huon held over him. And that bond was nothing like the one he had with Shuri. He couldn't communicate with the man telepathically. That would help, he thought. There was no time to dwell on all of those things. The fight started in earnest. Huon moved like the wind, leaping up after the Immortal of Air. The woman had such strong control over her wind surge that it almost seemed as though she were able to fly. Huon, on the other hand, was able to fly, and the massive foyer with its high ceilings was large enough for him to spread his wings. In 2 sharp stabs of pain at his shoulder blades, his blue wings sprouted from his back. A startled look of shock ran across Kylie's face as she registered what was happening, but her expression quickly turned steely as she whipped her halberd around. A gust of wind struck Huon straight in his chest. It wasn't just strong. It was sharp. It would have cut straight through his armor were it any weaker. Huon gritted his teeth. Just because he had lost this fight 1,000 times in the mind spaces didn't mean he was about to lose it now. They had discovered that mind spaces were notoriously unreliable. They only worked on what the user knew, and, to some degree, their beliefs shaped that reality. If Huon fought within that mind space against one of the Immortal Seven, while he was harboring even a hint of doubt that he could win the fight, then he wouldn't be able to win the fight. It had taken them a long time to figure that out. Huon teleported again. The ability was a costly one, especially as he was now maintaining soul essence wings, but it was also his best chance. 1 slash, he thought. That's all I need. Though he couldn't be sure that it would be enough, couldn't be sure that breaking their bond would mean they would stop fighting, but it had worked for the Immortal of Fire. Huon appeared behind the woman. He surged wind to close the gap between them, aiming his dagger for her back once more. Kylie whirled around, pushing herself backward out of the reach of his dagger and putting him at range of her halberd, which she slashed straight at his face. Huon blocked the blow with his sword, felt the strength of it rock his arm, and he realized something good. He had gone through a similar scenario 100 times, and as an immortal, his memory was complete. The shock such a block would cause him had always been stronger than what he had just experienced, which meant the mind space had been wrong. I can do this, Huon thought. In his peripheral, he could see Kelney facing off against the immortals of strength and earth. The man was doing surprisingly well holding them off, but Huon doubted it could last long.
"You have to run, Huon," the man's voice boomed. "Get to the others."
Huon cursed inwardly. Others. Why had he said that? The immortal of Earth's voice rang out.
"Others? There are others." "Go, brother," the immortal of strength said. "Our sister and I can take care of this traitor and the child immortal."
No, Huon thought. He's going to go after the others. With so few people around, how long would it take for an immortal to hear where Liona and the others were camped? Not long, Huon wagered. Not long at all. But he couldn't leave. They might only have one chance at this. He couldn't simply run and leave the immortal of fire here to die. He needs to lead me to the cores, Huon thought. Without him, we might never find them. Huon had to remain here. He had to remain here and fight. And he had to win. Chapter 30. Liona paced back and forth at the top of the ridge. They've been gone too long. She glanced over at Gale, who sat on a rock nearby, gazing down at Glenhaven, the capital of the everlasting king's realm. Haven't they? Gale shrugged. It's only been a few hours. He looked up at the sky. I'm sure they'll be back before dawn. Liona looked at the horizon. She couldn't yet see a hint of the sun's rising. This doesn't feel right. I know, Gale said. I agree. I shouldn't have let him go alone. He's with Kelney, the man who killed his mother. Gale looked lost for words. Liona supposed she couldn't blame him. She kept pacing. Gale tilted his head to the side, his gaze on the city once more. He'd been staring down at it for the past 20 minutes, as she'd been standing there pacing. Do you notice something off about the city? Liona blinked. Off? She turned to face it. How long did you live in Glenhaven before we met? Gale asked. All my life, at least until I escaped with Huon. The memories of their escape from Glenhaven were in the forefront of her mind. She remembered when her binding had disappeared, the fear she had felt, the anger when she had discovered Huon trying to escape. She'd held a sword to his throat. She couldn't imagine doing something like that now. Liona stared at the city. Gale was right. There was something off about it. She surged sight, trying to get a closer look. Then she realized she didn't need to surge sight to see what he meant. There are no lights, no lanterns, no lamps, no candles in windows. No smoke trailing from chimneys either, Gale said. I mean, perhaps everyone is asleep. Glenhaven never sleeps that soundly. Liona didn't know how she could have missed it before. She'd seen the city quite clearly from up on this ridge. Then she realized why she might have missed it. The last time she had been here, she had been a squire. A squire's sight was far better than that of a page, and significantly better than that of a surgeless. But it paled in comparison to how clearly she could see now. Glenhaven was full of surgeless with poor eyesight, and therefore it was full of lanterns, lamps, candles. She remembered seeing them fill the windows in the city quite clearly from her room in the house of Tyrol when she was oath-bound to Inara. Why would it be so dark? Gale asked. Liona shook her head. I don't know, but I don't like it. Something might be wrong. Liona wanted to march right down to the city, but she stood rooted to the spot. She wasn't sure what the right move was. Huon is strong, she thought, and he's with Kelny. She might not trust the former Immortal of Fire, but the man was oath-bound to Huon now, as surreal as that was. There was no way he wouldn't help him. No way he would betray Huon. A screech sounded from high above. Shuri, who had been out hunting, was flying toward them incredibly fast. It was odd to see her soar so quickly, surging immortal-level speed to get to them. Huon has a bond with the Sky Eagle, she thought. They would be able to communicate from this far away. Something must be wrong. Liona watched as the bird touched down in front of her, curling its wings behind its back. It walked straight toward Liona and dipped its head, nuzzling against her shoulder. Unlike Huon, Liona couldn't understand what the bird was trying to tell her. It nudged its head toward Glenhaven. Leona's eyes widened. Something is wrong. She pointed down at the dark city. You want me to go? To ride you to the city? The bird shook its head violently. It nudged her again, and she frowned. Did she feel something from it? An emotion? Could beasts be bonded to two people? Liona had been with the Sky Eagle since its birth. The emotion was fear, and there was a thought that came along with it. Something is coming. A moment later, Liona saw what. It almost looked as though a mountain was moving toward her, but she knew what that was. How could she not? She had grown up in the house of Tyrol. Besides, she had fought the beast and its master inside a mind space many times over. The Immortal of Earth, astride his giant golem, was heading straight for them. That was what Shuri had been trying to warn her about. But why hadn't Huon come himself? What was happening down there in the city? He's still alive, she thought. Shuri would be distraught otherwise. She wanted nothing more than to find him, to help him, for he must be in danger to not come here when the Immortal of Earth was headed their way. But she had to trust that he would be okay, whatever was happening down there. She had to trust that he could handle himself. Get the others, Gale. Liona pointed at the golem. Tell them the Immortal of Earth is almost upon us. Chapter 31. Huon teleported 8 more times, trying to slash the Immortal of Air with the Oathshearer dagger. They were both of the same rank, but nothing he did seemed to matter. She was simply too fast, far faster than him. And if he continued to use so much soul essence, especially while maintaining the wings at his back, he was liable to run out. He had already used close to half of his reserve. Then he realized what he was doing wrong. He was trying too hard to pierce her skin with the dagger. The only goal on his mind was to break her bond, and so he wasn't fighting her like he might fight anyone else. While that might work when he had Liona by his side, she wasn't there with him. Not this time. He changed his tact. Kelny and the Immortal of Strength's fight had made its way outside. Huon didn't know what was happening out there. He had to trust that the man would be able to hold his own. Kelny told me himself that he is one of the most powerful among the Immortal Seven, Huon thought. He just hoped that remained true after all that the man had been through since he had lost his bond. Huon landed on the ground of the Grand Foyer. Kylie did the same across from him. She swept her halberd before her and tilted her head to the side. Huon needed a moment, needed to gather his thoughts and cultivate more soul essence. That is a very intriguing surge you have there. The woman peered at him. I've never seen such a thing before. Where did you acquire it? Of course, the Immortal of Air would be interested in wings. Huon smiled. Technically, he said. On another world. Those words, more than anything else, seemed to make the woman hesitate. Her eyes narrowed, and she took a step back across the marble floor. Another world? What lies are these? You do not wield the power necessary to ascend from this world? Huon frowned. Ascend from this world. Clearly she was thinking about what Huon had done in different terms. The members of the Immortal Seven would no doubt know of the existence of other worlds, as Kelny had known about them. But how much they knew was anyone's guess. What they did know was that the everlasting king intended to ascend to a greater rank beyond that of High Celestial, to ascend from this world, transcending that of a mortal existence. Huon supposed there was no point explaining where he'd been, or how he'd gotten there, to someone who was currently his enemy. Instead, he raised his left hand. He knew this was unlikely to work. It hadn't worked with the Immortal of Fire, after all. But he had to say it. When he had been oath-bound, all he had wanted was to break his oath. Maybe, deep down, this woman wanted the same. Maybe she would be able to fight her binding, as Huon has fought his in the past. Huon turned the Oath-Shearer dagger around in his hand. This blade holds essence from a High Celestial. It has the ability to break one's oath-binding. He eyed the woman, the Immortal of Air. You have been a slave to the Everlasting King for too long, Kylie. Please, let me free you from this. Anger flashed in the woman's eyes. I do not wish to break my bond. I will serve the Everlasting King to my dying breath. Huon sighed. He'd been afraid she would say something like that. 1,000 years was a long time. He wondered if the Everlasting King could order people to think this way, or if, over time, they just did. Perhaps it was the only way to stay relatively sane when being controlled for so long. He raised his chin, grip tightening around the sword hilt in his right hand. I'd rather not kill you. And it was true. Unlike when he had fought the Immortal of Fire, there was no conflict in his mind. This woman had no doubt done many terrible things while serving the Everlasting King, but she hadn't killed Huon's mother. With her, he could create more distance, think more logically on the situation. You couldn't even if you tried. Anger still burned in Kylie's eyes. She sprinted forward, her double-bearded halberd slashing through the air. Huon's feet were firmly planted on the Grand Foyer's marble floor. He held his ground, cutting off the soul essence, feeding into his wings. Though he had practiced aerial combat, he was still far better at ground combat. She knows about my teleportation ability and my ability to create wings, he thought, his surging of immortal-level speed helping him think faster as the woman rapidly approached. But she doesn't know what else I'm capable of. Huon surged roar. It seemed to take the woman by surprise. She faltered in her stride. He didn't teleport this time. Instead, he launched himself forward, slashing out at her with sword and dagger. Though his roar surge was strong, it didn't distract her for long enough. The woman had known exactly what to do. She'd leapt back and upward, and was already high in the air when he reached her. Huon grinned. Her senses would still be out of whack. This is exactly what he had been hoping she would do. He focused his imagination and sight on a point just behind her. Surging soul essence, he used what had become a signature move for him, the razor-sharp wire. He didn't want to cut the woman in half, but he doubted that would happen at the speed she was going. Besides, he'd ensured he made the razor-sharp wire materialize right behind her calves. Huon watched the Immortal of Air's eyes snap back open, the effects of the roar surge already wearing off. But the razor-sharp wire had appeared while she had been distracted. She whirled in the air anyway, clearly having expected him to teleport behind her. But Huon was still on the ground, watching closely. She slammed straight into the razor-sharp wire. Her white robes must have been heavily enchanted, but not heavily enchanted enough. Huon saw blood drip from her wound, staining her pristine clothes. The force of the impact sent the woman spinning in the air. Now was Huon's chance. She was disorientated and in pain. All he needed to do was strike, though he had been running low on soul essence in the time he'd been standing on the ground. He'd managed to bring his reserve back up to half by moving the eternal wheel. Huon enchanted his sword with will essence and sharpness essence. Then, with focused concentration, he imbued it with soul essence, giving it the ability of essence drain. He could have probably done more, but though he wanted to take her down, he didn't actually wish to kill her. He teleported, feeling the technique eat a chunk of his soul essence, and appeared behind the woman. She was still upside down, spinning fast. All he had to do was put the blade in her path, except that she was no longer where he wanted her to be. A gust of wind had sent her back, and she'd spun around until her head faced the sky instead of the ground. It was a remarkably graceful move. Huon gritted his teeth, pushing himself harder. Should he not have told her about the dagger? It seemed as though she was going to extra effort to create more distance between them. Huon blinked. The dagger. Its reach had always been abysmal, which had been a great problem for him in his last fight with the Immortal of Fire. And it was a problem for him now, especially as he couldn't even land a hit upon her with his sword, which was far longer. He remembered one of the first weapons that he had trained with, the spear. Though he hadn't used it in some time, he had practiced with it enough to still be good with it, and this woman's halberd was too much for him to get past. That must be why he had never been able to beat her alone while fighting within the mind space. But there were also other things he couldn't do in the mind spaces, even if they occurred to him. He couldn't use soul essence for something he had never used it for before. And that's exactly what the idea he was having was, something he had never done before. He didn't know if it would work, had no idea if it was even something that was possible with soul essence, but it wasn't as though he couldn't try. If this was how he could defeat the Immortal of Air, then he would push himself as hard as possible. He let the woman make distance between them. Huon drifted back to the ground, slowing his fall with a surge of wind essence. The Immortal of Air, however, seemed to see Huon's giving of ground as a weakness, as hesitation. She capitalized upon it instantly, speeding in his direction. She fell through the air toward him like a stone thrown, her halberd held in both hands. Huon, quick-footed, dodged and blocked her strikes. They shook his arms with their strength. He gritted his teeth. His mind was already split into two parts. It was the only way he was able to use essence circulation while fighting. He ceased essence circulation, instead tasking the first half of his mind with imagining what he needed. Using soul essence for something new always took longer the first time around. It wasn't something Huon could just snap his fingers and make happen. At least, not yet. Perhaps in the future that would change. But right now he needed time and concentration. Kylie was ruthless and fast. Though her physique was slender, that did nothing to stop her strikes from packing immense power, especially since she surged wind behind every single one of them. Huon remembered watching immortals fight before, remembered a time when he couldn't even track their movements. He wondered what their fight would look like to a surgeless observer. He supposed they wouldn't even be able to make out what was happening. Huon tried to strike back at the woman, giving it his all. His sword and dagger flashed this way and that, trying to get past her guard, but she kept him at a distance. Was she wondering why he was no longer teleporting? Perhaps she assumed he couldn't anymore, that he had run out of whatever surge he'd been using. If that were the case, he was happy to let her think it. Soon that first half of his mind had imagined the exact thing he wanted. He smiled, holding the image of it within his mind. It wasn't beautiful, but it would be more than effective. He leapt backward and surged a wall of rock between the two of them in the middle of the foyer, or rather, a wall of marble. It shot up from the floor, blocking her way. He had no doubt that she would break through it in short order, but that didn't matter. He would have enough time. Huon surged soul essence as he looked at the Oathshearer dagger in his left hand. He had never done something like this before. He couldn't simply hope that it would work. He had to believe that it would work, or else it simply wouldn't. So right now he had banished all doubt from his mind, and he knew this would work. Metal sprang to life, as though pouring from his palm. It melded itself around the hilt of the dagger, then it grew, pushing the dagger away from Huon. It was creating a long metal shaft, similar to the metal shaft of the Immortal of Air's halberd. Huon smiled as his imagination formed. As he molded the reality around him, in mere seconds, where he had once been holding a dagger, now he was holding a spear, with the Oathshearer blade at its end. The dagger's blade would make a fine polearm blade, and he couldn't believe he hadn't thought to do this before. though he supposed that the best innovations with soul essence always seemed to happen in the heat of battle. Where Huon had expected a hole to be punched through the wall of marble he had created, instead he found the Immortal of Air silently leaping over it. Whatever surge she had used to hide her approach earlier, she must have been using again. Fortunately, it didn't make her invisible, and Huon caught sight of her instantly. He sheathed his sword and wielded the Oathshearer spear in both hands. Huon saw a small hint of surprise in the woman's face at him, now wielding a spear. Huon watched as she dropped from the air, her halberd whipping down at him in an overhead strike. He blocked it with ease, slapping her halberd away. She won't know this spear is the Oathshearer dagger, he thought, though he doubted that would mean she would simply let him strike her with it. A massive explosion of flames sounded from outside. For the most part, Huon had tried to block out the fight that was happening between Kelny and Tyrol. There was nothing he could do to help the man, not while he was still fighting this woman. He had to hope that Kelny could either take down Tyrol or hold him long enough for Huon to come help. Assuming I can defeat Kylie, he thought, then chastised himself. There was no room for doubt. He moved like the wind, slashing at Kylie with 12, 24, 100 strikes. He moved with ease, as though he'd been born with a spear in his hand. Everything he had learnt came back to him easily. Unfortunately, the Immortal of Air moved like the wind, too, and she was better at it. Every strike he sent was blocked, dodged, or countered in some way. There wasn't even a hint of sweat on the woman's brow. Huon had to surge his essence shield, as though she could block every one of his strikes. He couldn't say the same about hers. From an outside observer, one who could actually make out an immortal-level fight, it might look as though the two were on equal footing, but Huon knew that with every one of his strikes she avoided, he was the one losing ground. He had to surge more essence than she did to keep up the fight with his elemental shield blocking strike after strike sent his way. She had simply had far too much training, and everything he had done to take her by surprise hadn't worked. Aerial combat was her forte, not his. The same could be said about the spear. But Huon couldn't let this fight go for any longer. It wasn't just Kelny who was in danger. It was Liona. She was strong, but against the Immortal of Earth, while having to protect the legends and champion among her? He couldn't imagine they would all survive. Liona might be able to win, but the others? In the far distance, with his immortal-level hearing, he could hear a loud thud, thud, thud. He couldn't just hear it, either. He felt a vibration on the very floor beneath him, and he knew what it was. The Immortal of Earth was heading into battle with his giant golem, the one the size of a mountain, which meant Liona would be in even more danger. I have to get to her, he thought. He leapt toward the woman, lunging with his newly forged spear. Chapter 32. Liona wanted to tell the others to run, to get the hell out of here. She stared as the Immortal of Earth made his way toward them, one step of his massive golem at a time. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. She was supposed to have Huon by her side. And not just Huon. Kelny. 3 immortals. Now it was only her, a few dozen legends and 1 champion, and Cyrus, a null, though the man was nowhere to be seen. Liona held her sword loosely in her grip. Captain Avery and the others were already at her side. I know what you're going to say, Captain Avery said. And no, we aren't going to run. Her sword was in her hand, her eyes narrowed, brow furrowed. You might be able to hold them off long enough for us to escape, but we both know you can't take a 1,000-year-old immortal and their beast by yourself. Liona wanted to send a sharp reply the woman's way. And what are a bunch of legends going to do to help? She remembered how helpless she and Huon had been when the Immortal of Fire had attacked them outside Harolan, when they had both still been legends. Maybe we were helpless, she thought, but we were only 2 legends. Liona let out a breath. She couldn't change what was about to happen. She couldn't tell the others to leave, and even if she did, what if she was defeated, quickly, and the Immortal of Earth simply hunted her friends down. No, they had known what they were getting into. They had come here because they wanted to fight. Liona didn't know what was happening in Glenhaven, what was happening with Huon or Kelney. What she did know was that they would need her help. So the Immortal of Earth had to be defeated, and there was no breaking his bond. She might be able to drain him of essence, wait until they had the Oathshearer dagger, and cut his bond to the Everlasting King. But she might also have to kill the man. For much of her life, until she had escaped Glenhaven with Huon, Liona had grown up in the house of Tyrol. She would never have imagined having to fight the man. Liona stepped forward until she was at the edge of the ridge. She felt another tug of emotion coming from the Sky Eagle, just as she had felt before. She didn't understand where this bond had come from or how it might be possible, but she embraced it. She stepped over to Shuri and ran a hand over the bird's feathers. Glancing over at the golem, she asked, "Do you wish me to ride you into battle, Shuri?" The majestic Sky Eagle dipped its head. It opened its beak and released a powerful screech, one that Liona was sure would have injured the ears of those legends behind her. It certainly hurt Gale's ears. The champion slapped his hands to them for a moment, then shook his head. Liona vaulted onto the Sky Eagle's back. It felt right, being astride her. In a second, they were in flight. "I can do this," she thought. "I have to." She leant forward, felt whatever bond there was between her and the Sky Eagle strengthening to the point where she could almost feel Shuri's thoughts, the brush of the beast's mind touching hers. Was this something that Huon felt every day? Shuri flew through the air, Liona holding tightly with one hand. Liona had wings of her own that she could sprout into life in a moment, and she imagined she would have to use them in this fight. But she wanted to take the Immortal of Earth by surprise. With her hearing and touch essence surged, Liona knew where the others were behind her. Once again, she wished they would run. Once again, she knew that they couldn't. Gale drew his sword. He glanced up at Captain Avery. Then he felt a sudden longing for his mothers. Though only one of them was an immortal, he wished they were here to fight by his side. Perhaps the Lady of the Forest, the ruler of the forest city of Landor, would be able to defeat the Immortal of Earth. His mother had been powerful, but his mother was gone now. "I need to be stronger," he thought. He wasn't even sure what he could do, wasn't sure how he would be able to even be in a fight against an immortal. He pushed the essence around his body as hard and as fast as he could. In his core, he turned the eternal wheel rapidly. Though he knew a legend was still no match for an immortal, he would do far better if he was one. Besides, right now, he was likely more of a liability than anything else. "I have to advance," he thought. "I have to help." Gale's familiar, Snow, padded over to him. The giant white wolf lowered her head, nudging his shoulder. He felt the bond with them. It was stronger than ever, and it seemed to be getting stronger by the moment, as though she could feel the danger he was in, and she knew he needed her help. "Thanks, girl," he said through the bond. "I do need you." Gale put a hand on the beast's head. She nuzzled into him. Captain Avery watched from the ridgeline as Liona flew toward the Immortal of Earth astride Shuri. Though her face was mostly composed, inside, Avery was a mess. This was not how they had planned for things to go. "Where are Huon and Kelney?" She was their leader, and she had let them go in that city alone. Clearly, that had been a mistake. From the way Shuri had looked, Huon was in danger, mortal danger, and the captain was still only a legend. Liona surged 100 ice shards into being, slamming them toward the golem. She wanted to send that thing off balance. The bigger they are, the harder they fall, she thought, though she struggled to know how she could knock something that size over. The ice shards struck and did nothing. They simply shattered against the golem's rock skin. The Immortal of Earth stood, then leapt off the back of the golem, which kept marching in the direction of the others. Liona swallowed. "It's going to trample right over them." but there wasn't anything she could do about it, not if she didn't defeat this man first. He leapt into the air, straight toward her, a sword in his hand. His rock armor almost made him look as though he was a stone, launched through the air by a trebuchet. He was coming straight at her. Good, she thought. She grinned, then leapt off Shuri. Sleek black wings sprouted from Leona's back, spreading wide. A flicker of surprise ran across the man's face. As heavy as he was, there would be no way for the man to control which direction he went in the air. Or, if there was, it wouldn't do much. He had been hurtling straight for her. Now Leona went right as the Sky Eagle went left. Shuri surged gales of slashing wind toward the Immortal of Earth, whipping winds sharp enough to cut. Though the wind appeared to do nothing to his armor when it impacted him, and it barely moved him backward in the air, it did seem to frustrate the man. Leona came from the other side. She surged sharpness and wind essence into her blade, and something else, something she had learnt from Huon. Essence drain. She had plenty of soul essence tricks up her sleeve, but she knew this could be a long fight. She wanted to restrict her use of soul essence as much as possible. The second she ran out, well, that was when she would lose. She was sure of it. I'm not going to lose. The Immortal of Earth may not have been able to maneuver to a great degree, but he did manage to twist in the air and block her strike. His own sword was strange. The hilt seemed to be made from rock. It must have weighed a ton. Then again, he'd easily have the strength to wield it. The strength of his block and the speed of her strike made her very bones shake in her limbs. She felt pinprick and spiderwebs fracture run up her wrist bone. The pain shot up her forearm, but she had them healed in a moment. He's a heavy hitter, she thought, which meant if he hit her even once without her blocking, there was a chance she would go down. And if she went down, she might never get back up. Good thing I'm fast. As the Immortal of Earth fell, blocking slashes from Leona and claw strikes from the Sky Eagle, Leona kept herself on him, sending strike after strike his way, trying to get a feel for him. She had fought this man countless times in a mind space, but she knew that a mind space would never be enough to show how someone truly fought. She had learnt that when she had fought the Immortal of Fire, after all. They hit to the ground. The Immortal of Earth must have weighed an almighty amount, as he left a crater in the dirt that was half the size of his mountain-large golem. Leona landed gracefully, barely moving a speck of soil beneath her feet. The Immortal of Earth stood, sword in hand, gazing at her across the small divide between them inside the crater he had just formed. He tilted his head to the side as he stared at her.
You look awfully familiar.
His eyes narrowed.
I thought I knew every immortal on this continent by now.
He tilted his head to the side.
I thought we had defeated every single one of them.
He stepped forward.
Are you from Taloniar?
Leona smiled. She knew exactly why the man thought she was familiar. No, I am not.
What country do you hail from? You have the air of someone who has recently advanced. How have you hidden from the honor-bound army?
He motioned toward Glenhaven.
The Immortal of Fire. You stole him to your side, broke his oath. How?
Leona considered which question she should answer. I'm familiar to you because I grew up in your house. Your daughter, Inara, was my oathmaster. That stopped the man short. He stared at her hard.
Inara is dead.
His eyes widened.
Do you know who killed her?
Leona paused, thinking. Inara, the daughter of an immortal, but how could she be? She had been surgeless, and though she had been older than she looked, her life sustained on high-level stamina essence provided by her father, she couldn't have been more than 50, maybe 60 years old. Therefore, the Immortal of Earth could not have had her before he had become an immortal, and immortals could not have children. You know she isn't your daughter, don't you? Leona asked. Immortals can't have children. Liona was sure that saying those words, "Immortals can't have children," stung her more than they would him. Tyrrell frowned at her.
"You really grew up in my house."
Understanding seemed to dawn in his eyes. Immortals had impeccable memories.
"Of course. Liona. You went missing after her death. Your parents died as honor-bound soldiers," he smiled. "Is that why you rally against us now? Because you lost them while they were doing their duty?" He raised his sword. "As for Inara—"
He got a faraway look in his eyes. It was tinged with sadness.
"You are right. She is not my daughter. Not really, but she is of my family line. My great-great-great—"
He trailed off, stared at her.
"I called them all my children. Before I advanced to immortal, I had a family. Part of binding myself to the everlasting king was in protection of them." He pointed his sword at Liona. "Something tells me you know what happened to her."
Liona hadn't seen this line of conversation coming. Honestly, she hadn't seen any conversation coming, and the longer she stood around talking instead of fighting, the longer it would take her to defeat him, which meant more time not helping her friends. Perhaps I can use this to anger him, Liona thought. Make him emotional. Whereas she had learnt how to use anger to serve her in fights from time to time, she also knew that strong emotions were often more dangerous than helpful in battle. Provoking this man could send him off balance enough to put the fight in her favor. "I know exactly who killed your daughter," Liona said, and it was true. Byrne had been the one. He had killed Inara to free Huon from his binding on Huon's father's orders. "Call off your golem, then surrender to me, and I'll tell you." Rage filled the man's eyes.
"You know I can't do that."
Liona shrugged. "Then I won't tell you." The Immortal of Earth roared. He took a heavy step forward, bound by rock as he was.
"Then I'll beat it out of you."
Yes, Liona thought. Anger a 1,000-year-old immortal. That's a great plan. Huon's elemental shield wasn't enough. The Immortal of Air's strikes were fast and hard, cutting through his armor, cutting into his flesh. He could only wonder at how much more powerful they would be if he wasn't protecting himself. Huon's soul essence was being quickly depleted. He had tried, more than once, to surprise her by teleporting, to lock her up, to trip her once more with razor wire, but nothing had worked. Even with soul essence, this woman outclassed him, just as she did when he fought her in the mind space. He had to do something different. His soul essence was a quarter full. "You're strong for a baby, Immortal," Kylie said, after she'd delivered a sharp kick to his sternum, sending him flying straight into the wall. He'd crashed into it, something in his back breaking. "Perhaps I can convince the Immortal of Fire to bind you," she smiled. Huon landed on his feet, his back already healed by his immortal-level stamina. "He can't bind me." He glanced at his wrist, hidden beneath his armor. "I'm soul-bound." Kylie's eyes widened. "So, a High Celestial has sent a child here?" She shook her head, made a tisk-tisk sound. "They couldn't come here themselves?" "Your king would be defeated if they had." Kylie flung her head back and laughed loud and shrill. "You are mistaken, child. It is they who would be dead. The time of the Sentinels is fast coming to an end. The everlasting king will rule more than just this continent before he ascends." Huon's brow furrowed. As much as he knew he had to keep fighting this woman, this was information that they needed. "You sound confident. Why is it you believe the everlasting king could defeat a High Celestial?" "Well, as you cannot join us," Kylie said, striding toward him on silent feet, "I suppose you'll never find out." Huon dodged a lunge, then leapt into the air as her halberd swept for his feet. He gripped his soul essence-forged Oathsharer spear. He still hadn't been able to hit her. The only time he had managed to draw the woman's blood was with that razor wire. There was no way for him to become stronger. He couldn't simply advance to the next rank. He was nowhere near being able to do that. What can I do? All he really needed was to get in one strike. He had managed to land one on the Immortal of Fire with months less training. Why couldn't he do that again? Gripping the spear, an idea came to him. When he had sprouted wings from his back, as he had created them to be a part of him, he could control them, at the cost of constantly surging soul essence into them. What if he could make the spear change? What if he were able to retract and extend its length or change its shape? "Why are you smiling?" the Immortal of Air asked as she struck him in the leg, her blade cutting through all his defenses. Huon slashed for her neck. She dodged backward, out of the way, taking her halberd with her as she pulled it free of his thigh. Surging Immortal-level stamina essence, Huon healed his leg wound. He didn't respond to her, not verbally. He simply held his spear tightly, surging a constant stream of soul essence into it. Every instructor Huon had ever had spoken of making a Surgecaller's weapon an extension of their body. Now, Huon was about to take that to the next level. The Immortal of Air let out a growl of frustration, lunging toward him. Suddenly, Huon felt a flash of clarity. He knew what he had to do, knew how to defeat this woman. Chapter 33. Captain Avery stared up at the massive golem. She had never seen anything like it. The stories said the man had created the beast, though Avery had never heard of someone doing that before, and she struggled to believe it. It was an immortal-level beast. Avery held her sword firm in her grip. It wouldn't be the first time she had fought a beast with immortal-level surges, but she felt as though this was something different, something stronger. Frustration built up within her. Huon would be able to defeat this thing, she thought. He had killed the ancient kraken, which was something she still struggled to believe. He had made himself incorporeal, then he'd sunk close to its core and tapped it with an essence drain surge he'd created from soul essence. Captain Avery remembered sailing the strong wind past the remains of that millennias-old beast, the ancient kraken, perhaps the largest and most ferocious sea monster in the entire world. Huon, that night she had taken aboard her ship before leaving Harolan, had done that. As an immortal, he had killed a beast with celestial-level surges. Avery turned to those legends gathered and glanced down at Gale, who stood beside Snow. They all had access to soul essence, just as Huon had access to soul essence, but there was far less that a legend could do with it versus an immortal. She certainly couldn't maintain the wings she had managed to create for near as long as Huon and Liona could. Still, they could surge soul essence, and so during their journey, Avery had been practicing. Avery had always been more of a physical fighter. Her sword was what she was best with, and her balance surge gave her incredible mobility that she had only ever strengthened with her training. So, since she'd been able to surge soul essence, she had created several surges that she could imbue into her sword, the first of which was an essence drain surge. That was the type of surge that she knew would come in handy, no matter what kind of fight she found herself in. She'd also created a will essence surge. She'd seen firsthand how effective such a thing could be. Then she'd gotten creative. Theoretically, soul essence could do anything. And so she had imagined what she might want in a fight. If she slashed her enemy with her sword, what would she wish to happen to them? Having their surges interrupted, their essence drained was one thing, but there were other things. Avery smiled. She had created a petrification surge, one that she was quite proud of and had practiced using on her crew. Like any imbued surge, it had to break the opponent's skin before it activated. Essentially, it turned the enemy to stone and froze them in place. The weaker the opponent, the longer it lasted. But this golem? That bastard was already made of stone. She wondered if her surge would still freeze the thing, though she didn't feel confident about that. Perhaps she could do what Huon had done to the ancient kraken.
"Liona is in danger,"
Captain Avery said, speaking to all those gathered before her.
"She is facing the Immortal of Earth by herself. She needs our help."
She pointed her sword toward the approaching golem.
"We need to defeat that beast so we can come to her aid."
Avery didn't even mention the danger that Huon and Kelney could be in. Something must have gone wrong down there for them not to be back, for the Immortal of Earth and his golem to have come and found them. The city was clearly deserted, something she should have realized earlier in the night. It shouldn't have taken Gale telling her to know. She once more glanced down at Gale. The young champion had a frown on his face, his brow deeply furrowed in thought as he touched snow. Captain Avery hesitated. She wanted to tell Gale that he didn't have to fight, that he could stay back, but she knew the young champion would refuse. He wouldn't stand back and let this fight happen without him, no matter how dangerous it would be for him. Then she remembered there was someone else who probably shouldn't be in this fight. She looked behind her, at those gathered, at her first mate, looking for the Null, Cyrus. But he was nowhere to be seen. She frowned. Where had that man gone? In all that she knew of him, she wouldn't consider the man to be a coward. Not at all. In fact, he was quite brave to have fought as often as he did, considering he lacked a core. When he didn't have beast cores to surge from, he was reliant on those around him, borrowing their essence only when it was offered and never asking for it himself. Yet he was gone. Had he run off when he had seen the Immortal of Earth and the mountain-sized golem he rode? No, Avery thought. That does not sound like him. First Mate Horrell came to stand beside his captain. "You have a plan?" he asked, raising an eyebrow at her. Captain Avery smiled. "Aye," she said. "At least the beginnings of one." She remembered hearing of what Huon had done in the fight with the ancient kraken, how he had almost died inside of that beast. She wondered. She knew she would be able to get inside of the golem, and was confident she would be able to find its core. But what would happen if, like Huon, she got stuck? What would happen if the others weren't able to cut her out? "I would die so that my crew could live," she thought, setting her jaw. It was a sacrifice she knew she might have to make one day, one she had almost made before, back when she led the ancient kraken away from the strong wind, and it was one she would make today, if she had to. "Actually," Avery said to Horrell, "I know exactly what I need to do." She burst forward, leaping off the ridge and falling straight down. She heard the gasps behind her. Avery was the only one of the legends that was able to create soul essence wings. The others had tried, but they simply didn't last as long as hers. Now, knowing exactly what she had to do and just how to do it, she needed her wings to be as efficient as they ever had been. Pain stabbed in her back as the wings sprouted. They were feathered white. She felt the soul essence entering them, felt her reserve slipping fast. Her sword was already imbued with everything she needed, and her mind was split in 2 parts as she had been trained. The first part was hard at work, creating more soul essence, but she knew that she couldn't create it as fast as she used it. None of them could, and she was using it quite quickly. Avery flapped her white wings, bringing her high into the air, roughly eye level with the mountain-sized golem, its dark eyes turning toward her. She kept constant attention upon her soul essence reserve. It was slipping fast, already down to 1/4, and she was only halfway toward the beast. "If I do this," she thought, "then none of the others even have to fight." Maybe it wasn't necessary. Maybe she was being rash, foolish, but she had to do this. She had to spare her crew from losing their lives. Avery was close now, close enough for that golem to hit her with its massive rock arms. Her reserve slipped further and further down. It was at half, and soon it would fall even faster. Huon had spoken of when he had been incorporeal, of when he had slipped through the ancient kraken toward its core. He hadn't been able to direct where he went. It had been luck more than anything that let him find its core. Captain Avery couldn't rely on luck. She kept her wings active, the pull on her soul essence reserve immense. Then she surged more soul essence, making herself incorporeal. It was difficult, surging soul essence to do two different things. She could only manage it because she'd stopped the first part of her mind from turning the eternal wheel. The giant golem's fist slammed straight into her, or it would have if she'd been solid. Instead, it went straight through her. It was eerie, strange, but she couldn't think on it. She had to focus. Her soul essence was being drained twice as fast as it had been before. I have to make it to the beast's core, she thought, and using her wings would let her control where she went. She slipped into the mountainous beast's body, into pitch-black darkness like nothing she had ever seen. There wasn't a hint of light inside this thing, nothing to help her figure out where she needed to go. Fear gripped her chest. What if she had made a grave mistake? She knew that going in here would likely mean her death, knew that she wouldn't be able to stay alive for very long once the beast had been killed. She could only surge stamina for so long, after all. Nowhere near as long as Huon would have been able to as an immortal. But dying would be worth it if she took this beast down with her. However, what if she simply died inside of the golem without taking it down at all? Avery pushed on, flying through the beast, hoping she was heading toward its middle, hoping she wasn't going in the wrong direction. Her soul essence slipped down to less than a quarter, less than a fifth, less than a tenth. I have seconds, she thought. Less. Then she saw it. A flash of brilliant light as bright as the sun itself, the golem's core. She made for it as fast as she could, pushing herself harder than she ever thought possible, getting every ounce of effort out of her. Her sword pierced the core. She forced herself to cut off her use of soul essence, knowing if she didn't, she wouldn't be able to surge anything. Then she would be dead in a second. The crushing weight of everything around her hit her all at once. Unlike Huon, she didn't have access to a stone skin surge, and she couldn't create one with soul essence if she had no soul essence left. She had already been surging stamina, and she knew she wouldn't run out of it, not with how much pure essence was flowing to her core. But the pain was like nothing she had ever felt. It doesn't matter, she thought through the agony of her bones being crushed and healed and crushed and healed. I saved my crew from having to fight. They can help Liona now. Essence flowed into her at a rate she had never experienced, though she had fought immortal-level beasts before. This was different, almost as Huon had described. This core was nowhere near as ancient as the core that the ancient kraken possessed, but it was over 1,000 years old. And the beast may not have been quite so large as the ancient kraken, but it was still the size of a damned mountain. The essence from the massive golem kept flowing and flowing into her core, turned pure by the essence drain surge imbued into her sword. Captain Avery cultivated and purged and cultivated and purged as though she had consumed a half-dozen cultivation pills at once, and she felt something spark within her. She felt her core readying itself. Gale watched wide-eyed as Captain Avery flew toward the giant golem. Then she slipped straight inside of it. No! First Mate Horrell ran. He sprinted straight down the ridge, which was no easy feat. Gale felt a stab of emotion and knew exactly what the woman had done. This was how Huon had defeated the ancient kraken, but he had almost died in the process. If Liona and Kelney hadn't cut him out. But how could they cut the captain out of a golem, an immortal-level one at that, with its skin harder than any rock? He didn't know, but he needed to be there to try. Astride snow, he pushed the white wolf with his mind to sprint after Horrell. The entire crew of the Strong Wind were running toward that thing as fast as they could. The golem opened its mouth and released a roar that sounded like nothing he had ever heard. It didn't sound like a beast or a human. It sounded like a rock slide, like boulders being crushed or slammed together. The mountain-sized beast fell to its knees, digging up the farmland outside the city of Glenhaven that it stood upon, cratering where it fell. The connection Gale felt with snow was immense. Somehow it had strengthened. He didn't know why, and he wasn't sure how, but it was as though their minds had become one. Snow was just as terrified of the captain's death as Gale was, but there was something else in that connection, something that Gale couldn't quite identify. Gale gripped Snow with his left hand, his right holding his sword. They weren't as fast as the legends. The others had quickly taken the lead, already halfway to the golem, which looked about to topple right over as its essence was being drained by Captain Avery. Gale was only a quarter of the way there. He had made it down from the ridge, with Snow bounding over fields of farmland, digging up neglected crops with every footfall. "We should have noticed the city was deserted," Gale thought as he looked down at the crops. "Who abandons crops like this?" He looked up. First Mate Horrel was at the golem now, trying to slice through it with his sword. Despite the fact the man had a sharpness surge, his slashes didn't appear to be doing a damned thing. "If they can't cut to its core, then Captain Avery is dead." Gale's attention turned toward the other fight raging outside of the city, but he couldn't see it. Liona and the Immortal of Earth were too far away. "How can I help?" Gale thought frantically. "What can I do?" That connection with Snow strengthened ever more. He felt essence flowing from the beast into him. That had never happened before. Why and how was Snow offering Gale essence? Gale was still turning the eternal wheel within himself over and over, trying to get every ounce of soul essence he could, filling his reserves as much as possible. He couldn't fill them too fast. The first time Huon had put soul essence into one of his normal reserves, he had fallen unconscious, but every trickle got him closer to his goal. "That's why Snow is feeding me essence," Gale thought. He spoke through their bond. "You can feel how much I need it, can't you, girl?" Then finally Gale felt something inside himself, felt a change coming on. He had been waiting for this for months. It had now been almost a year since they had boarded the Strong Wind back in Woliar. Finally it was happening. Finally he was becoming a legend. Fear struck him. What if, when he emerged from the hard casing of essence, all he found was Captain Avery and Liona dead? He couldn't dwell on it. There would be nothing he could do, not until he was a legend. This was his only choice. Gale pulled his legs up, still sitting astride Snow, the white wolf dragging him ever closer to the mountainous golem as the advancement activated. Perhaps Cyrus should have felt guilty for slipping away from the others, though when he had left them, they hadn't been in any danger. After Huon and Kelney had left for the city, Cyrus had stood upon the ridge, looking down at Glenhaven. It was strange, seeing a city from another continent. The buildings looked similar to the ones back in Taloniar, though of course they did. How different could buildings truly be? It hadn't taken him long to realize that the place was deserted. That's when the idea had come to him. If the city was deserted, did that mean the Everlasting King's castle would be too? He should have spoken to the others, but he worried they might not approve. He had come here to help them, but how much help would he be in his current condition? He needed to be stronger. When he found a battle raging through the city, he had taken his chance. He couldn't help Kelney, couldn't help Huon, biding in the grand foyer of the Everlasting King's castle. Not as he was now. Using the surge gem he still had, filled with immortal level speed essence given to him by Kelney, Cyrus had snuck through the gate to the Everlasting King's castle, assuming the others must have opened it. The garden was aflame, replete with the scars of an immortal level battle. The Everlasting King discovered a way to become powerful despite being a null, he thought, as he slipped through the flames, surging immortal level speed, totally unseen. He created the surge gem I hold. There must be more, so much more. Huon had told him once of the armor he had worn while bound to the Immortal of Earth. Honor-bound armor, he had called it. It was filled with surge gems, filled with essence. If Cyrus possessed something like that, he might be strong enough to help, and there must be more such things. Powerful weapons and inventions that the Everlasting King would have kept to himself. Cyrus sped through the upper halls of the castle, searching every room. Chapter 34. Huon felt as one with his spear. As he fought, he'd come up with a name for what he wielded, one that felt appropriate. Soul Blade. For the first time since their fight had commenced, Huon had the Immortal of Air on her back foot. He lunged. She backed away. He elongated the shaft of his soul blade, the blade of the Oath Shearer dagger, at its end. Kylie slipped to the side, dodging the strike, but only just. Her eyes widened as the blade cut through the white fabric of her robes. Now her pristine clothes weren't only stained from the wound he'd inflicted in her lower legs with the razor wire, long healed, but they were also torn. Huon smiled, feeling the flow of the fight, feeling more confident than he ever had. His soul essence reserve was waning, but he didn't care. He would have enough. The woman leapt. Surging wind in a gust, she dived straight over him, rolling easily on the marble floor and sprinting for the doorway. Coward, Huon thought. He sprinted after her, straight out of the grand foyer. When he stepped outside, he was surprised to find that dawn was fast approaching. Though he could not see Kelney or the Immortal of Strength, the evidence of their fight was everywhere. The garden was aflame, the fire raging as hot as the deep wood had burned. Huon glanced around, trying to locate Kylie. She must be using her silent surge, which, though it didn't affect Huon's hearing, it made her impossible to be heard by others or felt by others, concealing her from all senses but sight. At least, that is what he had deduced, as she had used it several times in their fight. When he looked up, he spotted the woman and realized why she had run from the grand foyer. She hadn't been trying to escape. She'd been trying to gain an advantage. The Immortal of Air rode astride her Pegasus, her double-bearded, metal-shafted halberd held as though it were a lance, heading straight down for him, with a wicked smile alighting her face. Tornadoes sprang to life around the garden. Huon took a step back. The tornadoes were gathering the flames. 10 small flaming tornadoes materialized close by, heading straight for Huon. This was quickly becoming a very different fight. Huon thought fast. He still had soul essence remaining in his core, though it was quickly falling. A plan formed in his mind, one he had discarded several times over already, because his soul essence reserve had been too low for it to work. Now he had to embrace the plan, no matter the consequences. He had to trust that cutting this woman's bond would be enough, that, like the Immortal of Fire, it would startle her into ending the fight, that it would mean his victory. Only, if he ran out of soul essence, he would be cut from his core. He wouldn't be able to surge anything whatsoever, making him as weak as a gnoll, as weak as Cyrus. She could kill him if she wished. It was a lot of trust to put in this plan. What else can I do? He thought. This is my only option. Huon stood his ground. He held his soul blade in one hand, angling it toward the woman. Then he made himself, and the spear he held, incorporeal. He extended the weapon straight for Kylie astride her Pegasus. The shaft extended further than it ever had, maintaining that, as well as being incorporeal, ate at his soul essence reserve at an incredible rate, faster than he had even expected it to. Every muscle in Huon's body tensed in concentration. As he was surging soul essence for 2 different things, he couldn't turn the eternal wheel. Both halves of his split mind needed to be put toward this task, else it simply wouldn't be possible. Kylie dodged to the side, but Huon simply moved his soul blade toward her. There was no way he would miss. Seeing this, the Immortal of Air whipped out her halberd to slap his weapon away, except his soul blade went straight through her halberd, as though it weren't there. Huon had to time this perfectly. The moment it was close to her, the blade of the spear in her side, he made himself corporeal again. However, he had to maintain the length of the soul blade, still pumping soul essence into it. The woman was struck. Her eyes widened, in pain, in fear. Her bond had been cut. And the last ounce of soul essence was taken from Huon's core. Huon was hit with an immense sense of loss, one that struck him so fast and fully that he was taken to his knees. Before being cut off from his core, he had been surging speed, strength, stamina, and breath. He had been surging fire, water, air, and earth, maintaining his elemental essence shield. Now, he was surging nothing. His knees slammed into the ground. Time seemed to slow down and speed up simultaneously. He tried to turn the eternal wheel, but he didn't have the energy. He remembered vividly the last time this had happened. Huon had been in the water, deep beneath the waves, unable to breathe at all, unable to surge breath. He hadn't even thought to turn the eternal wheel, not until he had been taken to safety onto the beach by Liona. There, he had turned the eternal wheel, and when that first trickle of soul essence had entered into his core, the connection to all his other surges had re-solidified. Huon thought it would take only a few seconds for him to receive that trickle of soul essence this time, but try as he might, he couldn't turn the eternal wheel. Would this have happened last time? Had I tried to turn it while still beneath the waves? He thought. Or am I cut off forever now? He hoped it would be the former, sincerely doubting it would be the latter. The Immortal of Air, astride her mount, the Pegasus, landed hard on the ground beside the stairs up to the grand foyer of the Everlasting King's castle. Huon looked up at her. Despite the exhaustion he felt from cutting himself off from his core, he forced himself to his feet. He looked down at his hand, his soul blade. It was gone. It must have crumbled when he had used his last ounce of soul essence, just like his wings would crumble when he disconnected them. Had he not been surging soul essence into them at the time, he assumed the spear would have remained. There were still things he needed to learn about soul essence, it seemed. Standing, he laid a hand on the hilt of his sword, still trying to turn the eternal wheel, to cultivate soul essence, to regain his connection to the surges in his core. Kylie climbed off her beast. She didn't touch down on the ground gracefully. She slapped into it, flat-footed. Her eyes were still wide. She clung to her Pegasus's mane, dipped her head and closed her eyes, swaying slightly. For the next few moments, Huon's fate rested entirely in this woman's hands. "Kylie," he whispered. The woman's eyes snapped open. She stepped away from her beast toward Huon, then stopped a few feet away. Her gaze flicked between staring him in the eye and looking completely vacant. "Emera," she blinked. "Excuse me?" Huon asked. He tried to keep his voice calm while a battle was raging inside of himself. The woman swayed slightly, her weight shifting slowly from foot to foot. "My name," she said slowly. "My name is Emera." Huon let out a sigh of relief. "You're free of your bond." The woman, Emera, looked down at her side. That's when Huon realized where his dagger was. She pulled Oathshearer out, the blade covered in blood. "You freed me." She tossed the blade to Huon. It turned end over end. Huon snatched it out of the air. "I did." Emera blinked slowly. "My mind is—" She trailed off, her eyebrows pinching close together. "Fractured?" Huon asked, remembering how Kelney had been, and still was. She shook her head, stared into his eyes. "No," Emera said. "It's clear. For the first time in 1,000 years." She cocked her head to the side, as though listening to something. "The battle between Tyrol and Blaze, and Kelney, still rages." She tilted her chin up, then turned. "Come, we must help Kelney. We must break the Immortal of Strength's bond." Huon was more than a little surprised. This hadn't been what he was expecting. He relaxed his body. Suddenly all his strength left him again, and all he wanted to do was collapse onto the ground. But he couldn't. There was still work to be done. "Why do you hesitate?" Emera asked, peering over at him. Huon supposed there was no reason lying. "I have lost the connection to my core." He raised a hand. "It will return to me in a moment," he said, thinking, "I hope." Emera looked confused.
How is that possible?" Huon didn't respond. Instead, he shut his eyes, focusing hard upon the eternal wheel. He slowly let out a breath, then drew another in, deeply, concentrating. The two parts of his mind had fallen away, no longer split. When he'd been cut off from his core, he put his entire mind to this task. The wheel moved. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, a trickle of soul essence entered his core, and his connection with his surges snapped back into place. He smiled, opening his eyes. "I'll explain when we have more time." He was about to surge hearing, about to find out what direction they needed to head, when he heard a familiar sound. Emera, head cocked to the side once more, announced, "The battle between Kelny and Tyrol has ended." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Huon blinked, wings flapping. His first thought was that it must be Shuri. Then he glanced up and saw the Immortal of Fire, the former Immortal of Fire, astride his red dragon. The man was covered in blood from head to toe. Huon stared as the dragon landed on the ground, and Kelny slid off, boots slapping into the ash of the still-aflame gardens. Kelny looked between Huon and Emera until his gaze rested on the woman who had just been cut from her bond with the everlasting king.
"You have been freed."
She stepped forward. "I have." Emera cocked her head to the side. "Fortimer?" Kelny's head dipped.
"I had no choice."
"The red dragon?" Huon muttered, looking over. His thoughts were turning fast. One of the Immortal Seven is dead, and two are now on our side. He could barely believe it. Kelny looked over to the massive beast.
"She found me when I needed her most. The bond, it snapped back into place."
He ran a hand through his bloody hair.
"I was at his mercy, almost dead if not for her."
Emera hung her head. "We could have freed him." Kelny walked over to her, put a hand on her shoulder.
"I'm sorry, sister. I wish it had gone another way."
He got a faraway look.
"But at least he is freed from the everlasting king's hold."
"Emera," the former Immortal of Air said, holding out her hand, "is my true name." Kelny smiled, taking her hand.
"I know. I remember you before."
He waved a hand. "As glad as I am that the two of you are now having a positive reunion." Huon nodded in the direction of the ridge behind the walls to the everlasting king's castle, though they couldn't see it from here. "The Immortal of Earth and his golem are heading toward my friends."
"Then we must stop him,"
Kelny said. He looked at Emera, at Huon's blade.
"And free him, if we can."
Huon gripped the Oath-Shearer dagger's hilt, his thoughts turning to Liona, to Captain Avery, to Gale, Eliko, and all the others. He didn't have enough soul essence to create wings and fly there. Through his bond, which he hadn't been able to focus on during the fight, he could feel distress coming from Shuri, feel her fear and anger. She was in the middle of a fight, helping Liona fight the Immortal of Earth, or the Golem. Huon didn't know. The Sky Eagle was too far away and too focused for them to communicate more than just emotions. "I can't create wings, can't get there fast enough," Huon said. Kelny gestured toward the red dragon.
"Then you will fly with me."
Huon didn't hesitate. He surged strength and speed and vaulted onto the back of the red dragon. In less than a second, the three immortals and two immortal-level beasts were in the air, flying over the deserted city of Glenhaven, toward the battle raging outside of its walls. Huon just hoped he wasn't too late. Chapter 35. Liona fought with Shuri like she'd never fought before. Though she had been fighting with Huon for so long, they were almost as one, knowing the other's moves before they even made them. This was different. Somehow the bond that Shuri had with Huon had been extended to her, and they were working in tandem, able to feel each other's emotions, able to hear each other's thoughts. She knew exactly where the Sky Eagle was going to strike, and the Sky Eagle knew Leona's every move. But it wasn't enough. The Immortal of Earth was too strong, too powerful. Even with soul essence,
Even with Shuri fighting by her side, Liona was struggling to get the upper hand in this fight. Gods, she was struggling simply staying alive in the first place. She dodged one of the man's strikes. His blade looked more like a club than a sword, with how thick and heavy it was. The amount of wind it sent off, just from the force of it, almost felt like a surge in itself. Liona pulled from deep within. None of her tricks had worked on this man. She'd tried using the razor wire trap Huon had come up with, but it hadn't done a thing to break through his rock armor. It was harder than any armor she had ever encountered. Her sword was imbued with sharpness essence, among other things, and she surged barrage. For a short period of time, it made her incredibly fast, faster than any other immortal she had yet encountered. It was always what helped her get the upper hand when she sparred against Huon. She struck Tyrol 3 times, once in the leg, once in the side, once in the head, and not a damned thing happened. Though she re-imbued the sword with sharpness essence after each strike, as she had long trained to do, none of the strikes were hard enough to pierce through to his skin. They did cut through his rock armor, but the rock armor had multiple layers. The man was simply too strong. He smiled, slashed his blade toward her, pushing her back, then focused his energies on Shuri. The Immortal of Earth struck the Sky Eagle straight in the side, too fast for Shuri to get out of the way. An ear-splitting screech released from the Sky Eagle's beak, so loud she was sure it would have been heard from within Glenhaven. Did Huon feel that? She wondered, sharing in the beast's pain, in some mildly detached way, through the sudden bond that had appeared between them. Shuri was thrown through the air. Liona couldn't imagine how she could have been thrown so far, considering she should have weighed more than the Immortal of Earth, considering how big she was. Then she saw that the man had rooted his feet to the ground with stone before his strike. Rapidly, he released the hold the stone had on his feet and whipped his blade around to strike Liona. She wasn't fast enough. She had been too distracted by Shuri's pain. The sword struck her straight in the leg. She didn't go down. She didn't let herself go down. Instead, she managed to leap backward off her good leg as the bad one healed with a surge of immortal-level stamina. Liona felt a rage building up deep within her, felt it swirl and bubble and reach for the surface. She had long ago mastered her addiction to surging beast cores. The urges still came. They probably always would, but she could control them now. Still, something had been left behind within her. Something from all the times she had surged beast cores in the past, making her different, altered, slightly beast-like herself. Sometimes when she fought, she let that beast out. It had saved her on occasion. Right now, she felt the beast within, trying to take over, wanting to tear the man before her in half. Liona remembered a fight she'd had with a man that was more beast than human, back in the Justice Arena in Carolor. The Wolf. That man had come from a culture that surged essence straight from beast cores regularly, and it had changed him. More than it had changed her, so she had always pushed against this urge, only utilizing it in small doses. But now she knew she had to embrace it. She created some distance between herself and the Immortal of Earth. The man cocked his head to the side, a smile alighting his face.
"It's too late to retreat, girl," Tyrol said. "Our fight has begun. It must continue until one of us meets our end. I think you know who that will be."
"Yes," Liona growled. "I know exactly who that will be." Liona unleashed the beast, letting it take over her, letting it fight with her. She surged soul essence with barely a thought, instead only on instinct, felt it shift and change her. Wings grew from her back once more, but that wasn't all. Claws grew from her fingers, talons from her toes. Her muscles shifted and changed beneath her skin. Her bones cracked, broke, elongated. Her entire body was changing in a way it never had before, reminiscent of advancement, but wholly different, and 1,000 times more painful. The agony of it threatened to take her to her knees, but she didn't let it. She remained standing. She didn't exactly know what was happening to her body, but despite the immense amount of pain she was in, it felt right, natural, like the wings that she had learnt to create with Huon, like she had tapped into something about herself and perhaps something about soul essence that she hadn't fully realized before, that primal instinctual part of herself. The Immortal of Earth's eyebrows were drawn so close together they almost touched. He took a step back, gazing up and down at Liona.
"What are you?"
he whispered. To Leona's dismay, there was no fear in his voice, only confusion. "I'll show you fear," she thought. The transformation came to an end. The soul essence was still flowing. She could feel it, eaten up by having to hold this all together, but it didn't matter. She wouldn't need long. Somehow, she was feeling more confident than she ever had. Liona strode forward. She tilted her head up, opening her mouth. Even her teeth had changed. They felt sharper, longer. Briefly, she wondered what Huon would think if he saw her like this. Liona looked down at her sword, still in her hand. Then she did something that would no doubt be perceived as absolutely foolish. She threw it to the ground. Then she pounced at Tyrol, the Immortal of Earth. The part of her that could still think clearly through the angry, bestial haze knew that she shouldn't kill the Immortal. She should keep him alive. He was being controlled, after all. She also knew the longer she remained here, the more danger her friends might be under. She hoped the fight with the golem was going well. The Immortal of Earth snapped out of whatever daze had come over him when she'd shifted. He slashed out with his sword, but she avoided it easily, flying around to strike him in the side instead. Instinct and countless thousands of hours of training made her imbue her claws with immortal-level sharpness essence. Her claws looked somehow sharper than her sword had. Glancing down at the soul essence-made claws, she noticed their glint. The claws were made from metal. Liona grinned, knowing it would be a terrifying sight, and slashed her claws at the man's side, watching as they cut straight through the first layer of Tyrol's rock armor. The strike wasn't enough to get to his skin, but she struck again, and again, and again, until she finally managed to put the man off balance. The wings she had instinctually created when she had used soul essence to turn into whatever it was that she had turned into weren't identical to the ones she had created before. They were better, stronger. Without even thinking, she had infused metal into them, making her wings into shields. Every time Tyrol tried to strike her with his massive, heavy sword, one of her wings would whip out and block it. Liona felt so damned strong, stronger than she had ever felt, and she still had more uses of barrage. Liona slammed a kick straight into the Immortal of Earth's chest, hoping to push him back, maybe even knock him down. But of course it didn't work. He was rooted to the spot. She'd have better luck trying to knock a mountain to the ground. Then rocks began to jut out from the dirt beneath her feet, trying to smash into her. Liona leapt away from them, then swooped back straight at the Immortal of Earth's head. She surged barrage and managed to land 4 solid strikes at the man's face. Blood poured free of the gashes, to the point where it must have obscured the man's vision. Liona dodged away from a flying rock, conjuring 100 ice shards as she created some distance and sent them all straight for the man's head. Keep him alive, she thought, but she struggled to remember why she wanted the man to live. The ice shards were blocked by a massive wall of rock shooting up from the ground. Liona smiled. The wall of rock was between her and her enemy, and that wasn't going to stop her. She imagined exactly where she wished to be, using the teleportation technique Huon had taught her how to use. Liona materialized straight behind the man, dimly aware that her soul essence reserves were quickly inching toward being completely empty. She didn't care. She had to take this man down. Liona slashed through the first layer of the man's rock armor, then the second, then the third. With her claws and barrage surged, she could strike him incredibly fast, far faster than she could have when she'd had her sword. When she broke through to his skin, she didn't waste the opportunity. This time, she was ready. She imbued essence drain into her claws and clutched his back, holding onto him with an iron grip through his flesh. Though Liona hadn't reached the man's core, she could feel pure essence flowing into her. The contact was enough. The conscious part of her mind tried to turn the eternal wheel with the essence she received, but she wasn't able to. It was as though maintaining this bestial state was taking far too much energy out of her, far too much concentration. The power of it was immense, but it was also eating through her soul essence faster and faster. Still, she had the man where she wanted. The immortal of Earth fell to his knees. He's weak enough to kill, Liona thought, but she held herself back, held the beast back. All she needed to do was incapacitate him, take the essence from his core, then tie him up. Something. There was a loud crash, as though a mountain had fallen to the ground, somewhere in the distance. The golem, she wondered. The immortal of Earth hit the dirt. Too weak to even hold his veil up, Liona could feel that his core was empty of everything, including stamina, which meant the wound she had inflicted might very well kill him. She was about to remove her hand when her soul essence ran out and her connection to her core cut off completely. The claws disappeared, turning to ash. Her bones broke once more, muscles ripping and contorting back to what they had been. Though her wings disappearing caused her a small amount of pain, the bones breaking caused her far, far more, and being cut off from her core, she couldn't heal them again. Liona fell straight to the ground, lying beside the immortal of Earth. Shuri came over, nudging at her gently, but whatever bond had formed between them was diminished. I defeated the immortal of Earth, Liona thought. She did not hold a grudge against the man, like Huon had held a grudge against the immortal of fire, but she did know that her parents had been honor-bound to this immortal, that they had died while under his oath. The pain crashed into her. She tried to think through it. This happened to Huon, when he used the last of his soul essence. He had been cut off from his core. Liona gasped in a breath. Several of her ribs were broken, and every inhalation only brought more agony. But he got it back. He got it back. She put all her focus on turning the eternal wheel. All she needed was a trickle of soul essence to return to her core, and she would be able to use her stamina reserve. She would be able to heal. The longer she was incapacitated, the more likely the immortal of Earth would get back to his feet, and then everything she had done would be for nothing. But the eternal wheel wouldn't turn, no matter how much effort she put toward it. Panic set in, the breaths coming faster, causing more pain, more panic. Then she heard something, saw a shadow move across the sky, the slap of wings beating hard. She blinked, trying to make out what she saw through the wetness in her eyes. Was that the red dragon? Chapter 36. Huon could see everything from atop the red dragon. The first thing he spotted was Liona, writhing in pain, the immortal of Earth on the ground beside her. What happened to her? He didn't have enough soul essence to maintain wings yet. He hadn't had a chance to move the eternal wheel and cultivate much more in the seconds since he'd been riding on the red dragon. Instead, he leapt straight off its back, surging wind to slow his fall. Then he surged immortal-level speed and sprinted straight for Liona. Huon knelt beside her, feeding stamina straight into her. Shuri was off to the side, and all he could feel from the Sky Eagle was sorrow and worry. Huon, Leona's voice struggled out of her throat. I've got you, Huon said. It's okay. You're okay. The stamina worked fast. Leona's wounds, which he couldn't even see, healed rapidly. She sat up, wrapped her arm around him. What happened? Huon asked. I used too much soul essence. It was foolish, but it was the only way. Huon chuckled. Liona balked, holding him by the shoulders. You think that's funny? He shook his head. No, I just did the exact same thing. He held her tight. I'm glad you're okay. Kelney, Emera, and their mounts landed beside them. Leona's gaze snapped onto the former immortal of air, eyes narrowing. Is she on our side now? Huon glanced over at the Immortal of Earth, who looked to be trying to grab his sword. Almost absent-mindedly, Huon drew the Oath-Shearer dagger, reached over, and touched it to the open wound in the man's back. Emera knelt beside Tyrol as his bond with the everlasting king was cut. 4 of the Immortal Seven have now been defeated, Huon thought. 1 dead, 3 cut from their bond. It was difficult to believe what they had achieved that day, but there was still more to be done. It will take a moment for you to be able to turn the eternal wheel again, Huon said, but it won't be long. Liona inclined her head. The others, they might still be in danger. A sound caught Huon's attention, the heavy pounding of footsteps. No, not feet. Paws. A beast was bounding toward them, and he recognized its gait and smell easily. Snow! Huon stood and helped Liona to her feet. They turned to see the massive white wolf bounding toward them. Huon blinked, staring at the beast. Is that? A hard casing of essence. Gale! Liona smiled. He's advancing.
My golem is dead.
The Immortal of Earth's voice was tinged with sadness. Huon glanced behind him, saw the man standing beside Kelney and Emera, the other 2 freed members of the Immortal Seven. Huon heard a crack as snow came to a stop before them. A fist burst forth, punching out of the shell. Gale tore the essence away. For a moment, he looked disorientated. Then he saw the others all standing before him. His eyes widened. Captain Avery, he breathed. She needs your help. She killed the golem. She's stuck inside it. Huon didn't need to ask how. He knew exactly what the captain must have done. Though his soul essence was diminished, he still had plenty of speed and sharpness essence. He sprinted forward, faster than he ever had. It wasn't hard to find the golem. The thing was massive, lying prone in the middle of a large farm. He drew his sword as he ran, imbuing sharpness essence into it, hoping it would be strong enough to cut through that thing. But before he reached the golem, it parted by itself. No, Huon thought, not by itself. The Immortal of Earth, he must have been the one doing this. Somehow, now that the beast was dead, Tyrol, or whatever his true name was able to part the stone that made up the beast. Huon wondered if they were too late, wondered how long the captain could have truly survived inside of that thing. She didn't have stone skin, and her stamina wasn't as strong as that of an immortal. Inside the golem, the core was exposed. It was dead, dull and inert, all the essence taken from it, just as the ancient Kraken's core had looked when he'd taken the essence from it to kill the beast. Huon didn't see the captain beside the core. Instead, he saw a hard casing of essence. He tilted his chin up. She was safe, safer than anyone could be, as nothing and no one could break through that essence. She's advancing to the rank of immortal. He couldn't help but smile. Gale had just advanced to legend, and now the captain was advancing too. He watched as the crew surrounding the dead golem stared up at the hard casing of essence. With first mate Horrel leading them, and Eliko among their number, it was clear that they had been trying to cut through the beast to get to the captain, but they hadn't been strong enough to pierce the golem's thick stone skin. As he didn't know how long it would take for the captain to emerge, Huon returned to the others. He was glad that the Immortal of Earth, the former Immortal of Earth, had already done something to show that he might be on their side. The man could have kept fighting them, especially since his golem had just been killed. Huon knew how much pain he would be in if Shuri had died. "We need to go after those cores," Huon said, reaching the others once more. He grasped Leona's hand, holding her tight in his grip, glad she was safe. "The plan hasn't changed. We must take out the Everlasting King." "The cores?" Emera's brows pinched together. She looked at Kelney. "Of course, that's what you're after." Kelney nodded.
"Once I was free of my bond, I was able to tell them about them. At least we have time now." "We don't have time," Tyrol said. "Not as much as you may think."
He looked up at the sky. With a surge of essence, the rock gauntlet around his hand came off, revealing his bare hand and a ring around one of his fingers. The ring was glowing. Huon hadn't seen anything like it before. The man's gaze turned down to it.
When I realized I had lost, before my bond was cut, I activated this.
"What is that?" Liona asked.
A way of communicating with the everlasting king,
Kelney said, his deep voice showing hints of his fear. He shook his head.
But it will take time for him to get here.
He frowned.
Won't it? After finding the city deserted, I thought the everlasting king would be on the other side of the continent. I was surprised to find the three of you here at all.
The everlasting king is on the other side of the continent, Emera said. He left us here, in case anyone went after the cause. Huon nodded. It took us months to traverse the continent. Though we were limited by our speed and avoidance of populated areas, still, even on an immortal mount it would take time.
Huon is right,
Kelney said. Emera laid a hand on Kelney's shoulder. Much has changed since the last time you were here, brother. The everlasting king, he has a way of traveling fast. Considering when that ring was activated, we have an hour at best, and I doubt it will be the immortals he sends. He will want to see for himself what has happened. The everlasting king will be here in an hour. Huon gritted his teeth. Then we must destroy the cores, now. He turned to Liona. Has your connection with your soul essence been restored? Liona nodded. It has. Good. He looked up over at the golem in the distance. He could see the hard casing of essence that held the captain clearly with his immortal-level sight, even from this far away. He glanced over at Gale, the newly minted legend, who stood by Snow, the beast having suddenly grown even larger after Gale's advancement. Huon pursed his lips, not sure if this was the right course of action, but knowing he needed to make a choice. He looked Liona in the eye. Protect the others. I'll destroy the cores. Liona shook her head. No, I should be with you. An hour is a long time, long enough for me and Kelney to make it to them and destroy them. When I return, I need to know that you and the others are safe. There's another problem, Emera said. Huon sighed. What is it? The cores. She glanced at Kelney. The ones in the castle are not the only ones. Not anymore. Huon's heart sank. You mean to say that if we destroy them, it won't nullify his power, Emera said. Not completely.
Where are the others stored?
Kelney asked. Emera shook her head. He didn't tell us, any of us. The only reason he didn't move these is because he couldn't. I don't understand why.
There's no time to talk,
the former immortal of Earth grumbled. He faced Huon and Kelney.
If the two of you are going to destroy the cores, you must move, now. I, for one, do not wish to be here when the everlasting king arrives.
Where should we go? Liona asked. Huon hesitated. The cave, atop the Shurin Mountains. You know the one. It should be large enough to hold them all. Liona nodded. I'll take them all there. She held Huon by the back of his neck, then pulled him in for a kiss. Huon sunk into the kiss, but he knew it couldn't last long. The two parted far too quickly. Liona looked him in the eye. You join me there soon. Don't make me regret leaving you here. Huon nodded. I'll meet you there, I promise. Shuri came forth. There was blood on her feathers, but whatever wound she had suffered in the battle with the Immortal of Earth had long healed. Without hesitation, Huon mounted Shuri as Kelney mounted his red dragon, and the two flew over the walls of Glenhaven with incredible speed. They left their beasts outside the castle. 1,000 thoughts kept running through Huon's mind. The everlasting king might be on his way, here. The cores they were after, destroying them was supposed to be enough, but now there were more stockpiles of them? How many more, and where were they?
This way,
Kelney said. He sprinted through the lower halls of the Everlasting King's castle. Huon didn't take in the surroundings, barely paying attention to where they went, only dimly aware that they were moving down, deeper than he could have imagined the castle could go. With the immortals of air, earth, and strength defeated, they met no resistance through the labyrinth beneath the castle. Eventually, they reached a door. It was painted black, made from steel, and no doubt imbued with powerful essence. "You can get inside there?" Huon asked.
"There are few things that can withstand the heat of an immortal's fire surge."
Kelney placed his hand against the door.
"The Everlasting King is powerful, but he still doesn't have access to celestial-level surges. Besides, he would never have expected anyone to get this far. No one should even know these are here."
Huon didn't know how to make sense of that. He still didn't understand how the Everlasting King's power actually worked, though he had seen it in action back in the city of Carolor, when the man had used some sort of surge that turned him into a giant. Still, he trusted that Kelney would get through the door. The main reason he had brought Kelney here instead of one of the other former members of the Immortal Seven was because the man was a known entity and bound to Huon, which had been something he'd chosen, no, begged to do. So Huon had to trust the man. Every minute that ticked by increased Huon's worry. He knew the others would get out in time, knew they would get to safety, but he worried about what would happen if the Everlasting King arrived before they destroyed those cores, even after. "We still have time," he thought, watching the thick metal door slowly melt. "Do you know how we are to destroy the cores?" Huon asked. Kelney glanced over his shoulder at Huon.
"No, I do not. I know very little about them, only that they are behind this door."
Huon swallowed. Well, he doubted it would be too difficult. Though it felt as though it took a long time, it must have only been a few minutes when the door was finally opened. Huon didn't need to step into the room to see the cores. The light of them was so bright he had to shut his eyes against them. Huon opened his eyes slowly, blinking several times to adjust from the pitch-black darkness they had been in a moment ago. Huon had seen many beast cores, and he'd seen human cores destroyed in battle. But this... he had never seen this before. The two immortals stepped into an expansive room with tall ceilings. Somehow the room was even larger than the grand foyer had been. It was domed and made of the same ancient gray stone as the rest of the castle. The cores were piled up in the middle of the room, almost as though they had been tossed atop one another. Huon had to stare at the glowing pile a moment before he could see the individual cores.
"It's like a pile of stars,"
Kelney said, his voice in slight awe. Huon stared hard at every one of the cores he could see. There were more than he had thought. The pile stretched so high he had to crane his neck. "How many thousands of cores are in here?" he said in awe.
"I don't know. Every surgeless who has lived in the Everlasting King's empire for the last 1,000 years.
The man gestured toward the pile.
"Their core was harvested, taken here as it developed."
Huon frowned. "Without the person's knowledge? How is that possible?"
Kelney shook his head. "I do not know, only that it was done."
Huon frowned, wondering about that. He knew that any surgecaller could have their core stolen from them, though he still didn't understand how. He didn't really know how someone could survive something like that either. But the Gnolls and Taloniar, like Cyrus, were proof. He robbed so many of powers that should have been theirs, and those he didn't rob of their power, he stole their freedom, or killed, Huon said. He must be stopped. Destroy them all, now. Kelney nodded, taking it as an order. Huon watched as the former immortal of fire took a step forward, raised both his hands, and shot a plume of flames so burning with heat that Huon took a step back. The flames washed over the pile of cores, engulfing every single one of them. Huon surged breath as the smoke within the massive room thickened, and watched as the cores burned, wondering about their owners. My mother's core will be among them, Huon thought, along with every surgeless in the everlasting king's realm I ever met. When the flames ceased and the smoke cleared, the pile of cores remained, their glow undiminished. Huon blinked. That's not possible. He looked at Kelney. How is that possible? An immortal's flames could incinerate a surgecaller of a lower rank, turning them and their core to ash. Yet these cores remained.
I do not know, Kelney frowned. They are protected somehow.
Obviously, Huon said. Panic set in. They didn't have time to dally. They needed to destroy these cores and get the hell out of here. Huon walked forward. He could feel the essence streaming off the pile. It had been hidden, somehow, when the door had been closed, but now he was inside. It was hidden no longer. These cores should be cores from a page, he thought, taken as they developed. They would be weak. How can they provide so much power? Simply because there are so many of them? Huon couldn't begin to understand. But as he concentrated on the essence he sensed, he realized something he should have realized the moment he had stepped inside this room. It wasn't normal essence these cores were giving off. If they were truly only the cores of a page, then there should have only been the physical surges, strength, speed, stamina, and breath. Yet he didn't feel any of that. What he felt was soul essence. Huon took a step toward the pile, getting close enough to touch the cores. He tried to pick one up, but it wouldn't budge from the pile, and he remembered what Amara had said. The cores could not be moved. The everlasting king does know of soul essence. He must, Huon thought. Kelney said otherwise. He wouldn't have lied. Did he simply not know? His forehead creased as he held the core. This wasn't the soul essence that he could create with the eternal wheel. This was different. This was the type of soul essence he had sensed when observing other surgecallers advancing. The type of soul essence that could create permanent change in someone. Soulless. The word hit him. He still didn't understand it, not at all, but he realized something. At least he had a theory. The everlasting king doesn't know of the soul essence created with the eternal wheel, he thought, but he knows of the soul essence created during advancement. Huon didn't understand how that essence was in these cores that were taken from surgecallers that never got to advance, even to squire, but it clearly was. This is why the sentinels take cores from disciples, for the power it provides them, for the... He struggled to put a name to the essence he felt. It molded reality, like soul essence did, but it was more, stronger. It changed a surgecaller permanently when they advanced. Even after their core was taken, those changes remained. Cyrus's senses and body were as strong as any other immortal when not surging. Reality essence, Huon thought, choosing a name, at least for now, that seemed to fit. This must be what the everlasting king fed off, this reality essence. It must be why he had been able to make himself into a giant. And now that the everlasting king had even more cores in other places stocked up, that's how he had become more powerful. He's taken more cores. He must have taken them from those he conquered. When Huon had been honor-bound, he remembered the order that had been given when they had attacked the forest city of Landor, to kill those of legend rank and above. Had their cores been taken too? How many more surgecallers had lost their cores as the everlasting king conquered the entire continent? This was how he had become powerful enough to challenge the High Celestials. This was why he was confident enough to make a fleet, to invade Taloniar. Huon didn't know how to destroy these cores. The flames from an immortal should have been enough. But maybe he didn't have to. Maybe he just had to take the essence for himself. I know what I have to do. Huon had been turning the eternal wheel since he was able to, following his fight with Amara. Though his soul essence reserve was still minimal, he was confident he had enough to do what he needed.
How?
Kelney's voice was but a whisper. Huon sat cross-legged beside the pile. All the cores in that pile were touching, and they couldn't be moved. They must all be connected. This will work, he told himself. It has to. I need to cultivate the essence into myself. All of it. He touched the pile of cores and shut his eyes. Surging soul essence, he created an essence drain surge. He wouldn't need to imbue it into his sword as usual. There was no skin to break. These cores were as exposed as they could ever be. Huon prepared himself for what came next. Reality essence flooded into him at an unimaginable rate. It filled his core, filled every single one of his reserves in a way he hadn't expected. As he sat there, his entire mind consumed upon taking in this unique type of soul essence, this reality essence, as he had called it. He found it didn't need to be turned with the eternal wheel. This was different, very different. He already felt it changing him, making his core, his surges, his reserves, his mind, his body, his soul more powerful. Then Huon felt a shift, felt all of his physical and elemental cores reach their limit. Something within him was activating. It was a familiar feeling. He had felt it 5 times before, every single time he had advanced. I'm advancing again, Huon thought. I'm advancing to a low celestial. The day no longer felt like a defeat, though he had come here to take all the power away from the everlasting king and discovered that would not be possible. They would still manage to deal him a blow. The power inside these cores. The everlasting king might have more cores somewhere, but this would certainly weaken him. It had to. And maybe it would even weaken him enough for Huon to defeat him once he had advanced. As these thoughts swam through his mind, and the cores were depleted of their last drop of essence, Huon felt the hard casing of essence emerge around him. His advancement to low celestial had begun. This is the end of Celestial, a Podium Audio production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more progression fantasy, check us out at podiumaudio.com and sign up for our newsletter. We promise we won't spam you. Also, consider joining our community of listeners, fans, and trolls on social media. We are active on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and Reddit. We'd love to connect. You have been listening to Celestial, Book 7 of Surgecaller, produced by Hannah Grenfell, written by Todd Herzman, performed by John Perhala, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Text copyright 2022 by Todd Herzman. Production copyright 2023 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.